gonna hear anything.
I can't hear a thing. I'm
In
sorry
case
if
of
I'm.
emergency,
Here we go.
please, oops. We're getting an echo. Can you? I don't know if that. Down, yeah. Okay, sorry about that. In case of emergency, please proceed in an orderly fashion to exit through the doors into the hall of Union Station following the posted signs. Seats are available on a first come, first served basis. Please do not save seats for anyone who is not here or for yourself during the recesses. Bathrooms are available in the main hall. Okay.
Passes. Commissioner, can you hear us?
I can hear you.
Could you hear what I just said, Commissioner Concepcion?
I could not. I
Oh.
just heard the executive director saying, can I hear you?
Red.
There's nothing now. Now I can hear you.
Can you hear it okay?
Yes.
All right. As I noted, what you couldn't hear is we know you are participating remotely, and I will keep a close watch on that little yellow hand raised on the screen. That's all I'm saying. Just I will, and I asked my fellow commissioners, if you see it and I'm talking, please kick me under the table. So anyway, thank you. So for initial comments, I will go in reverse alphabetical order just to mix things up. Commissioner Stebbins.
All right. Thank you, Chair. First of all, take the opportunity to pass along good wishes to the chair of our committee on the Senate side, Adam Gomez, who is recovering from an important operation. Wish him a speedy recovery. Always enjoyed the chance to work with him back in my days in Springfield. But we're sending him our best. Always thanks to our team for helping to prepare us for today's meeting. Appreciate the licensing team, Kyle, Annie, Sarah, and Amanda for walking me through some of the questions with respect to our renewals. Quick update, few busy weeks since we last met. I had the opportunity to join Commissioner Roy on a tour of Green Gold's facilities in North Brookfield and Charlton. Also had the opportunity to connect with a number of licensees up in Berkshire County last week. Quick rundown, I visited Aruna, which is a cultivator in Lee, Massachusetts. What was unique about this licensee is that they use the power of the sun in kind of a greenhouse setting to cultivate their plants, combined with LED lighting overnight. And I think even more importantly, they are using a geothermal system to help power the facility, which is obviously allowing to offer a competitive cost. They have told me that they are one of only 2 cultivators, I think east in the Mississippi or on the East Coast, that have that set up. So great to tour them and see their facility. Also visited Berkshire Roots in Pittsfield, both a medical and adult use cultivation, production, dispensary license, visit with their staff, see their facilities. I made my way up to North County to visit a new cultivator, LC Square. Got to visit with their team. Many who are hires from the nearby DI community of North Adams. And they, by the way, offered tremendous feedback on a couple of our investigative team members, Nicole Trant, Mike McCarthy, and Colin Soper. So always good to hear that about our team as we travel and visit licensees. From there, a quick ride up to North Adams, visited a established dispensary, Clear Sky Cannabis. Nice facility, great team. They have renovated a closed Friendly's restaurant, kind of sad, but great to see them putting some money back into the building in the community for an economic impact.
If we have to close a Friendly's.
If you have to close, well, they were great. They actually, I said, what was this before? And the owner directed me to the wall where they literally hung the Friendly's door up on the wall. So
Do they sell cannabis infused ice cream?
I did not see that, but I guess they did. One of the questions, I went up there specifically curious to see what impact all of them might be feeling from recent legalization of cannabis in New York and Vermont. All were great hosts, all, at this point, do not see any change in business. They're like, listen, we just have our heads down. We're focused on serving our customer. We're happy to have so many great relationships with our customers that's been a business strategy of theirs from the start. Again, all were great hosts. They were happy to see somebody from the commission and certainly wanted to extend the welcome or opportunity for anyone else to go out and stop in and see their facilities. One thing just upcoming, meeting with members of the Mass Cannabis Business Alliance at a licensee's operation up in Hudson, I think in like 2 weeks. So that's it.
Thank you. Thank you. Commissioner Roy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, my fellow commissioners, and welcome everyone. It's so great to have folks in person after a couple of year hiatus. So we're so thrilled to be here today. And I'm just going to echo Commissioner Stebbins' sentiments. April into May has been really about community outreach and meeting with stakeholders. We are in the thralls of our regulatory work and drafting regulations. And last week, Madam Chair and I had the opportunity, David O'Brien hosted it with the CBA, and Chris Febvre from York Green Package hosted myself and Chairwoman O'Brien, and we met with independent testing labs and cultivators, product manufacturers, just to hear the challenges those license types are facing and the call for standards, right, in this industry. So we talked a lot about that. So I was really appreciative. It was very well attended. I want to thank former Commissioner Kay Doyle. She was there as well. So that was a great roundtable in Natick. And then last Friday, right here in this very room, we held another roundtable with Congressman Jim McGovern, who is in the 2nd District, and State Senator Robin Kennedy, who replaced retired Senator Harriet Chandler, and the Office of Dan Donahue. And that was very well attended as well. We had all different types of license types. Executive Director Collins was here as well, and Matt Giancola and some support staff. So that was another opportunity as commissioners for us to hear after 5 years, we're at an inflection point here now in cannabis. And so it was great to have that open first of many discussions that we're going to have. Spectrum News invited me on this week. I did an interview overview about the state of the cannabis industry, as well as what we are doing here at the commission. We have 3 working groups, one on HCAs, which Commissioner Concepcion and I are the regulatory lead on that, and we are full steam ahead, and we're excited. We'll have an internal draft, I believe, next week, and then after a few weeks, we'll have one for public consumption, for public comment period. And then we have municipal equity, which Chairwoman and Commissioner Concepcion sit on, and then social consumption, Commissioner Camargo and Stebbins. So everyone is quite busy here at the commission. So I was able to share all of that with Spectrum News as well. And Commissioner Stebbins and I had a great tour of Green Gold Group, which is a vertically integrated in Charlton. And they have, I think we were in the Brookfields. We were in the Brookfields for the tour of the cultivation and product manufacturing, and then Charlton for the vertically integrated retail MTC. So it's been a busy month, and I can't meet with folks enough. I'll say that. And I've met with Frank, and I've met with everyone, and it's important because we need to hear feedback from the cannabis space, from stakeholders, from licensees. So these are first of many discussions. I want you to know that. So thank you so much for my time today.
Thank you. And Commissioner Camargo?
Yeah, thank you. First of all, I got to say, it's so interesting to sit like this because we can't talk to each other. We're sort of like looking forward.
That's the whole point. They don't want us to talk.
So it's always interesting, but thank you to folks who are in the public today. I also want to say happy Mother's Day to everyone who identifies as a mom or a doggy mom or an auntie or anybody else. I know Mother's Day is coming on Sunday. So I just want to say happy Mother's Day. A couple of things I'll share. So one is I am the current sitting treasurer of the commission, and I've been meeting with the budget director, our chief of operations, to prepare the discussion in July for the closeout of our budget. So you all will hear from May Nugent and Alyssa Stacks, and of course, our executive director, Sean Collins, on sort of the closeout of FY23, which I can't believe it's already here. And then after this meeting, just so I don't interrupt our email, I'll send you all our budget SOP. So, Chair, you and I had talked at our treasurer's meeting in terms of preparing for the FY25 budget, right? So it's already here.
I don't think I'd be alive.
It's already here. So really starting to think, what are our individual priorities, right? Where do we want to invest in? And then where do we want to invest as a commission? And then obviously our executive director and his own goals. I will send us the SOP. It's pretty detailed in terms of the process. I think every year it's gotten better and better. But I will share that with you all after today's meeting so that we're prepared for the July meeting. And I know that Sean will speak a little more in July just about the process and what does that mean. I think we've now been through it maybe once or twice, but I think every year it gets better and better. I also wanted to just share that last week I was on a panel in New York City with board chair Tremaine Wright and Commissioner Nash, Krista Nash from New Jersey. And I have to say it was an honor and a privilege. And Sean and to the team, I have to say, I didn't realize, you sit here for 2.5 years and you see the work and you know what's happening, but when you sit in a panel with folks from out of state, you really get to hear the work that we're doing, how people are looking at Massachusetts, how we're leading, how we stood up this agency. Commissioner Roy, I shared with them your point of we passed cranberries, right? Everybody loved it. I gave you credit because I'm like, you're the one that always says that. But it was it was a moment for me. Sean, I think you'll be happy to hear this, is that everybody loved our data platform. It was the constant theme that I heard throughout the day. Also, the technical assistant work that we're doing here in terms of our social equity program. It's interesting to hear what other states are doing, what they're not doing. And sometimes we'll sit here and say, we need to do more. And, there's a little bit of kinks that we have to fix. But to just sit there and hear folks in the beginning of what they're doing and how far we are, it was a reminder for me that, we're in very privileged positions and that we're also privileged because the former commissioners worked really hard and I think went through a lot of headaches to work on the regs and to stand up the agency. So I wanted to share that. It was really well attended. There was members from our team at the conference, and it was called the Canna evaluation. So it was great. So I wanted to just share that a little bit, and I think there's more, but I guess I'll just say all that for my time.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Commissioner Concepcion, would you like to make your remarks?
I would love to. First, I am so bummed. I'll be so honest. I am so bummed that I cannot be there in person because this is the first time where I think this entire cohort of commissioners that we are having an in-person meeting. Aside from our executive director, I know he's been here since the beginning, so he's been there for a lot. But I will say thank you, Chairwoman. Thank you for having the public back, and I look forward to the next time, hopefully not feeling like this. The camera, I'm hoping, is very forgiving. I put on a little bit of extra war paint to, to conceal some things, but I wanted to start off just by saying, thank goodness for technology and our IT team here at the CCC, because they really do go above and beyond, and I'm really thankful that I can participate today without spreading my germs to everyone here and still having this conversation. So thank you, IT, hats off, hats off. As my fellow commissioners have already stated, we've been really busy these last several weeks, really months, meeting in our regulatory working groups and developing regulations that really speak directly to the spirit of the Cannabis Equity Bill, or what's now referred to as Chapter 180, and the spirit of Question 4. And I always talk about the team here at the Cannabis Control Commission because we really have some hardworking, dedicated staff who bring so many different ideas and concepts and who are working there alongside us to really hatch this out and get it right. So I usually say thank you to the team. I wanted to do something a little different today and actually talk about who that team is. And I know I'm on 2 different regulatory working groups, so bear with me. The first one being municipal equity, which I'm on with Madam Chairwoman O'Brien. And we have 7 members of staff on that team. There's Andrew Upton, who's our investigator, Darius Sands, who's the manager of equity programming and strategic partnerships, Ernesto Reyes Hernandez, who's the manager of government affairs and policy, Hayden Dupuy. I feel like I'm not saying that as fancy as Hayden might say it, but he's our constituent services associate, Holly Cantel, who's also a constituent services associate, Tisa Chukwiza, who's a licensing specialist, and then Tim Gooden, who's the associate enforcement counsel. And apologies, Tisa began as a licensing specialist, but now she is also an associate enforcement counsel. So we have a legal heavy team here, and they are extremely impressive. And I want to thank them because we talk a lot about different ideas. We talk a lot about the law. We're really working hard to make sure that we get it right. And I know how I am. And I think my fellow commissioners understand how I am, especially the ED, because I will think through things, and sometimes I might go a little bit extreme, and they sort of help me think things out. So I'm really appreciative to them, and to you as well, Madam Chairwoman, because it's been really a pleasure to work in this capacity and understand how our minds work together to really get things done. And then the second group, the HCA, Host Community Agreement Working Group, who I have the pleasure of being on with my fellow commissioner, Commissioner Roy. And on that group, again, we have 7 members of staff who are also very dedicated, very, they don't take this lightly. And it's very clear from the conversations that we have. There we have Alexander McKenzie, who's a constituent services associate, Kate Fisk, who is a constituent services manager, Kyle Potvin, of course, we all know Kyle, the director of licensing, Matt Giancola, the director of government affairs and policy, who has had a lot on his plate as of lately. And I know I'm partially to blame because of the legislative and executive outreach strategy, but he has been holding his own and doing well. Olivia Covell, who's an investigator, Rebecca Lopez, who is our enforcement counsel, and then Stephen Carcello, who's the project coordinator of equity programming. So I wanted to really specify and thank them, because without them, it would be a harder task, but they have made it relatively easy because we have so many good, thoughtful brains in the room. And then lastly, what I like to do usually during these intro comments is just talk about sort of what's happened since our last meeting. And I think the main highlight, 420 happened after our last meeting, and it was my third 420 as a cannabis regulator. And this year was a little bit different. I spent it on Capitol Hill, attending the National Cannabis Policy Summit's Congressional Forum. And it was incredibly informative. I walked away with a really a better understanding of where this industry may be heading on a national level, but also understanding the overall conversation, not just from the Massachusetts perspective, but from other states, others who have may have already legalized, some who are sort of working towards legalization, and some who might have only medical versus adult use and vice versa. So that was really, really, really informative. And as Commissioner Camargo noted, it's always good to sort of step outside of Massachusetts to understand sort of the other perspective and where we stand and how we are doing, what we can do to increase engagement, increase our own, work here at the Cannabis Control Commission. But it's also helpful to remember how far we've come and that we are still an example. We are still a state that many look to and use the policies and the initiatives that have been developed and continue to be developed here to sort of base their own initiatives on. So that's been really, really incredible. So I wanted to thank the organizers for that. And my last shout out, I don't know what life would be like without our executive assistant, Kate Flanagan. I'm home under the weather now, but regardless of how crazy and hectic my schedule gets, even with that, organizing the travel and making sure that all of that was organized, I just tip my hat off to her because I know I can be hectic. We have a lot on our plates as commissioners, and our schedules get a little bit crazy, and she handles it with grace. So I just wanted to say thank you, and I'm done with my long-winded comments. Thank you, Madam Chairwoman.
Thank you. We know how effective and you can be when you're enjoying sitting in a very nice chair like that. So I get that. So good. But thank you. And again, I want to thank you, and it's been great working with you as well, and echo her comments about how great the team has been. In the last a month since we met, we've all had a number of different meetings, and I also want to thank Dave O'Brien and the Cannabis Business Association for having us there to talk about testing. We're 5 years into this regulated industry, and again, applauding Sean and the rest of the team for having made tremendous progress, which I think we can affirm that people from all over the country respect and recognize the progress that's been made here. But we're also at sort of a turning point right here, and that meeting that we had at that business roundtable with Jim Kosis, who is our director of testing programs. He was extremely helpful, but trying to figure out, we understand, and I assume there's a number of licensees or applicants in the room here today, understanding some of the winds that are battering you, whether it's a drop in prices, which is great for consumers, but also troubling to people who created business plans that thought that cannabis would be selling for $4,000 a pound, and now it's hitting more towards the $2,000 mark. Working closely with the executive director to see how can we find ways to help you more efficiently and cost effectively run your business. So looking to find how we continue to maintain public safety, public health, but also make sure that we understand that you are businessmen and women who are struggling in against some headwinds right now. So we are working very hard to make sure that we can find ways to cut costs, cut potential red tape that may or may not be as important 5 years in, now that we've sort of run this experiment and it's been run relatively well. So what can we do? And you'll be hearing more in the coming weeks about how we can work to support licensees. Also working with Sean and our investigators to make sure that we help provide you with information, that we have greater dialogues with you so that you can actually understand how you can do your job, run your business, and do that legally and within the statute and the regulations that we've established. I also want to talk about some of the work that we've done to promote social equity, some of the continuing meetings that I've had and had with the executive director and other commissioners here. I applaud. I actually remotely attended the first meeting of the Social Equity Fund. They're working hard. They want to deploy those funds. There's obviously a lot of work that has to be done to get there, but working to see how we that the commission can support what they're doing and in partnership help reduce one more barrier to access for equity applicants. Finally, it is May 11th. It is not a national holiday, but it is State Treasurer Deb Goldberg's birthday. So Deb, if I can send that message to you, happy birthday, and many more to my appointing authority. And finally, I just want to acknowledge, a lot of us take time to recognize the staff here. We appreciate the work that everyone does, but making special recognition in the back row, you there, raise your hand. That's you, Sabiel Rodriguez. He has done a great job. He keeps us on track. He manages the notes. Sabiel and Rebecca Kwake, who, is in the enforcement division. She travels with all of us when we go on our sort of field trips and visit licensees. Both of them have been accepted into prestigious fellowships at Georgetown. So we are going to miss them tremendously, but really wish you the best. And thank you again for all you and Rebecca have done. So with that, I will move on. If there aren't any additional comments. So we will move to minutes for approval. 3 sets of minutes. The first 2 minutes are from February 9th, 2023, March 9th, 2023, and the remaining set of minutes are the open portion of the April 24th, 2023 meeting.
Madam Chair, may I make a comment?
Please.
Yeah, so I just want to echo your sentiments. I serve as the secretary for the commission, and in that capacity have had the great opportunity to work really close with our legal team. And between our open meetings and our executive sessions and governance, let me tell you, there's been a lot of minutes to go over. And I just want to thank the team, and Sabiel and Michael and Ivania. And particularly, I want to just thank Sabiel for all of his work. It's been an extraordinary pleasure to work with you, and you're going to do great in Georgetown. And but just while we're on the minutes, I just want to give you special recognition because I know you've done a phenomenal job, and there's been a ton of minutes. So,
and what he doesn't know is before the end of the meeting, we're going to start singing that song from Rent, because I'm assuming that's how many minutes you have actually transcribed for us in the course of.
yes.
So we're going to be tuning up later. So
Yes. So, and that's it. And I just want to say, as secretary, it's just been extraordinary pleasure to work with the team, and I just want to recognize Sabiel. So, and then that's it.
Thanks. There's no further comments. I will entertain a motion to approve the February 9th, 2023 minutes. Do I hear a motion, Commissioner Roy?
So moved.
Will you second that, Commissioner Stebbins?
Second.
Having been moved and seconded, I will call the roll. Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. The motion, the minutes of February 9th, 2023 are approved. Moving on to March 9th, 2023 meeting minutes. Commissioner Stebbins, do I hear a motion?
So moved.
Commissioner Concepcion, do I hear a second? Let's see if we can.
Second.
All right. Having been moved and seconded, I will take a call. The roll. Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Commissioner and chair votes aye. I got everybody. Chair, did I get you?
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion, yeah, I'm trying to go so fast. Let the record reflect, this was unanimously adopted. And now we will move to the motion to approve the open portion of April 24th, 2023. Commissioner Camargo, do I hear a motion? So moved. Commissioner Stebbins, will you second that?
Second.
Having been moved and seconded, I will take a call of the roll. Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Let the record reflect. This has been passed 5 in favor, 0 opposed. Now we will turn things over to the executive director for his regular update.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Commissioners. I'll also join the chorus and welcome back and thank the public for joining us this morning. Obviously, as well, bit of an echo here.
All right, okay.
Good. All right. Thank you. Again, it takes a lot of work to pull off these meetings and on a monthly basis. So again, just my thanks and gratitude to our team, certainly to commissioners for your continued interest in ensuring public access to these discussions and these conversations. And I think commissioners too, listening to your feedback as far as your the rounds you've made, whether it be amongst and throughout the state, but also throughout the country. It is obviously a flattering note to acknowledge that our work is being watched, observed, and followed to some degree. I think what's important too is that throughout our existence, we've created a very strong record that folks can follow and track. Our minutes are substantive, the policy discussions are substantive, and hopefully that demonstrates that how, not just that decisions have been made, but how those decisions get made. So again, my thanks and compliments to you and our team for ensuring that access. I'll start today, as I always do, with some highlights from our licensing platform. I won't motor through it as I did perhaps last month, but obviously I'll dwell on some points for your edification. This again is the highest, maybe 50,000 foot view of our licensing platform. We have 8 applications that are awaiting their first review. As I've noted in the past, those are applications we've not yet seen before. They've been submitted. We need to lay eyes on them. The first thing that we're going to do is classify them. It might be expedited. It could be priority, which would jump the queue automatically. And again, priority is exclusively for economic empowerment applicants and existing MTCs in the location that the MTC is functional. And then expedited applications I'll talk about a little bit later as far as how you might be expedited. And then again, general applicants would come last in that queue. But general applicants should fear not. With 8 applications, we will get to them in relatively short order. There's 21 applications that are awaiting a supplemental review. The distinction there is we have reviewed that application. For one reason or another, it has been reopened and requested additional information. And again, that is oftentimes just supplemental documentation, clarifying questions and things like that. We do our best to review these things consistently to make sure that an RFI is complete, but also we give applicants as many cracks at an application as they might require to be deemed complete, but we also give them as much time as might be required to be deemed complete and then resubmit. There's 8 applications before you today for provisional license consideration, as well as 10 licenses for final license consideration. This is a bit of an update in the description. Thank you to commissioners for your feedback previously to make sure that this is clear. So also lastly, 94,792 certified active patients in our medical use of marijuana program. This slide here indicates sort of the licensing flow and where the volume is. You see that there's 531 entities across the Commonwealth that have commenced their operations. To be clear, this is adult use data, and that is a representation of 127 additional stores, product manufacturers, cultivators, micro businesses, et cetera, independent testing labs that have opened their doors in the past calendar year. Another just point for consideration, of course, is that there are 507 provisional licenses, as well as 184 that have been provisionally approved. The only distinction there is provisionally approved has been considered by the commission, a vote has occurred, but a license fee has not yet been paid. And then again, provisional licenses are the next step to get to a final license, perhaps. Could be an architectural review, the build out, and then obviously the inspection that needs to occur. So a big volume of licenses sitting in that provisional phase. This slide's important for a lot of reasons. It is reflective of our mission, of course, but again, I try to highlight those center cells and rows for you, primarily just to demonstrate where I view some hurdles existing. And I think, Madam Chair, thank you for referencing the first meeting, the inaugural meeting of the Social Equity Advisory Board, intended to advise the Executive Office of Housing and Economic Development in their creation of the Social Equity Fund and their management of that fund. Because obviously to get, as I mentioned, between provisional license and a final license, the single biggest factor, at least in my opinion, is funding and capital and access to that working capital, which can obviously be expended. Of course, as we know, capital is hard to come by in the cannabis industry. Traditional loans are not necessarily accessible, and obviously to secure a business loan, there's a lot of hoops and hurdles that one must jump through. In cannabis, of course, compliance, especially in cannabis, is not cheap. It is a very expensive endeavor. So again, to get folks pre-certified, to get them provisionally approved, you can theoretically do that without a lot of expending of capital. To be clear and to be honest, there is still a need for money even in the business development process. I do not want to be shy about that, but where the capital becomes very intensive, obviously, is in the construction. And obviously through COVID, we've seen construction costs skyrocket. So there's an added burden there. So again, I highlight these cells just so that we continue to pay attention to it as an agency, so that the public continues to be mindful of it, but now too, so that we can work with our partners in state government who are now joining us at that table. And obviously we're grateful for their support and their contributions. But again, just to note, you see here that there's of the total 1,468 applications that have been approved by the commission. This is the breakdown of economic empowerment applicants, social equity program participants, and disadvantaged business enterprises. And just for further distinction, DBEs, as far as the Cannabis Control Commission is concerned, are limited to women, minority, and veteran-owned businesses, as far as the expedited review is concerned.
I cannot find my hand. So I'm just gonna say wait.
Sorry. Go ahead, Commissioner Concepcion.
Thank you, Mr. Executive Director. I had a question just in terms of the numbers, because we're speaking, these numbers represent the individual, because I know when we talk about SEP, we talk about social equity participants, or do they represent the entities?
These represent the entities, the business themselves, not the individuals.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead, Commissioner Wright.
Yes. So the EEP, SEP, DBE are not mutually exclusive. The same licensee could
Yes.
be in multiple. So, okay. And there's no way to call that out, like,
We could attempt to do that. I guess to clarify that point, yes, there is risk, not risk, but this data may be duplicative in some areas.
right,
An individual or a business may qualify as both and potentially as all three.
right.
Economic empowerment applicant, social equity program participant, as well as DBE. Yes.
Okay.
So there could be overlap.
Okay.
Commissioner Concepcion has a question. Oh, okay, sorry. I am not looking.
Thank you.
Commissioner Concepcion, sorry.
I will find my hand eventually. Just to follow up on Commissioner Roy's question also, for DBE, there's a limitation on that as well, right? That's only for non-medical, is that correct?
As far as the expedited review,
For,
Yes, that
for
is-
information on DBE, who we actually have, okay, I can see you nodding, so,
yes, that's adult use, correct.
right, okay, thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
So just advancing a little bit here, and I guess I'll touch on the expedited process here as well. This is both, again, as I mentioned earlier, the priority process. They cut the line and jump the queue instantly as soon as they hit that queue and are identified. And then we alternate between MTC priority and economic empowerment priority if there is not an available alternative. So for instance, if there were 3 economic empowerment applicants and no MTC, we would just go to the next economic empowerment. But again, as I noted, they always jump the queue and are first in line. Expedited review, you see the table on the right-hand side indicates how an applicant, and this is all pursuant to regulation, how an applicant may be expedited, certainly through license type. And I'm sure that I'll miss one, and I apologize in advance if I do. Craft cooperatives, outdoor cultivators, micro businesses, and independent testing laboratories in particular. And again, if I missed a license, I'm sure I'll be reminded by our staff very promptly. Social equity program participants are also expedited. Disadvantaged business enterprises, as I mentioned, that is women, minority, and veteran-owned businesses. There are other types of DBE statuses, but they're just not contemplated as part of our regulations. And then some, you see here 65 identifies 2 or more of those categories, which is always nice to see. But you still see that general applicants outweigh all of the expedited or priority applicants, which I guess I'm not necessarily surprised by that, but it also shows that that expedited review is working and folks are making their way through our process. So it's good to see that they're finding success in our licensing queue.
Commissioner Wright.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Executive Director, the EEP window was open and closed. It was like abrupt. To revisit that, that's through a statutory fix, correct? So if they were to open another EEP window, it would be done statutorily.
That's correct. We had to identify economic empowerment and MTC priority applicants in a 2-week window in April of 2018.
Yeah.
I believe it was maybe April 1st through April 15th or so. And it was the first application that was available through our agency. And I recall those days very vividly. It was chaos. It was us both trying to identify that this application is available and alert the public through any means that we could possibly alert them. And we're grateful. We had a lot of good partners in just spreading the word. At the end of the day, there's 122 folks or entities that were identified as economic empowerment applicants. But again, to your point, that window and that criteria was set by statute.
And part of that criteria is to demonstrate like work done in a community. And now we're 5.5+ years in, it could be work done in DIA. In other words, like there could be a new bar set, work done in identified areas of disproportionate impact. So I'm just wondering, at some point for legislative outreach, is this something we perhaps on a policy meeting should talk about revisiting the EEP
Sure.
window for outreach?
We've had a lot of feedback, and I think some folks have expressed a frustration of having missed that boat.
Right.
And it's a shame, and I certainly, again, as I noted, a lot of work went into really dual priorities. One was broadcasting to anyone that would listen or could hear us. This window is now, and this window is limited to this finite period of time. But then also devoting resources, as you might recall, we were actively building the agency at the same time. So we kind of held our breath, closed our eyes, and flipped the switch on technology, but then also deployed every available asset we had to review applications, unfortunately not including commissioners, because that, as policymakers, you and obviously your predecessors in this instance had to sit and consider those applications. And one thing I'll never forget, because it was, I think, the first test of our integrity, frankly, was there was actually a handful of applicants that were accidentally approved. And I remember sitting before the commission early on and saying, we made a mistake. And there are folks that have now been approved this benefit that are not entitled or eligible for it. And the commission rescinded that vote. And again, it was a test as far as I'm concerned. And it was, how are we going to handle situations like this if we make a mistake again? And again, credit to our staff, but also credit to the commission for acknowledging that publicly. But again, it just demonstrates that it was chaos.
Yeah, I just see now, we look back, we see folks doing work around expungement clinics and record sealing or restorative justice that lends itself to this space that couldn't have been on an application when the window was open in this space. So I'm just wondering if it's something we need to talk about further and pursue further.
I'll just say to Commissioner Roy, when we sort of submitted some of our topics for regulatory discussion, I added the economic empowerment program as one of my topics. So it's definitely something that I would love to dive in a little bit deeper, because the program, it's also very simple. We call it economic empowerment applicants. Some of them are not even applicants no more. They're already licensees, right? So there's a graduation that has happened for a lot of these folks. There's also a lot of challenges in terms of ownership, in terms of being an EEA as well. So I think there's definitely room to have a conversation with the economic empowerment sort of program as a whole, and sort of look at what does it mean for the next 5 to 10 years, and especially the folks that are already in it. There's ownership stuff that has come up as well. I've received a lot of emails, a lot of comments around the ownership, the ability to sort of sell, but still stay sort of economic empowerment, what they have to do to stay economic empowerment, all the work that has to go in from their perspective as operators, to stay as a EEA. So definitely, and I wanted to just be transparent that it's on my list of regulatory choices for the future regulatory working groups. So,
Thank you. And how does that fit in with the social equity fund?
Absolutely.
Is there a relation?
Absolutely.
Is there a correlation there?
That's right.
So that's why I just want.
I'll raise my hand here too, just because now this is one of those things where there's an advantage for us all being in one space and being able to speak openly, that this is a topic that has come up when we talked about municipal equity within the municipal equity working group as well, because we talk about sort of who fits in that social equity business umbrella. And there's specific language that speaks to eligibility. So technically speaking, under the new law, there are more people that would be covered because they are eligible for our social equity program based on that criteria. But for economic empowerment, it's a little bit different because of that statutory timeline that is closed. But I do want to also highlight, I know Commissioner Roy, you mentioned area disproportionate impact, and that's separate. So there are two different sort of processes, qualifications, criteria that we should also be mindful of, because you are, this would encompass individuals who are, there may be some overlap, but they are two different qualifications and criteria as well. And, I also had a question, Sean, because you mentioned that there are 122 economic empowerment priority, economic empower applicants. And I wanted to just clarify if that was the correct number or not, because I see from this slide that we're saying that there was 122 kind of coming through the queue. But I believe that we still have at least a few who have not sort of come through the queue at all.
Yeah, I should note the 122 reference here is license applications where So one individual or entity may in fact have multiple licenses. So here again, there might be duplicative. And so that also is consistent with, and for instance, there might be, let's say it was a retail, there might be multiple retail locations. They may have also multiple license types. So the one EEA status may in fact be represented in this data several times.
Okay.
But as far as and also economic, some folks in the application process for EEA came in as groups or multiple people. Others came in as individuals for their qualification. Another important point that I often have to remind myself of is economic empowerment status is purely a licensing tool because it is that expedited status, it's waived fees, whereas our social equity program has a myriad of folks that may participate in it. It might lead to licensing or entrepreneurship at some point, but it might also be workforce. It could be those ancillary businesses too. And so those programs really stand side by side versus sort of competing with each other. They should be complementary to some degree, but if someone is an economic empowerment applicant, that benefit really only grants them licensing status and benefits, whereas SEP may give them workforce advantages, technical assistance, et cetera. And so I would never discourage, for instance, someone that identifies or qualifies, was accredited as an economic empowerment applicant. They may still want to pursue SEP status if they view their eligibility there. So
nothing would
That's a good
preclude an
point.
EEP from being
Not
in
at
the SEP program. And do we know how many EEPs actually took the SEP?
I of course you would ask that. I don't know. I will find out
Thank you,
though.
I'm sorry.
That's right. EEA
Yeah, at least
status is one of the
122.
qualifiers for SEP.
That's right. I will find out. That's a fair question. I just don't know off the top of my head, and I don't want to give you even a best guess because I would be wrong.
Commissioner Concepcion, are you good?
I'm good.
Oh, okay, all right, sorry.
So I'll move on from this slide just to sort of keep on pace and target here. I always highlight this slide. I enjoy this slide as a bit of a wonky nerd myself, but a few areas I just want to highlight for you, call your attention to, of course, is we'll continue to monitor and track and highlight our progress with delivery licenses. Is obviously their new endeavor here in the Commonwealth. You see here that there's 9 couriers that are operational. As a reminder, couriers are really affiliated or associated with a retailer, and they deliver on behalf of that retailer. So the sale really occurs there. Whereas there's 7 marijuana delivery operators. Those are folks that can essentially they're retail without the brick and mortar. They can warehouse, they can white label, et cetera. You also see the volume of provisional licenses of delivery operators has surpassed those of couriers. It just demonstrates to me the greater interest in that license type, but perhaps even, if I'm being honest, the greater viability likelihood of that, and certainly the better margins of that license type. It may also be more capital intensive though. So again, pros and cons, push pull there. I also highlight cultivation. In particular, I just want to remind you that there's 175 provisional licenses in addition to 107 commenced operations. And then lastly, of course, the 20 final licenses. Those 20 final licenses there's a really strong likelihood that they're going to open because they have built their facility. They're now introducing inventory to their facility. So there's a strong likelihood that they're going to enter at some point soon our supply chain. Those provisional licenses, we shall see. And obviously, as Madam Chair, as you referenced, there's some headwinds that folks are going to have to confront and think through. And Commissioner Stebbins, to your point, I think folks are looking for efficiencies in their construction and how can they build out, whether it be that greenhouse operations or just, they're also looking, as far as I would imagine, at scale and thinking of, if I have is this something I want to think about downsizing as far as my projections and what economics am I looking at for that build out? So again, I just call your attention to cultivation as being that initial supply and obviously that wholesale space and level.
Sean, if I may. Cultivation, I know we had talked about this a little bit because I read it in the minutes. I think we talked a little bit of in general in terms of capping at some point, right? And I know you sort of gave us a little bit of background in terms of like, yeah, we'll probably get sued by everybody, but I'm curious as to how many economic empowerment or SEP micro business, well, not micro business, but EEA, SEP are in that 107 in terms of cultivation. I'm also looking at the marijuana retailers of 286. I wonder how many of those are, equity participants, right? And I think that when we look at the market and we're talking about, the 5 years and where we're at, and we talk a lot about equity. We're trying to figure out how to move that needle more and more and more. You know, Madam Chair, you talked about the trust fund. Folks need access. No, well, not access. Let me scratch that. Folks need capital, right? And they need access to capital. But I'm also thinking, when do we have the very hard conversation? And some cultivators may not like me, but when do we have the conversation about taking a pause and looking at what that means legally, and looking at how many of our equity applicants are in these big chunk of licenses, right? Like, now I'm really curious, how many are in that 107 and that 286? Because when we talk about equity and trying to move the needle as policymakers, and now that we're hot on the regulatory topics, how do we push the envelope a little bit to say, how do we take a pause? And I know folks will be really upset in the industry, but if everybody's trying to sort of, make this market equitable, how do we do that? And I think that it's a conversation that's very hard to have. I know there's a lot of legal implications to it, but I think that we have to kind of take a deep dive as the second sort of cohort of commissioners and say, what does it look like in that supply chain of cultivators? I think about farmers. I think about folks that are trying to get in the space, and at some point we may have to take a pause, and it'll be a hard stand for us to take. But otherwise, we're just letting it go and go and go, and some of these participants won't get in. The trust fund, hopefully the money will be out, soon, and some folks probably within that provisional license of 175, or, provisionally approved, maybe EEAs or SEPs. The same thing with, marijuana retailers. How many of those folks within that space are part of those buckets? So, I know we keep talking about policy, but this is a big thing.
Just a quick reaction to, I guess, the environment we find ourselves in, and I sort of channeling your comments into that environment a little bit. You're right, it's not an easy discussion. I would imagine that those existing operators would not be upset about a discussion relative to looking at the market and wondering about its potential growth, because they're operating in it today and they're finding it that challenge. And so if there were a desire on the commission's part to sort of freeze the market, so to speak, they're in. So they would be, that would create a potentially less risk, downside risk for them. They would then have a sense of their universe. There's a public policy environment, I think the commission, and not just the commission, but the Commonwealth, that finds ourselves in, is the competing priorities of the equity mission with the need to preserve the market from a competitive and sort of bottom standpoint, where it has the risk of bottoming out. And many would argue with me that we're there, so don't be stubborn, Sean, is usually the feedback I get. And I appreciate that. I'm not that dense. I understand, I guess, the risks there. What I think we're struggling with, frankly, is our equity programming work and mission is to get folks into the market, obviously. And so if there were a desire to freeze that market while we're also simultaneously now finally providing capital, how do you square that from a policy standpoint?
I mean, how do we pause, if we were to pause and then say, well, let's look at the numbers, let's look and see what our equity numbers look like here, and pause and allow some of the folks that are in these buckets waiting to sort of get there, right? So pause non-equity and allow equity to sort of move throughout the process. Again, very hard topic to discuss, but I think if we're talking about equity and we all want to sort of move that needle, we got to talk about that, because we're letting time go and go and go, and the capital's not there for some folks, and cities and towns have worked differently in the last 2-3 years. Thank God for Chapter 180 and the reform that has happened, but there's also been local controls that have not let folks move through these processes. So it's definitely something that I would love to talk about. I don't have the legal background. I know you had talked last month or the month before that, in terms of you were very careful what you said, but I think that we should explore that conversation. And Madam Chair, I welcome it at some point, a conversation on the agenda.
Yeah, and Commissioner Concepcion?
Thank you. There's no hand on the live feed. If someone tells me, I'll figure it out. Commissioner Camargo, thank you for bringing those comments. This ties in, it dovetails nicely to the earlier conversation we were having around EEA and economic empowerment applicants and that window. And this was also, a very open, frank conversation that we've had, now I can say it openly because we're in public meeting, about the fact that there have been a number of people who've gone through our social equity program, but still have not been able to commence operations, go throughout the entire process and get that final license stage to that stage. And that is one of the reasons why I will speak for myself. I've been apprehensive about sort of creating or opening that window for economic empowerment, because there's still so many who don't have the resources and the ability to take advantage of everything they've gotten from the CCC through the social equity program to really get on their feet. So I think that if we're going to have a conversation about, you know, EEA, that time frame, the number of cohorts and people who've gone through social equity program cohort, there's sort of, it's a simultaneous conversation, because we need to understand the impact and the impact that has on people who have already gone through some things and are still trying to get on their feet. Also, those who are already, who have commenced operations, but are struggling because they lack some wraparound resources. So I think this is a larger conversation, but I think we need to be mindful when we talk about sort of the number of people who has qualified, opening a new, maybe even if there's no timeline. You know, I know at one point there was that 2-week April 2018 timeline for EEA that was incredibly short, and I don't believe that a good number of people were aware of the significance of getting in when they can, so they probably missed that window. That is true, but I do think that we need to sort of do sort of an impact evaluation about what that means and what that could look like for this entire universe. And when we're talking about equity and the participants that we've had come through the social equity program.
Thank you, Commissioner Concepcion, and you used my favorite word, impact. So I appreciate that. And I will just sort of announce here, you know, one of the things that we will be doing, in addition to continuing to have fully in-person public meetings, obviously continuing to have the remote attendance, we will now be adding a second meeting to our monthly meetings. That will focus more on policy, looking at sort of long-term issues and giving us an opportunity as commissioners who are under, you know, the very strict open meeting law. I mean, we literally, you know, can't have a three-way. We literally, if I tell Commissioner Roy something, she can't tell anybody else. And it's a very, it's an important law, but also it's very frustrating when you're trying to sort of, you know, get a sense of where everyone is coming from so that we can make important policy become real. So we will be doing that now on a regular basis. So just letting everyone know that the second meeting, at least for the time being, will be remote and allow us to have conversations. So anyway, just letting you know, I think it's a good thing.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. And I will say just one last note. It's interesting whenever we get together, because it's clear that we're having the same thoughts, or at least on the same sort of topics, and we don't know it until we're here together. So it's just, oh, you're thinking about this too? Me too. And you know, it is helpful. So I appreciate just having more opportunities to do this.
And thank you. And when I wear my tinfoil hat, it's because I don't want to share those thoughts with the rest of the commissioners. It's not that I'm crazy, but anyway, Sean, we'll turn that back to you.
Sure, thank you. And just to continue the thought a little bit, I think it's also evident that there is at the commission level a lot of receptive thought, a lot of listening that's occurring. And so you're hearing a lot of the same reactions and feedback that we are. And hopefully what the public is hearing, as well as obviously industry, is that we hear you. It's just a matter of sometimes the public policy aspect of this is it's not fast, it's not quick, and it needs to be very deliberative. And I think that you're in that phase right now.
Commissioner Roy?
Yes, and we kind of spoke about this last meeting. Let's be mindful. We have a quick break we can throw with relegation. So we have tier relegation already in our regulations. If cultivators aren't selling 70%, how many months, 6 months prior to renewal, we can relegate them back a tier. So we do have a quick sort of emergency break we can kind of throw if we decided to as a body. And, you know, other states have incorporated moratoriums. I think there's been mixed results. I think that's something we need to look at further, more mature cannabis states to see what they've done with oversupply. But thank you, Commissioner Camargo, for bringing that up.
And there's so many other policy approaches that jurisdictions have explored. Some have basically just overall capped the volume of licenses, period, and then conducted lotteries. And obviously those are fraught with other risks and legal risks and peril. And those licenses become sort of golden tickets in a way. There's a market force afoot in Massachusetts that I think is It's definitely competitive without a doubt. But that was an intentional choice as well. And obviously we're bound by our statutes and things like that. Looking at things like production controls and Commissioner Roy, to your point, as far as relegation, it is a production control to a degree, but obviously it's reactive too. It's usually relegation would be based on that failure to sale. And it does allow for those vertically integrated licensees to really compete in that system where they can sort of move inventory. So it puts the risk really on those independent operators as well. And I think actually I don't want to get there yet, but the next slide indicates some of that data. I just want to dwell on, I guess, one last point, which is I highlighted the marijuana micro business cell here just to call your attention to it as a license type that similarly we've gotten a lot of feedback on as far as its viability, its continued viability here in the Commonwealth. The micro business, I want to give a lot of credit to the initial cohort of commissioners. It was intended to be a small entry point to the industry, but also carved out for Massachusetts residents, carved out as a sort of a hybrid license that allows someone to grow at a smaller scale, but 5,000 square feet of canopy, which, to be clear, in other jurisdictions is not small. It's actually a good size operation. And we have cultivators that are operating at 5,000 and below, but also a combined product manufacturing license. And we have licensees in the microbusiness space that are choosing to do one or the other or both. And then obviously, too, if you qualify as either economic empowerment or social equity program participant, you can also deliver through that as well with the delivery endorsement. But again, you must qualify as an economic empowerment or SEP participant. And so in a way that becomes sort of a mini vertical integrated license. At the same time, there are some challenges that business is facing. And I just want to be honest about this. They are completely unintentional, which is the inability to convert that license or to expand that license. That conversion would ultimately be converting into a standalone cultivation and or standalone product manufacturing. Again, it can still be co-located. Or again, just the ability to bring in perhaps other investors to scale and build that operation because of the limitations. And again, when I say it's unintentional, it's because there was no actually explicit language written into the regulations. And if accountability is sought, I can certainly raise my hand because it's not something I anticipated, or other commissioners for that matter, because I don't want to take credit for the regulations by any means. But again, it was absolutely, I would say, unintentional. But I want to just be clear with you and the public too, that we're aware of it. And obviously those challenges are real. And we do want to obviously see micro businesses grow and succeed in this space. I'm also really impressed, frankly, that micro businesses are already because to be clear, this issue came up a while back and we've been sort of working with micro businesses through it. It happened sooner than I thought as well. Really rapid growth and that ability to participate in the marketplace. So again, I just wanted to clarify for the commission that micro businesses, they are functional and operational. You see here, there's 9 that are operational in the state, as well as 15 provisional licenses and 2 final licenses. There is value in that license is being sought. There's also things like fee waivers associated with it. And again, but it does require Massachusetts residency. And again, I just wanted to be upfront with you that that is something that I'm convinced will be on your agenda for a regulatory process based on your interest, based on the staff being mindful of it, but also the industry coming forward too.
And if I can just note, we're primarily focused right now because we have a statutory mandate to work in response to Chapter 180, focusing on a lot of the municipal issues, the host community agreement issues, equity at the local level. But we're also working with staff to make sure that we can find, in essence, the low-hanging fruit. Where are those places where common sense, where, it's almost like we have a consensus before we need a consensus. There are issues like the nurse practitioners. They do not need to go ask a doctor when they prescribe an opioid, an opiate for a patient. Under our infrastructure, under our legal infrastructure, they have to go to a doctor. So those are the kinds of things that we hope to actually move more quickly through the summer. Some of those efficiencies, some of those that address, sort of I wouldn't say non-controversial, but, where we can find, consensus very quickly. So this may be one of those things that comes more quickly. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm first of all, I'm gonna channel a little bit of Commissioner Concepcion. I'd like, again, remind ourselves of the fact that Concepcion,
Okay, so you looked at me,
you
sorry.
too, but trying to look at everything is a weird setup. As the chair pointed out also, this is really the only opportunity we have to be in the room together, talk about some of the issues that, we hear, when we're out talking to groups or visiting facilities. And, it's great for the public to understand that, you know, we are working through these kind of priority regulation pieces that we need to have in place, but there's a whole slew that follows behind that of topics that we've all raised. I think more importantly, that our staff have raised because they've been out there living with these regulations over the last 5 years. So their input has been greatly appreciated. And a lot of that is evidenced by the contributions that they make to our working groups. I'm glad that the executive director raised this point about micro business. And again, I think kudos to our inaugural set of commissioners who were trying to carve out that opportunity to be in the market for mass-based residents who wanted that small operation. But again, I think as the ED just pointed out, that license type might have fit the narrative or fit the environment 5 years ago. And I think we should relook at it because right now, anybody who wants to move up would have to surrender their micro business license.
Yeah.
So cash flow dries up instantly. And I think the model also has provided, it's not as appealing as an investment tool for anybody who'd be looking to provide capital to that small business operator. So I know in just speaking with Commissioner Roy, again, I can only have conversations with one commissioner about this, but she and I had the chance to talk with the ED and Director Potvin to review the language. I was encouraged to hear that Director Potvin has been thinking about this because he had some ideas about what would be a simple regulatory change. I think we just need to be mindful of maybe some of the other pieces of that, but talking to some micro business license holders, there's an urgency in this. It is somewhat of a survival conversation in terms of their ability to grow and kind of as you always talk about, you know, the competitiveness in this market, that they're worried about what opportunities are going to be available to them. So I'm glad we're all 5 of us are having a chance to kind of put these issues on the table and Chair, to your point, using our extra meeting to just kind of begin to have these conversations, one among ourselves, but 2, also to engage our staff who are
Because
live with these regulations.
Because I think sort of fixing or tweaking this license could also be a great opportunity for equity applicants so we will continue to have these conversations. I want to make sure that if anybody else, but
Yes,
Yeah,
thank you, Commissioner Stebbins. And we did have a really productive meeting with the executive director and Director Potvin. I move it to almost critical or borderline emergency status for these micro businesses because many of us have visited them. And I've had plenty of outreach from micro businesses. They're kind of in a little bit of a free fall here. You got limited amount of grow and the prices are really low. And unless you have a completely niche product, how do you compete? And you can't scale up unless you wind down. And to Commissioner Stebbins' point, when you wind down, what happens to those plants? You sell them, you destroy them, you right?
Hopefully sell them, yeah.
Hopefully sell them. And it's so there, I think there are fixes that we can, I don't want to say they're easy, but I don't think they're a heavy lift. And I think, and to your point, if we put it on another policy meeting, and we can come to a consensus as a group about micro businesses, it might open doors for equity. They can't have another license type. They can't scale up. They can't scale to a tier 1. They can't separate product manufacturing from cultivation. So they're really, really confined in what they can do. And so, am I allowed to say some of the proposals or should I wait
for an
for?
open meeting, you can.
Yeah. So Director,
Say it.
so Director Potvin had suggested that perhaps we allow for, strike the line limited to 1 license type. So therefore they can have more than 1 license type. That's a line. 1 line in the regs could completely redefine a micro business by removing 1 line from the regulations. And then we'd have to address the rule of 3 or the caps. But imagine removing one line from the regulation and positively impacting a license type in that way. So that was what Director Potvin had recommended. And as a body, we'd have to agree, what we can do. But by doing nothing is remiss, because this is
And we're
really,
seeing, and this is also one of the things we're going to have the conversation later today, looking at a number of businesses that are not, because they're behind on their taxes, they're not able to have a certificate in good standing. And so we're grappling, with that issue and making sure that we don't unduly burden, businesses that are, had a business plan that said one thing 3 years ago, and now it's, something else right now. So being sensitive to
Thank you
that.
for sharing.
Yeah, no,
Thank you
that's,
for sharing, just because
Yeah.
it is hard. We don't know what folks are working on at times. And
Yeah.
the executive director says, hey, someone's working on this, so you don't work on that. But
right.
it's really good to hear that you guys have already taken that step to have the conversation internally. So thank you for sharing it, because, sometimes, we don't know what.
This is our only opportunity to share. So our fellow commissioners here within the public here at the same time. We haven't, pre-game this. This
you
is
feel
all.
special? Get that. So, all right. So I just want to make sure, because we're.
I was
sort of-
waving.
Yeah, go ahead, Commissioner.
Okay.
Concepcion.
First, Commissioner Roy, that's the beauty of being policymakers. If you have something that you want to bring to the table for us to, vote on, discuss, by all means, I'm thank you for taking that initiative, and always grateful to Kyle Potvin, because he is a thinker and he knows so much. It's incredibly helpful. So I thank you for also sharing that. And I don't know if you plan to bring that at one point, but we're a body of 5, and I sense that we might all be on the same line there. I'm switching gears a little bit, because this is a good graphic to have for an issue that has come up, that the chair has brought to my awareness, other people have brought to my awareness, and it falls underneath that suitability umbrella. You guys know I talk about suitability till I'm blue in the face, but a lot of people may not realize that under Chapter 180, not only were there changes to the host community agreements and our authorities there, social consumption, and municipal equity, but there was also a change to suitability. And that was sort of a fix that didn't require its own working group, although I might ask for an additional working group, hint, hint, Sean, hint, hint, after we're done here. But I wanted to ask a question, because there's still some confusion about what that change did. And we are still having people sort of attempt to go through this process and not understand whether or not they're suitable based on their criminal records or their histories. And because of that, they sort of, they get far along the process, they expend resources, and they don't know until they hit a wall that they are not suitable to be licensed based on our current regulations. So my question is, at what point, so I'm looking at the graph now, this is really, I think it will be helpful for anybody who's watching and engaging with us right now. At what point are background checks done?
So, and I apologize that this is a multi-part answer. To answer your explicit question, a full background check is conducted at the application phase. So when you see the first column there, pending application, that is when a management operations profile, application of intent, and background check packet would be submitted. To be clear, that background check occurs on the individuals that are in an ownership or control capacity of that license. The only distinction I will add, just because I don't want to create any confusion, is there's also criteria or rows in here that are relative to pre-certification. At the pre-certification phase, a background check is not conducted. However, disclosures are made. And in those disclosures by the individual, if there is something in those disclosures that would trigger suitability, we would want to inform the applicant at that point that, heads up, based on these disclosures, there is risk. And so you proceed knowing that risk, but again, the background check is not run at all. So the idea is that there should not be a cost to pre-certification. There is a cost to conduct a background check. But again, the background check will be run at the provisional application phase.
And then that disclosure at pre-certification is voluntary. So it's only
It
the
is.
information that they choose to sort of provide at that point.
And it does, by getting pre-certified too, we describe it as a propensity to be licensed. I've always tried to compare it to pre-approval for a mortgage. We haven't run that sort of hard credit check. But just to be clear, honesty is never mind suggested, but I would say required here. If something has failed to be disclosed in the pre-certification aspect and then discovered upon a background check, that could pose a challenge as well, and obviously come up in a suitability. The other point I think is just important because we don't always talk about it here at the commission level publicly, and so I guess I'll take advantage of the environment as well and continue with the theme, is if there is a question as to suitability, there's a number of suitability issues that can come up in a licensing phase. And all of this is included in our regulations, but I appreciate that the regulations can be legally dense. But there's really two suitability elements. One is a mandatory disqualification. If this comes up in a background check, we have no discretion. You are not entered into the industry or not deemed suitable. The other, though, is a presumptive negative, which means we're leaning toward an unsuitable determination, but we also offer those individuals the opportunity, and it's usually individuals. To be clear, the individual can then sort of almost like a vein of some sort lead to the entity, depending on how much ownership or control is actually enjoyed. Is the individual truly the entity and things like that? But a presumptive negative can be overcome, and it can be overcome through a suitability review committee process, which is not a typical process. It does afford an applicant an opportunity to be heard. It is not a 30A hearing in sort of that formal sense, so it's not like an administrative hearing officer or a court proceeding or things like that, but it tracks similar to that. And it's a panel of our staff. I staff it, or I appoint folks to it to make that determination. It provides our staff, our enforcement staff, the ability to present their findings and the facts that we are relying upon to make that determination, but it also affords the individual and the entity the ability to present counterfacts or counter arguments, but also in an attempt to overcome that determination. And the folks that are sitting in the hearing capacity are generally our sort of objective and analytical staff, things like our CFO, our equity programming staff, constituent service. So they're not involved in a licensing process. These are folks that do not participate in a licensing process. They're not enforcement counsel. They're not licensing specialists. They're folks that are in other parts of our agency. But it also speaks to how I think the mission of our agency has bled into a lot of our different departments. But what I found is that it just gives people the opportunity to speak to somebody and say, at least let me make my case. And then based on that determination, we can still proceed to the commission. So the decision could be still unsuitable, but the commission obviously is the final determinant of that. Or the individual and the entity can make a decision at that point of, you know what, I said my piece, I had my shot, and I may choose to now withdraw that application. I may choose to amend the application and remove the individual that may be deemed unsuitable. But I found that I thank you for actually I realized there wasn't an invitation there, but I took it anyway. But thank you for the opportunity just to unpack that for the commission and the public, because it's often one of those exercises and steps in our process that goes unseen and unheard. But it was built intentionally, and it was built with an idea of giving people an opportunity to be heard and seen.
But this
I
is
will
also
say,
sorry.
go ahead, Chairwoman.
Go ahead, Commissioner Concepcion, and then.
So I guess two things. One, the first thing is that I think it's important that we as commissioners understand that there were regulatory disqualifiers that were created here at the commission. There's some statutory things as well.
Yes. Yep.
But when I'm willing to bet, I wasn't here for the first cohort of the commission, and how that was comprised and the thought processes that went into the development of these regs. But it's clear that it was done out of an abundance of caution. With the change in the law now, there are a lot of more opportunities for people to work within the industry, but it's counterintuitive and sort of, it doesn't make sense on its face to now have opportunities to work here, but not own here. And I am someone who's been very clear and open and honest with this conversation. We have to address it. Sean, thank you for that explanation. The other thing is, if I have not stated it before, I may have already, but I will be working on a guidance because there is a lack of clarity now. And maybe that's some of my own doing because there are some changes that happen. I know I pushed for a lot of those changes, But we have not provided sort of an explanation on what that has done and how we incorporate and analyze that information internally. So that's my second thing. Thank you, Sean and Madam Chairwoman.
And if I can just echo, and again, because we're an open meeting, I believe I can say this, this is actually one of the issues that our social equity group is looking at. It's sort of also not only understanding, how we can sort of front end load the opportunity to become certified, basically that, pre-mortgage letter, but also figuring out how we can give applicants, within this cohort, an opportunity to, if they wish to pay for something like this, that they could actually go through that background check and looking at that. Because we have, heard stories of individuals, I've gone through the social equity program. Doesn't that mean I am suitable to be a social equity licensee? And the answer is no. And so that's one of the things that we're talking about in our group is how can we work within our, framework of regulation to make sure that we don't want people going down the road, thinking that they're going to be able to become a licensee only to have that roadblock there. So to make sure that before they spend a lot of money, that we put that in place. So we are looking at that. Go ahead.
I was going to bring that up as well. Thank you, Madam Chair. It seems like there's like a disconnect between the folks in the social equity program that might not be suitable and not know. We've heard anecdotal stories, and then it's the bridge to nowhere in the Canada. And there's frustration if they think they're going to have ownership and control and they're not suitable. So when one applies to become an SEP in the SEP program, because there is an application process, maybe that's something we ought to consider is, are you familiar with our suitability? And how familiar are you? Because we don't want anybody to feel, I don't want to even use the word, I don't want them down the wrong road if it's a road to nowhere. And
We do have a module, okay, that talks about
Yeah.
suitability. However, some of it's self-directed, you know what I mean? Some of these
Yeah.
programs. And so, if someone goes through and maybe misses that module, or, you know what I mean? Or maybe didn't hear, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's really understanding that this is a threshold question.
so that's
that
when
we
you're
have
in
to-
the program.
yes,
I'm talking
yes.
about like in the application process for SEP. Like how, for, you have a simple question. Are you familiar with the suitability standards? How familiar are you? Because maybe it's asked. I don't know. I don't even know that. But to your point, like, so yeah, maybe they missed that module. Maybe they didn't have a full, complete understanding of that module, but we're hearing stories
Yeah.
that
People spend hundreds of thousands of dollars and then find out they're not suitable. So
Right.
we've got to work on
So,
that.
right.
So anyway, I think it's good that we have been able to kind of hear the different points of information that the commissioners have. Go ahead. Thank you. Go.
I just want to say, and again, love the opportunity to obviously have a chance to talk about all these topics and, appreciate Commissioner Concepcion's point. Also appreciate, kind of the insight that the executive director shared on the process. The more my biggest fear is that there are people who are self-excluding it. They're not stepping up. They're not taking advantage of the SEP because of what they might have heard, how they feel, what they expect to process might bear. So to Commissioner Concepcion's point about, improved guidance to really give a clear picture. We know it's had results when we updated guidance on diversity, so helping us put that message out of don't sit on the sidelines, don't self-select out because you don't know what might lie ahead for you. But hearing, the agency's effort and our team's efforts to accommodate that, to kind of work through some of those issues. And, the more we can be transparent about it, either in the SAP program or at some stage, we also don't want a chilling effect of the terminology around suitability to have people sitting on the sidelines.
Thank you. One last.
Yeah, just really quick, Commissioner Concepcion, I don't know how far you are in the conversation around the guidance and suitability, but not to invite myself to your guidance document, but if you haven't spoken to any other commissioner, I would love to talk to you about that, just because it's definitely an interest of mine, having been in the criminal justice system for many years. Would love to support you, look through whatever it is you put together, but if you haven't had that conversation, happy to join you in those efforts.
No, this is good timing because the focus right now has been on the working groups, the regulatory working group. So I will take you up on that.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Sean.
Thank you, Commissioners, and I appreciate the conversation. Just to clarify the social equity program aspects of this too, and there whether it be confusion or sort of a collision point of folks working through there. As I mentioned earlier too, the social equity program is not just a licensing pathway. And so there might be other opportunities, whether it be those ancillary businesses and folks just curious about the cannabis industry. So we would never discourage anyone from either exploring it or considering it or entering the program. But there are some pretty tough conversations that have to be had at some point relative to what does the future look like. And Commissioner Stebbins, to your point, and I appreciate your acknowledgement of that risk of self-exclusion, because I know when Commissioner Concepcion and I first started having conversations relative to suitability, I sort of casually remarked that I don't find myself deeming folks unsuitable often. But then as the conversation ensued, we sort of landed at a point where that risk is real, that people are just not applying. Never mind that they are being deemed unsuitable, but they're just not applying, assuming that lack of suitability or being discouraged by the fact that there is a standard to begin with. And then just suggesting or thinking that I've been excluded from other things, the cannabis industry is going to be just like every other industry potentially. And so it sort of clicked for me then, and I appreciate that sentiment. The other thing, just for Commissioner Concepcion's information, but also through the commission too, is the regulations do afford a bit of discretion in that suitability, especially those presumptive negatives. And so based on the statutory change, our interpretation has been the statute trumps our regulations. And so any applicant that would come forward, and this is for employment because the statutory update was for employment, if it would have previously triggered suitability under our regulations, it will be dispatched with in accordance with the statute today until such time as the regulations can in fact be updated. So again, that doesn't mean that folks are keenly aware of that. And I also don't expect that this statement right here is going to change that level of awareness. But just for your information, again, it does not preclude us from interpreting that statute today. Again, my interpretation is that the new law does trump our regulations. So, and as a result, we have dispatched with any pending matters that could have possibly gone through that SRC process.
Can I just add, there's a number of quarry-friendly job fairs taking place throughout the state. I think it would be fabulous if we could start to participate in those quarry-friendly job fairs with Mass Hire or the different groups, the district attorney's office, the sheriff's departments, just to let them know that we are a quarry-friendly industry.
This would be something, maybe even, I don't know if Darius is still there, but this might be something to touch base with him to
Definitely.
see if he's tracking, or you might advise him. That would be okay. Go ahead.
I'm just jotting the note.
Thank you.
So thank you. I'll advance in the slides. Also, just to be clear, I'm not the only one talking. So if there's a concern relative to delay, it's not just me. As I'm not looking up at making eye contact with any of you as I make that comment. This slide here is our classic cultivation. I was definitely not looking at Commissioner Concepcion either. So this slide here is cultivation. As in, I think last month might have been the first month, we did include micro businesses in this data point. So, and again, that was a previous request of commissioners and happy to provide it. I'm happy to provide it because our staff is the one that does the work. You see here again, I just call your attention to the fact that this is licensed volume. So I don't want anyone to misinterpret or mishear this statement. The volume is in those smaller tiers. So as we talked earlier about the risk of relegation, the potential for relegation, you see that we don't have a large volume of licensed, and again, this is just quantity of licenses in those large tiers. However, those large tiers do contribute significant production. And so if you were to relegate, say, a tier 11 to a tier 10, you are limiting that production by at least 10,000 square feet. So again, I just wanted to call your attention that we are seeing the licensed activity gravitate toward those smaller tiers. And it's just an indicator of sort of the size and scale of some of these operations. And obviously, the larger the facility, the more capital intensive that it is. So again, that's the significant data point I just wanted to call your attention to.
I always highlight this. We currently have 3.3 million square feet of canopy with 4.6 right around the corner in canopy.
Insignificantly, the 500,000 square feet that's final license, those guys are going to open those facilities, those folks.
Right, we're always impressed with your math so quickly. Kidding. I know it's up there.
Now it's emblazoned on all the screens.
It's in the minutes somewhere.
This next slide, and then I'll get to some just business highlights for your consideration, is MTC data. You see there's 101 entities that have commenced their operations. As a reminder too, our medical licensees are vertically integrated, so that is a context representative of grow, product manufacturing, and dispensing. 100,000 certified patients, 100,954. 94,792 certified active patients. Those are folks that are active participants. They have medical cards. They can visit MTCs, et cetera. Another area worth monitoring is obviously those active caregivers. I recently saw some data out of Maine that they're experiencing a similar drop in caregivers. Their caregivers have a bit more, they're a lot more active in Maine, but again, it's something that might be a national issue as far as the medical programs, and is there erosion or any sort of greater concern relative to cannibalization of the markets between medical and adult use, and are folks medicating in the adult use market based on either access or frankly the discrete nature of a adult use access. Similarly, it could just be access to where's the closest retailer versus dispensary to me. Again, the advantages of the medical program certainly are the protections afforded, the ability to enjoy your caregiver, the ability to potentially grow more at home given your patient allotment and supply, but also, again, the tax-free nature of that, as well as the higher dosing and things like that. But again, it's really a personal choice for folks to make. And then similarly, it could be also the viability or availability, excuse me, of those providers to treat with cannabis too. So worth monitoring there. You see here, NC represents no change as far as the acronym. So 316 certifying positions. Madam Chair, to your point, the nurse practitioners pursuant to our regulations must be under the supervision of a provider, an MD. And then physician's assistants, we have the lone solo PA. So
I'd like to meet him or her.
and that's the data. So now just advance into some business updates for your consideration and information. We mentioned last month that the House budget, Commissioner
So sorry,
Smarter. I was already moving on, so
know. Madam Chairman,
Please.
do we need to go back one slide?
can you just, yeah, well, it's actually, well, just like over,
we
but
can
it's
get to-
okay. We don't even need to go that far. If you can, sort of just educate us, right? Because the public knows some stuff, we know some stuff, and then there's the real behind the scenes of what happens in this agency in terms of what the processes are, how you get to provisional license, how you get to final license. The work that our teams are doing to sort of move people through the process. And I had asked you, I think maybe 2 months ago or a month ago, to sort of pause, or I asked all of us to sort of pause and celebrate final licenses, right? Because I think it's a big deal. And it's always, I would say, fulfilling, because this work is not easy when you hear someone and they're so excited that they got to provisional license. Oh my God, I'm on the agenda, thank God, they see it, right? I see people in the audience like nodding their heads, right? And then when they get to that final license, it's on the agenda. The meetings today, people are anxious, they're nervous. Do I show up? What do I do? Am I supposed to say something, right? I always say, talk to your attorneys. But can you walk us through a little bit at a high level? We have internal deadlines. We have internal processes that happen. We go from, one investigation or one site to one report to another desk to your desk to then final license, and then to the agenda deadline. I know that once we finish today, Madam Chair, you and the team are already working on the next meeting, right? So can you kind of indulge us a little bit on that process, if you can, at a high level?
Sure. Thank you. I'll be as both substantive and brief as I am able to be. It's a great question. There's a lot behind it. So if I miss something, obviously I apologize to our team if I either miss a step or even frankly misstate a step. But a lot of work goes in between both the applicants and our staff. And there's a lot of interaction that occurs. So as I've always noted, the provisional license phase is really a paperwork approval and consideration. It's ensuring that essentially, can you demonstrate to us that you both understand and have implemented to a degree? Again, nothing should be functional at this phase. The required SOPs that are pursuant to the regulations. Who are you? Where are you planning on locating that business? Who's investing? We do not have, for instance, some jurisdictions in the medical program as well as a minimum capital requirement. We do not have that in the adult use program. You can come in and say, I have $10 to my name, and I intend to pursue a cannabis establishment. I would be anxious for that licensee, but it's not my place to say you're not going to succeed or you will fail or you won't succeed. We wish you luck. Outside of that, we don't require some minimum capital requirement. So I mentioned earlier, there's 4 packets, but there's 3 substantive packets. It's the application of intent. Who are you? Where's your location? What type of license are you applying for? The management and operations profile, which is a lot of those SOPs. Where you're planning on getting the product, your anti-diversion things, what are your dispensing procedures, things like that. And it's probably in total, ballpark guesstimate, probably 25 to 30 different uploads and documents, things like that. And then the background check is another packet. And that's really the disclosures combined with the releases so that we may conduct that background check. Again, the background check that we conduct, it's outsourced. It's CSI Creative Services. And it's on those individuals that are either going to have an ownership stake. So where's the profit going? Where's the money going? Or a control interest in that business. Who's the CEO? The sort of the C-suite. Who can make major decisions on behalf of that business? And all of that gets combined into be what is a provisional application. We want to see things like your lease and make sure that, for instance, your landlord doesn't have just unfettered access to that building. So what does that look like? What are the terms? Who's the business that's leasing? Who are you leasing from? Because the things we check against are certainly how many other licenses might somebody be on, whether it be the entity or individuals associated. So I might be an investor, but I can't be an investor in more than 3 retail licenses, more than 3 cultivation, more than 3 product manufacturing. Assuming that all that's in order, and it typically takes 1 or 2, 3, 4 cracks at getting that stuff in order, we issue what is called a request for information. The request for information just identifies things that are missing or things that need to be supplemented or clarified. Like I said earlier, we don't provide a timeline within which you must reply to us. So we don't say you've got 30 days, get back to us or else. We also don't just deny applications on the first review. So we theoretically could, we just don't feel like that's in our best interest for sure. The 4th packet I mentioned, there were 4, is pretty simplistic. It's the fee, the application fee. And so that's ideally you can either send us a check through the Bank of America lockbox, or you can pay through our NCourt is our payment processor. So we don't typically handle funds here in the agency. We do accounting though through, again, the lockbox or the electronic payments. Feedback I've gotten, which obviously I'm sensitive to, is that the RFIs can sometimes be inconsistent, or an RFI you might get an RFI once and then the next RFI might be for something else. The reason for that is that we have a good team of licensing specialists and they all are in the applications. And so someone might see something that somebody else didn't. We do review it through sort of a checklist and making sure that everything's there. And obviously the team works really well together, but there's risk. And we might see something the second time we just didn't see the first time. And so our objective, of course, is to give you as a commissioner a complete application that you are satisfied with as well. I also remind our staff frequently that our responsibility is to make sure that the minimum standards are met. We're checking against the floor. You as commissioners may want to see more, and that is your prerogative. For instance, we often see conditions relative to updating positive impact plans, diversity plans. The other thing we do, and I appreciate our staff doing this, is if let's say the positive impact plan or diversity plan needs to be supplemented or added to, we'll also attach the guidance document and say, here's some resources that might be available to you. Take a look at this and see if how it squares with what you've submitted to us. But again, you may choose to add conditions. We certainly don't take offense to that. We just want to be clear with you that the minimum standards have been met. If you're looking for more, that's your prerogative as commissioners to set that standard. To your point, that is a milestone. Getting on a commission agenda and being considered by the commission is certainly a milestone, and it's an exciting milestone for applicants. But then the hard work really goes in. That's what I've mentioned. That's where the capital starts to become planned and very intensive and expensive. And there's a few steps that someone must take after provisional license. Certainly, again, paying the license fee. Congratulations, you've now got a provisional license as opposed to provisional approval. And that's when people will get that license issued to them, that with all of your signatures and things like that. Most often, the next step would be an architectural review where you submit things like blueprints and drawings. And we're not architects. We don't want to pretend or act like architects. We're really looking at compliance. Where is the loading dock or the vault? Where is the entrance, entrance, egress, ingress, and just ensuring that those things are, where's the limited access area, say, versus the sales floor? And is there sort of conflict between the two? But we're not looking at this doesn't look good or this doesn't meet our style objectives. That's not our place. We certainly want to have our licensees see their business reflect them and their vision. And that's not our place, is to second guess that. Instead, it's really the vault and sort of those security features. Again, where can the public access versus just employees, and how does that flow? Where's product going to be stored? Architectural reviews are a staff-based issue, usually through investigators. It can take, there's a fee obviously associated with that. It can take a little bit of time, say, a couple weeks perhaps, because of large volume. Every provisional licensee must submit something. And you see the volume of provisional licensees and the limitations of our staff. Assuming everything gets built out, now you're still pulling building permits too from the municipality as well. So that's all a part of the bureaucracy you must confront as a licensee. If everything gets built out, you'll submit what is called a request for post-provisional license inspection, a PPLI. And that's the documents that you get ultimately for a final license. It's that evaluation. We basically check, did what you tell us you were going to build on paper, does that match with what you truly built? And again, we are looking for things like, do doors latch properly? Where are security cameras placed? And again, I get a lot of feedback about how we as an agency look for those types of things and how we can scrutinize those applications or those licenses, excuse me. But we also want to see things like limited access areas. Do the signs, are they affixed to the door, and are they proper? It says limited access area instead of no authorized personnel or things like that. There might be in that instance deficiencies. We try to be as upfront and honest with licensees as we can. These are things that need to get corrected. So we would issue what is called a notice of deficiencies. Just to be clear, notice of deficiency it's not a fine, not a penalty. It's a notice of what needs to be addressed. That must be responded to within 10 business days with a plan of correction. And just to be clear, the plan of correction, it does not mean that you must fix it within 10 business days, because the answer might be, I need to get a new camera or another camera. Well, as we all know, again, with COVID and all the supply chain issues, hard to come by. So that it does represent a delay. I want to be honest about that. And it's obviously not something we take lightly. So in other words, we may have to inspect and re-inspect. We also do interviews with the principals. Do you understand our regulations? Do you have questions for us? We also try to gather feedback. How did you find the process to date? And you see some of that in the materials as well. Sometimes we'll consult with local law enforcement. Have you seen this, not individual, have you seen this facility? Have you toured it? Fire department, if there's going to be extraction, things like that. So it's pretty intensive. And again, that would be largely through our investigative staff. Then you get a report, final license. However, then, and I realize as I keep rambling here that we've layered on some bureaucracy. That bureaucracy, of course, continues with the congratulations, you've got a final license. To commence your operations, you've got to introduce inventory. So up until this point, no cannabis is in this facility at all. Again, whether it's a grow, product manufacturer, or cultivation or retail, excuse me, or ITL for that matter. You may have your agents registered. That's another phase of this. Agents need to be registered. You may have some of your agents registered, especially those principals. As those agents get registered, you may also be looking to hire your additional staff. But those principals, the sort of the CEO, the manager, the head cultivator, whoever it may be, they're probably already registered. As you introduce cannabis into it, that's where metric comes in. By then, you should have been trained in metric. You should be able to demonstrate competency in metric. We should see the inventory. That inventory should match what is physically there, and through that entire exercise. The other thing we look at is when we go out and inspect, we want to see some personnel files and see that you've done a query check on your employees. Again, we don't background check employees. That's the responsibility of the employer. I've gotten a lot of feedback on the agent registration process throughout my history here, but also more lately around just the cumbersome nature of multiple agent registrations for, say, a single business. That's fair. I'm also frustrated by the volume of cards that we must issue. I intend for it to be somewhat comical, but I realize the frustration on businesses, so I don't mean this in any insultingly comical way. It's almost like the proud father with the accordion photographs in their wallet, but it's all agent registration.
This is one of the low-hanging fruits.
Absolutely.
We're
And
looking at.
I think it fits very nicely with our data objectives. I think there's a really convenient, clear way to do that. And that's how you may open your doors. You asked a very specific question I want to answer, which is timelines. All of that work relative to let's say making it to this agenda. how someone made it to this agenda.
Matters.
Yeah,
Let's make it a-
and even the next agenda. We have internal deadlines that all of those things, whether it be the provisional summary for provisional, executive summary for provisional license, the PPLI reports, that's all paperwork. And it's got to get done and reviewed to make sure that there's compliance and things like that. We usually work against, say, a 2-week window. So I pulled I'm just looking at my calendar here. To make this agenda, materials would have had to have been submitted to me by April 26th. So 2 weeks ago, so that I may review those things to try to get it to you by last week. So that way you have time to go through, review these applications, and obviously assess them based on your standards to make sure that they meet your standards. And that's for both provisionals and finals. And so my objective is to give you at least a week's advance notice of those materials, but also if I can give you more, that's my intention. So again, by getting it to me by the 26th, that gives me a handful of days. That also allows me to go back and forth with our staff and say, I need more information on this, or, what can you give me some context about this? And that exchange it's gotten tighter, it's gotten a lot better, but that's our staff really does the lion's share of that work. So I can probably shut up there.
Well, I appreciate that, just because, thank you for answering the question, because I think, there's been a lot of community outreach and a lot of questions. We're always sort of like, we're also educators in these roles,
Sure.
right? And I'm always trying to educate folks on the behind the scenes process. So you just exhausted me with that behind the scene process.
Mission accomplished.
That's a lot. And kudos to, our team that works on every phase of that.
Right.
But I also know that it's, for operators, they may not know the behind the scenes 100%,
Sure.
right? So I really appreciate that. And, you just said that everything for this meeting has to be prepared by April 26th and on your desk and approved. So that gives us, I think, also an understanding of the timeline and how it works. Because again, I think, for a lot of operators are looking like, what, we got to get on this agenda, but there's so much that still happens in between that and these agendas. So I know today we have about 76 licenses on. So again, milestone for all those operators. So thank you for that.
Of course.
And thank you for that explanation. Very helpful. I just want to talk a little bit about 500-105-16. As far as you said, there's no minimal, Massachusetts doesn't require applicants have that minimal capital, but we do require applicants to have a bond or escrow account. And in case there's a wind down or dismantling, can you talk a little bit about that? What the minimum requirements are? When is that necessary? Like, where does it come into play in the process? And what happens when there is a dismantling?
So we do require, the exact value, I believe, is tied to the license fee. Total might be half the license fee. I would say don't quote me on that, but I can double check as well. So it might be different for each licensee. However, what it anticipated is if there's ever an event where there is a wind down that's necessary, or that the commission or the Commonwealth may have to go in to unwind that business, how do we recoup that potential cost? And how can someone set aside that money at the outset such that it can be accessed? It was an idea and a concept, and it's something that obviously is, how does someone, we don't want to be on folks' accounts as the Commonwealth. And as you also understand, and also just so the public is clear too, any revenue that is generated by our agency or secured by our agency, so any fee paid to us at all, whether it be agent registration, license fee, et cetera, gets deposited into the Marijuana Regulation Fund. So even if we were to go and access that, say, $5,000 of a bond, it would then get deposited into the Marijuana Regulation Fund. I could not spend it. So there is this misconception that we are sitting on all this tax revenue. We are sitting on all those fees. We are not. And in fact, the next slide that I'll get to demonstrates how we're not and why we're not and that we're not, but also how our budget functions in a productive way. But it is a set aside as a bond. I would actually suggest at some point it might be administratively raised by staff here for your consideration of how might we make that either more accessible or clearer in the regulations, because it's been an awkward process from the get-go. We got a lot of questions early on from attorneys and banks, frankly, saying, what do you want me to do with this? And right now, there's a lot of accounts just sitting stagnant. And our ability to access it would probably come through court order. And obviously, if someone's winding down their business, a lot of folks are going to be looking for that money.
So I guess I just need edification. When in the application process do we require that? And if someone doesn't make it to commence operations or the build up, so I guess maybe the second answer would be relevant to the first answer, like where do we require that?
So that's required upon application. Can you demonstrate that that exists?
Mhm.
Similar to it, you mentioned, and I mentioned this too, that there is no minimum capital contribution. If there is capital, we do want to know the source of it.
Right.
Just to be clear. And that really actually dovetails very closely to the Cole memo, which is not in effect any longer. However, it was in effect when we drafted the regulations, which was we need to know where the money's coming from. So if there is capital, initial capital, we want to know the source of that capital. And oftentimes that's accompanied by both a bank statement plus a letter indicating where that might come from. And then demonstration of that bond can be also a bank statement most often.
Okay.
But it is required upon application as part of either the application, I think it's part of the application of intent.
Okay, so with an attestation of such, or you just,
Typically just that bank statement that it's set aside.
okay, and so someone, let's say, never gets past that initial application phase.
Sure.
What happens?
That would be their money still.
Still their
Yeah,
money?
we, at no point do we enjoy custody of that money.
Good question.
And again, if we needed to access it, we would likely do it through court order.
Okay, and when does it then, so then it reverts back to the applicant? And when does it revert, the trigger reverted to the marijuana regulation fund as opposed to back to the applicant?
If we were to both seek and secure, again, the seeking of that would likely come through a court proceeding. We would petition the court to.
Have we done that?
Not in our history, no.
Okay.
Nope.
I just had a quick question.
Okay. Did you have a question?
No, no.
Oh, okay.
That's a good question.
Thank you. Thank you for Commissioner Camargo for kind of, I'm sure, adding to the increased pressure for the ED to always field our questions, and again, in public meeting of all places. Appreciate the, I think it's important to remind folks they get a notice of deficiency. I assume it's to offer that clarity for a licensee. Like, I know what I need to get done. It's here in black and white. It's here in this notice. It's not, well, my investigator told me this, and again, it's not intended to be a penalty of sorts. It's meant to provide some clarity. It's meant to provide some transparency about what might be lacking. So I appreciated that description of it. Two other quick questions. Well, one quick question, then one a little bit longer question. Material coming in, and when I get questions, and I sometimes say that the commission is complaint box A, but I always appreciate the fact they can follow up with our licensing team. They immediately jump into CIP. They can tell me, well, we haven't done this because we might still be waiting on a document from a licensee. So effective, I think, efficient flow of paperwork as somebody is moving through the license process. At what point can we or do we effectively tell a licensee, you're either on the next agenda, or for these reasons you may not be? Where kind of becomes the point for clarity for our team to be able to share that?
That's actually it's a good question. It's a tricky answer. Oftentimes, and it's unfortunate that we're not always able to provide that clarity because the agenda is not final until it's ultimately published. And so we don't want to, as an administrative staff, lead anybody on and say to them, congratulations, you made it. But in reality, those materials may still be pending with an outstanding question. And that question may generate from me. It may also generate, frankly, from commissioners. It may also be that we discover something at the 11th hour and now need to jump in and confront it. So our staff they go to great pains and oftentimes very uncomfortable pains to say, you've been recommended, however, the agenda, please confirm 48 hours prior to a public meeting whether or not you are on the agenda. And it's a delicate, again, somewhat uncomfortable walk for our staff to go through, but they do it, frankly, to protect your process and ensure that you have a complete and objective sort of runway to a public meeting. And it also gives that if there's ever an exception, and there's probably always going to be that one exception that we had that says, uh-oh, now we misspoke, now we misled. And if obviously someone starts to rely upon that, now we're putting ourselves in a potentially perilous position. So I realize and completely appreciate that that can be very frustrating for an applicant to say, I just need clarity. I need to plan my business and you can't give me a straight answer. And I get that. And I think, again, it's an uncomfortable place for us to be, but we do that not to be jerks, not to be coy, but instead just to protect the process as best we can so that we're not misleading anybody. So typically, if someone does reach out in the run up to the meeting, we can confirm you've been recommended, however, and it's always with that however clause. And it's burned us in the past. We've said to someone, we've made a recommendation, then all of a sudden they don't appear on the agenda. And so again, I appreciate the perspective of these operators and their need for predictability and that runway and that clarity. But the last thing I want to do is give them false or bad information. So that is a tricky situation we find ourselves in, unfortunately. And that's the same for provisional and final licenses. A lot of folks expect, well, I had my inspection 2 weeks ago. And look at this instance right here, this meeting, if you had your inspection 2 weeks ago, there's a good chance you didn't make this meeting. And you're sitting here, you're sitting somewhere wondering, but I had my inspection 2 weeks ago. How am I not on this agenda? Realize that post-provisional license inspection report needs to get drafted. There's additional materials that need to be gathered. And in fact, this month, you'll see, the commission will see in the PPLIs, things like whistleblower policies and and I think the ADA compliance, things like that. Those are making their way into the PPLIs as well, which is great. But that's work, and that needs to just get compiled and produced. So again, I'm always open to feedback on how to do it a little bit better and clearer, but that's the risk we run and try to avoid.
Okay, appreciate that. Yeah, and one other topic, and it's probably much broader than, the discussion and the time we have today, but, hearing how, and some of this is history, right? Because the process was created by our predecessors, our inaugural set of commissioners. You talked about the provisional license phase is a paper phase, telling us about who you are. Do you know our regs? How comfortable are you with giving us background information? And, I'd love to have a conversation. We can do this offline and try to understand the history of how the site piece of it got built into that provisional phase. When again, it's described as more of a paper phase. So it's just to lay that out for you, and hopefully we can have some time to chat about that in the future.
No, I think that's fair, and that application of intent does need a location, because once you're deemed complete, we do send out that municipal notice. Is this entity compliant with local zoning and bylaws? If there were no location tied to that, it's hard to identify if your location is compliant. The same thing with the lease, for instance. That lease is going to be property specific. The other point I'm reminded of this in Commissioner Camargo's a little bit of response, and I think Commissioner Stebbins, to your point too, those notices of deficiencies there's always going to be a regulatory citation in them, as far as this is the basis of it. This is what we observed. This is what we believe the deficiency is. But it's also intended to be not argumentative, but instead conversation. And I'll touch on this a little bit later too. Culturally, I think it's important that we speak to compliance through education. Do folks understand our regulations? If not, what can we do to sort of bolster that understanding and appreciation? And also, again, you as policymakers, we've talked about some of the quirkiness in the regulations. It's not our job to ignore the regulation, but we're living through that quirkiness live in the field sometimes. And so notice of deficiency is also sometimes a conversation starter. We've rescinded them in the past, where we said, you know what, fair enough. This is compliant then. We don't want to be stubborn about it, but we do want to make sure that we are articulate about it, that this is the regulation we are referencing. This is what we observed. What is your plan to correct that? And licensees, by and large, are very quick with a response. Sometimes they can address it within a day, the same day. Other times, though, it generates a conversation of, no, I thought that was compliant. And we need to be open-minded to those conversations too.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. And very helpful. We're going long.
I promise, this was not
Yeah,
my
no,
intention.
I mean, I reminding my fellow commissioners that we will have a talkie meeting in 2 weeks, so. Anyway, I guess I'll
I feel like I'm coming down with something for that meeting.
Well, that's what I'm. how much longer are you gonna be?
24 hours. I can get through this in minutes, I would imagine.
We won't ask questions.
It's up to you, I guess, right?
Take a break.
Recess?
Break.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. So we'll take a,
What? 10, even 5 is good.
how about 10 minutes?
10 minutes.
10-minute bio break. Would you like to make a motion quickly?
I make a motion to.
Yes.
Take
Do
a
I hear
bio
a second?
Second.
Commissioner Stebbins, moved and seconded. Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. It is 12:05. We will be back here at 12:15.
Thank you. Get that bio break.
Yeah, anybody want water?
Water. I don't think you have water.
Are we live? Oh. Okay, looks like you're set.
I can hear you now. Somebody unmuted. Hi, everyone.
Okay. Are we back? Okay, it's 12:15 now. So is that what people can see? Okay, so are we live and people can, okay, we're good. Sorry, okay. Back in, okay. Calling the meeting back to order.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And also, I learned in the break that if we get close to the microphone, hopefully the entire room can hear us.
Oh.
And I think folks at home or viewing virtually are able to do that regardless. So just I got that feedback. So I mentioned last month to you that the House of Representatives had released their budget. I can now report that the House of Representatives has finalized and completed their budget. And then at the same time, the Senate is now embarking on their budget process. So month to month, we continue operating in a fiscal year environment and pursuing, again, as a reminder too, this is for fiscal 24. So the final House budget did include, and we are certainly grateful, an increase of our operating line 1070-0840, an increase you can see here up to $17.4 million, as well as an increase in our medical use of marijuana programming budget, which is 1070-0842. Obviously grateful to Representative Dan Donahue, the House Chairman of the Cannabis Policy Committee, for his support through an amendment, and obviously also grateful to House leadership for their consideration of this request. It is not our full request, however, we are certainly well on the way to growing and obviously continuing the growth and expansion of this agency to meet the needs of both the industry, but also the compliance public and their expectations. Similarly, though, the Senate Ways and Means Committee released their budget. This is not the final number. This is the budget released by the Ways and Means Committee. You can see here that it is consistent with House 1, which is obviously Governor Healy's number, as well as the original number that was released by the House. So based on that, we are certainly encouraged following a similar process. And again, and Commissioner Stebbins, thank you for your acknowledgement earlier. Senator Gomez, who is the Senate Chair of the Cannabis Policy Committee, has been generous enough and kind enough to suggest that he would be supportive of an amendment and offer to file. But we also just want to take a moment to wish him best wishes and well wishes, and certainly a speedy and healthy recovery. And obviously, in the midst of what he has going on personally, for him to continue to support this agency is something we are deeply grateful for. And also, of course, grateful for the work of his staff in his physical absence for their continued support as well. So I will certainly report out in the month of June how we make out. Just for your information, the public's information, regardless of where we end up in the Senate number, we will then advance to a conference committee of both the House and Senate, where they will produce a final budget, which would then be subject to the governor's consideration and approval. And obviously, again, there's that threat of veto and things like that. So we are by no means done with this process. We're essentially perhaps at halftime. And then Commissioner Camargo, just channeling your earlier discussion, we're essentially living in the midst of 3 fiscal years at once, which is the closeout and the sort of the final waning days and months of fiscal 23, which we currently find ourselves in, the advocacy process for building and creating fiscal 24, but then also thinking about what does fiscal 25 look like. And so thank you for that comment earlier relative to the vision and the planning and the strategy. And obviously a lot of work goes into that, and also a lot of balance just between those competing interests. And as you know, too, as you're trying to manage and sort of construct an agency, there's a lot of vision and strategy, but also a lot of multi-year efforts. And so between those fiscal years requires consistent investments and things like that. And the single biggest expense we have, of course, is payroll and the team that we have here at the agency. So again, appreciate your support and advocacy and assistance in this effort, and look forward to the Senate's consideration of their budget, we think, next week. So a couple of updates for you. Some announcements that we've made since the last meeting and also throughout the day today. Certainly first is, we talked a lot about the social equity program today. Proud to share with you a new advanced course curricula that's available to all participants. That's members of each and every cohort, which is, I guess, how we arrived at these curricula is really through surveying existing participants, especially those that have either commenced their operations or secured licensure, and understanding what is it that you're finding in the marketplace? What is it that you're finding as you are in business that you might need for additional assistance, additional insight? And you see here, there's 4 curricula that's now available. One, and we talked a lot about this today, is raising capital. That is still the number 1 as far as those concerns. Related to that is obviously how to target investors and the right investors. We did previously release, maybe back in 2019, 2020, the risks of, say, predatory lending or predatory activity, folks that may come and look to take advantage of some of these smaller businesses and smaller operators. Not all capital is going to be right or appropriate for every business. And so how do you identify those folks and obviously avoid those pitfalls and risks? Building a sustainable organization and HR structuring. These are also, in addition to being licensees, they're employers. And how can they be successful in their HR policies, things like that? And then lastly is creating brand awareness. Obviously, as being a social equity business, there's going to be a consumer base that's looking for those businesses and wanting to support them. So how can you build a brand and establish that? Something you'll hear me talk a little bit about from a policy standpoint as I talk to folks across the country is how can we start to maybe send some East Coast brands west? We see a lot of West Coast brands that are starting to license their name and likeness and image and things like that across the country. We think that Massachusetts businesses have the same opportunity. And what does that branding look like?
What does that mean?
So there's some products that are available in multiple jurisdictions. Obviously, as you know, products must be grown and manufactured here in Massachusetts, strictly based on our border. So those products, as they might be available in other jurisdictions, they license that. They license the recipe, they license the packaging and branding. And we've got some businesses here in Massachusetts that are doing some really interesting things. You just look at some of the beverage market that's available, some of the other sort of non-common or uncommon, cannabinoids. You're starting to see some real work with CBG and CBN and THCV, and those are largely coming from Massachusetts-based companies. And so if there's an opportunity to, say, license that in another jurisdiction, they're starting to build a brand. And one of the things that we should be mindful of as an agency, and I know that we are, is the risks associated with federal legalization.
Right.
And so if that were to happen and an interstate commerce market's available, what happens to Massachusetts brands and companies, and how can they compete and survive in that what will inevitably be a very cutthroat market,
Right.
and obviously a competition for share and access, things like that. So again, you're starting to see businesses that are opening in Massachusetts are, whether they be those multi-state operators, yes, but they might also be licensing the product name. They might also be licensing the storefront name. And obviously, I'd be encouraged to see some of our social equity licensees, whether they want to grow and be licensed in other jurisdictions or, again, lend their name and likeness in other opportunities, other markets. So especially with the Northeast being so now saturated, wasn't long ago that we were an island. And I guess I could just remark that New Hampshire's an island now, and we'll see what happens with them as far as legalization is concerned.
Thank you.
Related but different, which is, but I guess using the same terminology, advanced core, RVT. And so since our inception, the core curriculum has been available for all agents and required for all agents. That's that 4 hours of training that every agent must go through. We now have available in Mass CIP the ability for licensees, RVT vendors to apply for advanced core curricula. And just for some context as to what advanced core curricula is, it's a deeper dive into specific aspects of the industry. So for instance, advanced core for cultivation, advanced core for perhaps retail. And we're starting to see some applications already. That application went live either last week or the week prior, and we've already received sort of a handful of applications. Exciting to that is we're going to be partnering with UMass as far as an ISA to actually evaluate that curriculum. It's not an expertise we enjoy in-house, and obviously to justify that expense would probably require a good investment on our part. Instead, we think we have a really powerful partner in our higher ed institution that obviously understands curriculum and what that looks like. And so we want to be well equipped to work with them.
Can you explain that a little bit more?
Sure.
Because this is something that, you and I've had a conversations about in terms of, I've gone through the responsible vendor training program as a cultivator, and it really is not relevant to cultivators. And so what exactly is UMass going to be reviewing? Is it just the advanced curriculum? Is it what we provide? Because this is, maybe something that I think will be entertained in one of our talkie second meetings, which is the value of responsible vendor training. You know, we've talked and Commissioner Roy has, you know, been very focused on this, on worker safety. And, you know, that it feels like that's one of the things that should be taught in a responsible vendor training program, that people understand their rights as whistleblowers. They understand their ability to reach out to the appropriate authorities such as OSHA. So, you know, I would like to just say that this is one of the things that I would like to bring up as a conversation piece to determine, do we also have the correct responsible training, you know, responsible vendor training program that we require everybody to do? I think it's something we need to be thinking about, and thinking about who that would be, what parties that would be,
Right.
to help us sort of assess that, where we are 5 years in, because we know we did it 5 years ago. It sounded like a good idea, but maybe it's not providing the practical advice and learning that actually makes a difference for.
So what I'm hearing, I think in your question and sort of context around that question, no, there's context there, is really a two-part approach to this perhaps. One is really exploring and looking at the utility, the continued utility of the core curriculum, which every agent must go through. Whereas the advanced core curriculum is optional. And so obviously it is a good supplement. One of the elements of feedback into the core curriculum is it's a 101 level introduction to everything cannabis. It's therefore not relevant to my specific job.
Right.
I'm a trimmer in a cultivation facility. I'm not interacting with the public. I'm not on a sales floor. And so the value is really, it's 4 hours of training, but is it helpful, useful, et cetera? And it doesn't replace, we require 8 hours of training annually for every employee. So the other 4 hours are going to be specific to that job, hopefully. Whereas the advanced core is going to be specific to, it could be specific to cultivation, product manufacturing, retail. It also could be specific to other programs, including worker safety, or, but it's always going to be optional. So what I'm hearing is sort of a twofold, is the advanced core, the where does that go? Well, how do we evaluate it? How do we consider it? Is it being taken advantage of as well by licensees? But then secondly is the utility of that core curriculum. I would argue worker safety should be folded into the core, because every employee, I think, has both an obligation but also the opportunity to identify those things. But again, the UMass is going to be working with us on evaluating the specific curricula relative to the advanced core. And it's really a partnership of paid ISA. And we solicited responses and vendors for that, and UMass just happened to be the most competitive vendor there. So, and again, it's an exciting partnership that may have legs for other projects too down the road. The other element to Advanced Core 2 specifically is delivery, which is also carved out separately in our regulations as well. And when that becomes available, we'll cover those specific agents and owners in the delivery space. And that's really looking at things like checking IDs and detecting signs of impairment, de-escalation, because obviously they're now interacting not just with the public, but also at the home of a person or an individual. And so there's going to be some heightened requirements for them as well, just to be aware of and be sort of vigilant about. And so those two things are now available in our application portal. And we're excited about what comes through the door. And we don't know yet. It's going to be really determined by those responsible vendor trainers. Another element I just want to touch on, because we've gotten some feedback from RVT vendors, and it's important feedback, and obviously commissioners have shared this with me as well. RVT vendors are businesses in the cannabis space. And obviously we certify them, we accredit them. They too may identify, for instance, as DBE. And I think that's something we want to be able to identify, knowing that licensees, when they come in with both their diversity plans and their positive impact plans, who they choose as vendors is relevant and may help them further that cause and their obligations to their positive impact plans. And so what we want to do first is obviously survey those existing RVT vendors and ask them, do you identify as a DBE? And obviously through that, can you confirm that process? And obviously, again, the Supplier Diversity Office would be a good partner there. And so we want to take that step and identify them on our website, so that as licensees are looking at who to select for their vendor, they may be scrutinizing them the same way and looking to diversify their vendor universe. So thank you to the RVT vendors for providing us that feedback. And we want to make sure we can be responsive to that. At the same time, we want to make sure we are equitable in that identification, that it's not just I am, but instead, how can you confirm that? but also how do we give every RBT vendor the opportunity to identify before we just launch sort of an asterisk with that identification?
Thank you. Go ahead, Commissioner Roy.
Thank you so much, Executive Director Collins. Commissioner Stebbins and I had a meeting in Western Mass with all 4 Western Mass counties around public health. And a question came up around social consumption and around advanced core curriculum, or even in the basic around now you go from just selling to serving.
Right.
And is there anything like a tips that the bartenders in, you know, will we be focused on that? Because bartenders, servers of alcohol have to have that particular training. And all these public health officials were, you know, many of them were curious. Since now we're going from selling to serving, how does that training change?
So our basic core curriculum does include a few things. One is the risk of over serving. Now, of course, in a retail setting, you're not serving, to your point, you're selling them a product. But that's folded into our core curriculum already. And then the second part is the detections of impairment. And so as to not confuse impairment with, say, the law enforcement aspect of impairment, which is detecting, say, roadside motor vehicle operator, where there's a very there's a criminal aspect to that as far as the sort of threshold of the ability to, say, drive a motor vehicle or operate a motor vehicle. Here, it's going to be looking at much like a bartender or server would, as far as other signs of impairment, whether it be slurred speech, glossy eyes, things like that. That's obviously in the social consumption context an important element, but there's no, I wouldn't rise to the level of being that threshold of, and again, just to use the alcohol analogy, which is not spot on, it's not apples to apples by any means, that sort of 0.08 equivalent. There is no such standard for cannabis. Some jurisdictions, as you know, have gone to the 5 nanogram. But again, my body composition is going to be different than somebody else's, and therefore, same thing is true with my tolerance. Obviously, with cannabis being fat soluble, my tolerance could be a lot higher, such that I may consume more, but still not be impaired necessarily. So it's going to be a tricky dynamic in the retail serving context, and it also puts a lot of pressure.
It's like California or Colorado have a sort of tips like program.
Not that I'm aware of, but I don't want to misspeak. So
Are you aware of that? Are you guys aware of a tips link program in other states?
We've had conversations where people bring that up, just say, obviously, the training is available. We are also, I think our guidelines or regulations allow somebody to be denied service, even if there's a question that somebody approaching a bud tender point of sale feels uncomfortable providing product. So it's definitely on the working groups kind of list of tasks.
Yes. Okay, we'll get to.
My question was, we have a delivery, advanced core for delivery, right? Now we're actually serving. So I just was wondering if that's something.
More to come. Okay, all right.
I think it's a great point. It translates, to a certain extent.
We'll be touching on this. So again, I just didn't know if there was any.
Yeah, and I just distinguish between the sort of the obligations and liabilities of, say, a bartender versus a law enforcement officer, and
That's right.
and also frankly the trained expertise. And obviously that's still a debate and discussion as well. So that was RVT, and again, I also wanted to highlight the how we'll be working with vendors to just understand their status if they identify as a DBE as well, and identify that on our website, so that again our licensees can make those selections and diversify their vendor portfolio.
Thank you.
This next bullet here is relative to COVID-19 agent reporting. I don't have an announcement per se. What I have, I guess, is a plan or an indication, and I'm grateful to our staff for being sensitive to this. Since COVID first arrived here in the Commonwealth and obviously across the country and the globe, we've asked our licensees to report any instance of COVID detection in their facility. As you can imagine, it's a paperwork process. It is a burden. And they've been doing it now for several years. And our staff is obviously fielding those reports. And we also the reason we ask for it, of course, is to monitor COVID and if there's outbreaks in any sort of facilities or regions, things like that. But we're also not going to send our team into a facility that may have that sort of outbreak. So it's protecting us, but also the employees of those facilities. At the same time, as you know, a lot of those COVID era policies are starting to drop off. And obviously, society is reemerging to a degree. And we want to make sure that we are responsive.
Today, sort of the federal day that
There's
it,
that's a
expired.
big milestone. So that's why I raise it here for you now is we too are exploring those COVID era policies and their continued utility. And obviously, again, this is work for us, receiving these reports. But I know too, it's a lot of work for our operators.
right.
And I've gotten a lot of feedback that it's not that it's annoying, but it's cumbersome.
Yeah.
And so obviously we want to be sensitive to that feedback too. So I want to just acknowledge our staff for being thoughtful about this. So again, I cannot report to you today that we've eliminated this requirement, but it is absolutely on the table and our staff is working on that now.
Good. Thank you.
Related to that, and the next bullet here is obviously thinking about, I mentioned earlier, the sort of compliance through education. How can we be responsive to, we mentioned notices of deficiencies. I think exploring what are some of the most common reasons for notice of deficiency and how can we communicate that to the industry of this is what we're seeing and start to communicate with them in what we think a very productive way, but also a mutual way, which says this is what we're looking for in the field. And obviously illuminate and sort of unpack that for our industry as best we can through webinars, trainings, and just being accessible. And obviously knowing too, we recently did one with MDAR. Obviously MDAR sponsored it. We were happy to circulate it and share it with our licensees. It got really good feedback. And obviously for us, it speaks to utility value and it's worth our time. It's worth our time to provide that feedback. And so that's something I want to explore with our team. We also want to look at, in addition to those sort of live webinars and trainings, obviously we have a really talented team on the communication side in thinking through other things like explainers we can put together, videos, and this is something they're already working on. This isn't new or revolutionary by any means, but how can we take, say, our licensing process and demystify it? Almost like I keep thinking, this speaks to sort of the civics nerd that I might be, sort of the I'm just a bill video of I'm just a license application and how can I make my way through the Cannabis Control Commission? But I think that's going to be really informative, and also bearing in mind too that a lot of people learn and absorb information very differently. And so the more often we can say, but we gave you the regulatory citation, how do you not understand it? Because you just spit legalese at me. Now granted, compliance is to the regulation, but if we can just give people a little bit more color to that, I think it would be really valuable.
If I can applaud you for that and applaud the staff in advance for that, because this has been something that I've been talking about for quite some time. I've shared anecdotes with, with the staff and with the executive director, but I've had a couple of different long conversations with Ralph Sacramone, who runs the Alcohol and Beverage Control Commission. And they do 12 in-person trainings, communications a year. And when they started doing that, their violations went down by 50%. And so what I think that this speaks to is a willingness to partner with licensees, which is rather than say, just call your lawyer, say, we're actually going to be there, we're going to be in public, we're going to be talking to you, and we're going to be helping you avoid those problems in the future. So this is music to my ears. It's something that I think is really important. And I think that the more we can do this, certainly webinars are good, but I really think that, the in-person stuff is very, very helpful. So anyway, I applaud you for doing this and appreciate your listening to some of that feedback. So thank you.
I just gotta say, I agree. And I love what you said, Sean, compliance through education. I highlighted, I put it in quotes. I feel like that's should be an internal campaign, an external campaign. Because I think you're right. It's about education and demystifying the process and sort of what our team is also doing behind the scenes. So
Yeah.
I like that, compliance through education. I could see it on a t-shirt, but.
I don't want to hop on the applaud bandwagon, but I will. But, I'm happy that you're bringing up this, Chair. I'm happy that you're talking about, I'm happy that our staff are pursuing it. I like the idea of webinars, right? To your point, I live in Provincetown. Am I going to be able to get to Worcester for an in-person? But at the same time, looking at our flexibility to take it as a roadshow. The other thing I find is when you get this industry in the room, they like to talk to each other.
Yeah.
It's not just talking to us. I remember early on, a meeting we had on Cape Cod with a number of licensees. They had a question about metric. And it was another licensee that said, well, we already had that problem. We figured it out. Here's the answer.
Mhm.
Right. It's great.
Yeah.
It got me off the hook, but even more importantly, again, And it's a way they can connect with each other, figure out, hey, you have a great product and you're an SEP, I want to start buying from you. So, yeah, can't reinforce the in-person piece as much as we can, especially now that, the COVID-19 era is behind us.
Thank you. Thanks. And again, I just want to say thanks.
Of course. Yeah, I think to that point too, just, and I'll move on as quickly as possible. Just there's also vendors that we work with. So to your point, Commissioner Stebbins, we may want to bring in Metric. We may want to bring in MDAR. We may want to bring in the Division of Standards. Because it's also important that the industry doesn't just view us as a compliance element here. There's other agencies involved, and not that we're looking to point a finger or sort of pass the buck or scapegoat anybody, but is instead that we need to be on the same page with those other agencies, and we often are, and we appreciate their support, but the same is true for, say, a Metric question. We may not be best equipped to answer it, but obviously we need to talk to Metric too and just coordinate that. So the more we can bring resources to bear for our industry, we're excited about that opportunity. Just two other quick things, and I'll move on from this slide. Another announcement that I did not include, and it's purely my neglect and oversight, no one else's, is the ability now for consumers and patients to purchase both clones and seeds. Clones has been available for some time. Just to reiterate, a clone is really a clipping, which can then be tracked as an individual clone in Metric. It can then be sold to, again, a patient or a consumer. It still must undergo the testing protocols, including screens for pesticides, but it is an opportunity for, again, patients and consumers to home grow, which is obviously a major pillar of legalization, both in the medical and adult use context. It's limited to 6 per individual per day, which is obviously consistent with the legal possession limits and the legal home grow limits, not per household, but again, per individual. Seeds, there is no limitation on as far as the total sale, total volume. They must be packaged so that we can then track them. Obviously, you can't test a seed, so but the genetics is something that couldn't be understood and obviously available to, again, patients and consumers. The reason for no limitation there is the viability of a seed is not determined. So we wouldn't limit it to say 6.
On a t-shirt as well.
Yeah, the viability of a seed is not necessarily determined. And again, it's an important opportunity we hope for patients and consumers in the Commonwealth to obviously afford and avail themselves of their rights, which is obviously to grow at home, but also that they can do so safely with product that came from the legal market. And so, again, it's also, just to be clear, it's contemplated by our regulations. This is not necessarily a new policy per se. It is actually a longstanding policy. It's just a matter of how we implemented it. And obviously, that's something we just recently announced. Looks like Commissioner Concepcion.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Thank you. Sean, you sort of touched on this really quickly about tracking the package.
Yes.
Can you expand a little bit more on, how tracking will take place with the sale of seeds?
Sure. So it will be tracked as a unit package. Obviously, there should be a quantity of seeds in there, but that really is what we worked with through Metric on. That's what probably I would say took so long, was how do you track a seed? You cannot track an individual seed necessarily. So by capturing it in sort of a package context, that then allows whether it be the cultivator to the retailer to just track it as a unit in Metric. So that was something that we were patient with Metric. Obviously, we might be more patient than members of the public or the patient community, but at the same time, it was something that we had to work through. And obviously, I would imagine too that other jurisdictions will follow suit. But it's sort of like a seed packet, almost like you would buy at, say, a nursery or a grocery store, is how I would envision it.
Thank you.
Is that responsive, Commissioner?
It is. I will likely have more questions later,
By all means.
but
Sure.
Thank you.
Thanks.
And then next update, and I guess before I jump too deep into that, just also wanted to call attention, Madam Chair, you mentioned it earlier. I did have the pleasure of presenting to the Social Equity Advisory Board at their inaugural meeting, and really spending less time than this presentation. So I apologize to you for having to endure it, but time just really trying to describe our role in the industry and the role that we play in licensing, et cetera, but also encouraging them to collaborate with us wherever possible. So I just wanted to call your attention to that I was able to represent the commission and hopefully did a sufficient job demonstrating the work that we've done, but also sharing with them that we are very excited to see them in existence and obviously optimistic to see their work roll out. The next item is one that I've talked to you about previously and briefly, but I wanted to just call your attention to it, but also through you to the public, is our new telephone system. And this has been a long time coming. I don't often get bureaucratically excited. This is a project that's been underway for a very long time. I'm obviously grateful to our staff for their endurance on this, their perseverance on this. You would be shocked as to how long it takes to procure a telephone system. However, my hope and my aspiration and my sincere confidence is that this is going to give us far greater data and insight into call volumes, call queues. Throughout our agency's existence, I could not tell you how many people are waiting on hold. And obviously, as you can imagine, that's frustrating for us and our staff because we need to deploy our resources accordingly to ensure that we are in fact responsive. And what we would just do is throw bodies at it. As far as there were times where I was answering phones and any other member of our staff that had, say, a lunch break might be jumping on phones just to try to manage that queue. But having real data insight into that is just going to allow us to apply our resources in a far more responsible but efficient way. The same thing is going to allow us, the same system, excuse me, is going to allow us to really capture better data on times of calls and things like that. Real insight, real sort of dashboarding and business intelligence, but also start to track reasons for calls, topics, and really extract that information in a way that I think makes this agency far more responsive across very different business units. For instance, if we're finding that we're getting a lot of phone calls on a certain topic, perhaps that becomes next month's webinar. If we find that we're getting far more phone calls about where can I find this document, perhaps that bleeds into our communications team about a website update and sort of the FAQs, things like that. So you'd be maybe not surprised based on this presentation, but a lot of information can be gathered by why people are calling and when people are calling. And obviously, again, credit to our constituent service staff for their perseverance here, especially when the phone rings, they answer it, and that's our objective. It's really important that we are able to support them, ensuring that they have adequate resources, whether it be from a personnel standpoint, but also from an equipment standpoint. I want to just call your attention, especially, we're planning on going live with that system on May 18th. There's a risk that it could be disruptive a little bit for a very short period of time. I guess we want to both apologize in advance, but also alert the public and obviously anyone that's going to reach out to us. Our expectation is that you will see an enhancement in our responsiveness. Anyone, obviously, if anything should change, our social media would be updated to identify when those downtimes could be. But again, you can probably sense from my presentation, this is long overdue. I'm very excited about it. And this may speak to how boring bureaucracy can be, but it's a big milestone for us.
Commissioner Red?
My question, and I've heard this a few times now, where there's something at a medical treatment center where their metric goes down or their system goes down because a glitch in the software, let's say. How would that an elected official had reached out to me that MTC was down. I call you, you call Paul, that was rectified.
Right.
Not everybody has that luxury to know an elected official to call a commissioner, to call the ED, to call the IDT. So how does this translate for weekends? You have people going to get medicine.
Right.
If something's down, I don't know, will it have weekend coverage where someone is able to place an emergency call? And my second question is around the whistleblower hotline. Does this have any impact with the Ring Central?
Yeah. So a couple questions in there. Out of the gate immediately, the weekend coverage is still something that needs to be resolved and covered. And that's twofold. One is through Metric as well, because they enjoy a call center aspect too, which then creates and generates a ticket, which must be resolved. Oftentimes before Metric can resolve a ticket, they must communicate with us. So really trying to disconnect or make those connections, excuse me, is something that is not an immediate plan, but is something that I've also become aware of. And to your point, we've sort of triaged each of those issues as they come up, or we discover it on a Monday, first thing Monday morning. So that is something that is on my mind and frankly on my to-do list, but it could be an iterative process. If I'm being, again, just completely candid with you, and obviously doing so in a public meeting now sets an expectation. So it doesn't let me off the hook. So I said it out loud, so therefore I shall do. Your second question relative to the sort of the hotline or dedicated line, this will facilitate that. And it coincided, frankly. One of the things we have to do with the new telephone system is obviously think through and build out, what does that phone tree look like? When you call this number and you press this button, who does it go to? And so obviously now having the ability to really manage that on our end is going to help us facilitate even multiple numbers into one lane. So if you call the patient number and you call the main line, it might end up being really the same person answering it. It's going to be their interface that's going to dictate really like a highly functioning call center. This agent.
What happens if a human being doesn't answer? Because this was actually, I think I might have shared I used to be the CEO of the Girl Scouts, and I was talking to my successor, who they have a system where they do translate messages into emails.
Correct.
And that they're appropriately, is that involved in
Yes.
this? So.
Yep, and it's part of our system today, but it's also part of our evolution. Is one of the things we have to do is manage mailboxes.
Right.
And so that's going to be part of our staff's obligations too, is when phone calls do come in. If for instance, all of our lines are busy, right? Like I'm probably a customer service agent's worst nightmare when I personally call. I'd always like to speak to a manager, I suppose. At the same time, it's how do you navigate that queue? And sometimes you get your call is very important to us, but you're 1,000 in line and you want to call back, for instance. I'd have to explore the technology myself a little bit better, and I haven't been trained on it completely. But that would create the possibility of those messages that then get translated and we can follow up accordingly. There is risk. Yeah, to your point, there is risk that when someone calls this number, our agency, excuse me, that all of our lines could be occupied.
Yeah.
So there might be a hold period. There also could be the opportunity to leave a message. So we just need to make sure we staff that.
But does the message turn into some sort, I mean, again, because they have very, I mean, I I'm still, trying to figure out some of the technology and how it works, but it turns into a high priority email that then gets some sort, maybe not an answer, but a response within, less than 24 hours.
Correct.
So
That's the anticipation,
Okay.
is that it would become basically a task. That message becomes a task. Yeah.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, quickly, a couple of things. One is I'm just thinking translation services, if any.
Yes.
Do we have the need? Do we need it? And the other one is deaf and hard of hearing. How do we communicate with that constituent?
I'll have to take both of those questions and answer you later.
Okay, that's
but,
I think it's important to know.
I would imagine, based on you having just asked the question, I don't have an answer for you, so I don't want to misrepresent anything. My suspicion is there's plenty of folks listening in our staff that probably have that answer at their disposal. My guess is before the next break, you'll probably have an answer in your inbox.
But if there is an automatic, you know what I mean? If there's some sort of an automated way that it turns into an email,
Correct.
that answers
Okay.
potentially one of the
Okay.
questions.
Yeah, no, and that's the other point too, is finding different avenues. I mentioned earlier that people learn differently. People also communicate differently.
Yeah.
And so finding different inroads to this agency is also important. So it might be that there's familiarity with, I'll send an email, but also follow up with a phone call. And how do we make sure that we're not being necessarily duplicative, but how do folks prefer to be communicated with? Obviously, a patient that is going through the registration process probably needs some more interactive help and assistance. Whereas someone that just says, I've got what might seem like a stupid question, it's better if I write it down. Both of those individuals deserve a response. It's a matter of how they communicate with us and how we can be responsive. So
Thank you.
triaging things is sort of the next phase of this. How do we delineate to the right person at the agency that has the right answer?
It'd be nice, again, it'd be nice at some point in time to get a little bit more of a sort of an understanding of the functionality. You know what I mean, so I mean, we don't need to do that today. We're happy that it's moving forward and we'll learn a little bit more. It would be nice to maybe get a little bit more of
It's a great idea.
brief of how it works. Thank you.
And I'd be happy to bring both our IT folks, so Paul, under the supervision of leadership of Paul Clark, as well as Kathy Oliver Jones, who's our Director of Constituent Services. Between the two of them, this is their baby, this is their project, and they obviously have my complete and full support in this, but they also have a lot of space to implement it based on their needs. So I think it would be appropriate to hear from them too.
Thank you.
Final handful of slides is really just a general hiring update. As you can see here, we've got a number of positions that are either onboarded and we're introducing new staff or in the final candidate stages of identifying those candidates. So I guess I won't belabor the point except to welcome a handful of staff here. We have the human resources generalist, research analyst, enforcement paralegal, as well as policy analyst who have all been onboarded. We're identifying and hopefully making offers to a number of candidates as well. Desktop support analyst in our IT team, project coordinator throughout our investigations and enforcement team, an additional policy analyst. We're still building out that lab and testing team, including analysts there, as well as receptionist here in the Worcester office. Interviewing across different positions. One of the things we've identified is that we have some, not so much seasonal work, but some sort of heavy periods of work where we may not need a full-time employee necessarily, but if we can bring in some temporary resources to relieve some of that pressure, we've had great success historically in doing that. And frankly, sometimes those temporary staff turn into full-time staff. It's a good sort of segue into the agency potentially. But knowing that we have some needs across different departments, again, we may not be able to justify the full-time employee. A temporary help can be, again, just good relief. Adding to our licensing team, including specialists and analysts, and then building out some legal staff between legal, deputy GC, as well as associate GC, as well as our associate enforcement counsel staff. Positions that are posted. And one of the philosophies we've changed, and I appreciate the work of our HR department, as you can see, they are very busy, is that we would previously, I would say this posting closes on this day. And if we didn't find the candidate in that pool and it was artificially sort of closed, we would then sort of repost. And what message does that send necessarily? So here it's on a rolling basis, but we'll start to interview in sort of a 2-week phase. We'll get that sort of a critical mass of resumes. But obviously if the candidate is not in that pool, it allows us to dip back in and without having to go through the reposting process. So here you see positions are posted until they're filled. That's really a strategy, frankly. But you see the number of positions that we are recruiting for currently, and there's some important ones, including investigator as well as chief people officer.
Do you have any questions, Ken?
I do. Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to focus on the licensing specialist.
Sure.
And I just want to give recognition to Director Kyle Potman and his team in licensing and their ability to go through the licensing, the applications, the SOPs, everything in such a timely fashion. But now we're going to have HCAs.
Sure.
And that adds a whole other layer. And these are contracts and they take time to go through and what is reasonably related and what is not reasonably related. And so I just want to maybe put a pin in that and advocate for Kyle already on his behalf, because if there's a need for more support in licensing, because we have this extra responsibility and jurisdictions over these contracts now, I just want to be mindful that Kyle and his team might need the extra support to be able to go through all of this, and continue that timely manner.
Did Kyle put you up to that?
Kyle did not.
Kyle, I'd like a word when you have a moment.
I just
I
say-
agree. I completely
Yeah.
agree.
Commissioner Roy, no, that's a good point. Kyle just came on screen.
Oh, there he is. Hi, Kyle.
But no, Commissioner Roy, I think it's a good segue to what I talked about this morning, right? In terms of thinking about FY25,
Right.
right? So thinking about, not that Kyle put you up to this, but if you think
No, I
that's
didn't.
one of the priorities that you think, I think it's a good thing to look at.
Yeah.
We're also going to have social consumption. We're also going to have so many other things as well that we're going to need more staff, I think, throughout the agency when it comes to a lot of these things. I'm just thinking even the phone system itself, right? So I think that's a really good point. Thank you for bringing it up.
It's also in
Kyle
looking
wanna
at,
weigh in?
looking at the revenue numbers in April being, a significant plunge from the previous year to year. There will be greater pressure on us to live within, potentially, greater restrictions. And so one of the things I do hope that we can do as we sort of pivot 5 years in, is to maybe do a broader look at how we function. You know what I mean? I think that we have sort of teams in place and rules in place, but doing some sort of analysis, maybe over the summer, maybe hiring some outside help, but determining how do we best function, making sure that the phones are answered, 9 to 4, 9 to 5, making sure that, we have those right resources to get towards licensing as our requirements have shifted. So I do think that we may not have the luxury of continuing to grow our budget. So we need to make sure that the smart decisions are being made internally. So, again, nothing that we're going to do today, but I think it's something that we may entertain looking at, in the not too distant future. But thank you. I appreciate that. Go ahead.
I can proudly say that concludes my report.
Job well done.
Well done.
All right. I want to say, Annie, are you okay? All right, so, right. So coming up now, yes, I'm looking very sharp. There you go. I like it.
Who wrote that song?
Thank you.
Michael Jackson.
That's right.
Michael Jackson.
Yeah. So anyway, we will now move to Annie Damari, who's going to be presenting on behalf of licensing today, going to first change of ownership. Go ahead, Annie.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Chair. So today we have 3 changes of ownerships for review and consideration before the Commission. The first being 220 O'Neill LLC. They are seeking a change of ownership and control over 1 adult use license and are requesting to add 3 individuals. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend review and decision on this request, and if approved, do request your approval be subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much. And there are no additional conditions.
No, but if I may,
Please.
so Commissioner Camargo and I had a great talk yesterday about, previously I was putting blanket conditions on all change of ownerships, basically in accordance with 935 CMR 500-1045, required by new ownership to update, an update be provided to the Commission within 5 days of any change, modifications, or implementation issues of prior ownerships Commission approved diversity plan or positive impact plan. Normally I was doing those with MSOs, or if you see a board of directors was being dissolved and reconstituted or major changes. We didn't put it on this, we talked about it, but really with the new owners, any change of a commission approved positive impact plan or diversity plan, if they say they're going to give to veterans this or veterans that, or they're going to give to, this food shelter, and now while the new owners decide, well, nope, time out, nope, we don't really like, they really got to let us know if they're, because we take the time as commissioners to go through them. Our staff takes the time, licensing takes the time to approve them, to go through them. So this is not a condition, but a friendly reminder for Commissioner Camargo and I, that if there's any changes in their diversity plans or the positive impact plans, and they change directions, and they let us know.
And I just sort of like to echo, because I had another conversation with a person who runs a nonprofit, and I think, again, because we're in open meeting, but I think we all received an email from an individual from a nonprofit that a licensee had put them in their application, in their positive impact plan, that they were going to provide support to this particular nonprofit. I had another conversation with the head of a nonprofit that was listed in their application as providing significant resources for a particular, in this case, it was a nonprofit down in southeastern Mass that provides services for persons who are recovering from addiction, pretty appropriate. And I was told that this particular, and I don't even know the name of the licensee, but that this licensee promised to do an event, ran an event, and then didn't give the money. And we've now seen this twice. So I don't know what the solution is today, but I think it's in keeping with, if someone puts this on their application, says they're going to do something, and then they don't do it.
May I make a proposal?
Please.
So, in the executive summaries, we get the change of ownership in our meeting books. They always say with the conditions brought before you today. Maybe that's added in one of the conditions as an automatic one on any changes in the diversity or positive impact plan. So now, instead of commissioners having to do it on meeting, it's already in the final recommend. Yes,
Yeah,
so that is an avenue we could possibly explore.
Yeah. Okay. Anyway, we stated it, Annie is still waiting with bated breath on our decision about 220 O'Neill LLC. I don't know if there's any further comments or questions. Hearing none, Commissioner Roy, I'll entertain a motion to approve the change of ownership for 220 O'Neill LLC.
So moved.
Do I hear a second? Commissioner Stebbins?
Second.
Moved and seconded. I'll take a call of the roll. Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion?
Aye.
Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Let the record reflect. 5 in favor, 0 opposed. Change of ownership for 220 O'Neill is approved. Going on to Baked Beans Farm.
Thank you, Chair. The licensee here is Baked Beans Farm LLC. They are seeking a change of ownership and control over one adult use license and are requesting to add 2 individuals and 1 entity. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend review and decision on this request, and if approved, do request your approval be subject to the conditions before you.
Thanks, Annie. Hearing any additional questions or comments? Hearing none, I will entertain a motion. Commissioner Roy?
So moved.
Commissioner Concepcion, would you like to second that?
Second.
All right, having been moved and seconded, I'll take a call of the roll. Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion?
Aye.
Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
Chair votes aye, 5 in favor, 0 opposed for the change of ownership for Baked Beans Farm. Hayes of Grafton.
The licensee here is Hayes of Grafton LLC. They are seeking a change of ownership and control over one adult use license and are requesting to add 1 individual and 1 entity. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend review and decision on this request, and if approved, do request your approval be subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you. I don't know if there are any additional questions. If not, Commissioner Camargo, I'll entertain a motion to approve that change of ownership.
So moved.
Commissioner Stebbins, will you second that?
Second.
Having been moved and seconded, I'll take a call of the roll. Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Chair votes aye, 5 in favor, 0 opposed for Hayes of Grafton, change of ownership. Moving on to provisional licenses. Commissioner Camargo, did you want to make general comments in the beginning here?
No, I had some for individual ones, but I'm good.
Oh, all right, okay, all right. So we will go to Cat Dog LLC.
Thank you. The applicant here is Cat Dog LLC, doing business as Sublime Cannabis. The proposed location is 800 Falmouth Road, Unit B1A in Mashpee, and they are seeking 1 product manufacturing license. This applicant received general review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Okay, and I'll take the first one. Cat Dog LLC, MPN 282258. Commissioner Roy, you have a condition for the product manufacturing side of Cat Dog LLC.
Prior to final licensure, please inform the Commission of your additional operational plans for product manufacturers as it relates to quality control samples. Licensees that opt to provide quality control samples must include written policies and procedures in accordance with 935 CMR 500-135K and 935 CMR 500-139.
So having heard that, would you care to make a motion subject to those conditions to approve the provisional license of Cat Dog LLC?
So moved.
Okay, do I hear a second? Commissioner Stebbins?
Second.
Having been moved and seconded, I'll take a call of the roll. Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion?
Aye.
Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Let the record reflect. Cat Dog LLC, MPN 282258 is approved, 5 in favor and none opposed. Annie, you included this description to cover both, or will you do this retail separately?
I'm going to do the retail separately. It's
Okay.
at a separate location.
Okay, oh, fine, okay, thank you. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. The applicant here is Cat Dog LLC, doing business as Sublime Cannabis. The proposed location is 800 Falmouth Road, Unit 102A in Mashpee. They are seeking 1 retail license, and this applicant received general review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you. And Commissioner Ray, you also have conditions on this license
Yep,
application?
I have one. Thank you, Madam Chair. Prior to final licensure, in accordance with 935 CMR 500-146, please include the phone number for the Massachusetts Substance Use Helpline on your consumer education.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins, would you care to make a motion in favor of granting the provisional license to Cat Dog LLC MRN 284871?
So moved.
Would you care to second that, Commissioner Camargo?
Second.
Having been moved and seconded, I'll take a call of the roll. Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion?
Aye.
Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
Chair votes aye, 5 in favor, 0 opposed. Cat Dog LLC retail provisional license is approved. Go ahead, Annie.
Thank you. And this will be one presentation for both.
Thank you.
The applicant here is Elevated Access Center Incorporated. The proposed location is 400 Cordwainer Drive, lot number 9 in Norwell. They are seeking a Tier 2 indoor cultivation license and a product manufacturing license. This applicant received general review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you. So we will look first at the cultivation Tier 2 license application. Commissioner Stebbins, you have a condition on that particular license?
I can attach this condition to both licenses since they're co-located, but prior to final application for licensure, contact CCC Licensing Division with an update to confirm your training and recruitment partners and their eligibility to support your activities in accordance with 935 CMR 500 101 1C8K.
Right. All right. Subject to that, are there any questions or comments from the commissioners? Hearing none, subject to that condition. Commissioner Concepcion, would you care to move that we approve the provisional license of Elevated Access Center number MCN 283520?
So moved.
Commissioner Roy, would you care to second?
Second.
Having been moved and seconded, we'll take a call of the roll. Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion?
Aye.
Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Elevated Access Center Cultivation Tier 2 provisional license is approved, 5 in favor, none opposed. We'll move again. Commissioner Stebbins, would you care, subject to the conditions that you've provided, move to approve the provisional license of Elevated Access Center number MPN 282074?
So moved.
Commissioner Camargo, would you care to second that?
Second.
Having been moved and seconded, I'll take a call of the roll. Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Chair votes aye, 5 in favor, none opposed. Elevated Access Center Product Manufacturing Provisional License approved 5-0. Moving to Elevation Retail LLC.
Thank you. The applicant here is Elevation Retail LLC, doing business as Canna Craft Cannabis. The proposed location is 0 Phillips Road, located in New Bedford, and they are seeking a retail license. This applicant received general review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you. I don't know if there are any additional questions or comments. But hearing none, or actually I'm supposed to do that later. So I will entertain a motion, Commissioner Stebbins, to approve the provisional license of Elevation Retail number MRN 284765.
So moved.
Do I hear a second? Commissioner Roy?
Second.
Any questions or comments? Hearing and seeing none, I will take a call of the roll. Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion?
Aye.
Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Elevation Retail LLC provisional license is approved, 5 in favor, none opposed. Moving to GVLP Corporation.
The applicant here is GVLP Corporation, doing business as Vita Verde. The proposed location is 320 Revere Beach Parkway, located in Chelsea. They are seeking a retail license, and this applicant received general review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Roy, I would entertain a motion for GVLP Corporation, number MRN 284839. I would entertain a motion to approve that recommendation.
So moved.
Commissioner Concepcion, do I hear a second?
Second.
Having been moved and seconded, are there any questions or comments? Hearing and seeing none, I will take a call of the roll. Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. 5 in favor, none opposed. The provisional license for GVLP is approved. And now moving to Holistic Industries.
The applicant here is Holistic Industries Incorporated, doing business as Liberty Cannabis. The proposed location is 304 Somerville Avenue, located in Somerville. They are seeking a retail license, and this applicant received priority review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you. And there are 2 conditions that are being submitted, or is this one joint condition?
I just have one
You
for
have
the
one, okay.
retail. Yeah.
Okay, all right. So Commissioner Roy has one.
Prior to final licensure in accordance with 935 CMR 500-146G. Please include information for substance use disorder treatment programs and the phone number for the Massachusetts Substance Use Helpline on your consumer education.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Sure, thank you, Madam Chair. Prior to final application for licensure, review positive impact plan and consider strategy for programming in nearby areas of disproportionate impact designated communities of Chelsea, Revere, and Boston, and provide any update in accordance with 935 CMR 500.101 1A11. The second condition is prior to final application for licensure, contact CCC Licensing Division with an update to confirm your training and recruitment partners and eligibility to support your activities in accordance with 935 CMR 500.101 1C8K. Just to, again, I use this with elevated access centers. In your diversity plans, you're building it as part of your strategy to work with our state functioning mass hire centers. They are actually excluded from being able to support cannabis businesses in Massachusetts.
Say that again. What?
The mass hire centers are unable to support
Is it because of federal funding?
because of federal funding. So I just don't want to see people baking that in as part of their strategy and then getting down the road and saying, you're not going to help me now. Now what do I do to go back and try to meet my obligations? So.
Go to the Corey-friendly job fairs that so there's a suggestion. All right. So anyway, thank you for those conditions. Commissioner Stebbins, would you care to move in favor of the Holistic Industries number MRN 281787 retail application?
So moved.
Commissioner Camargo, would you second that?
Second.
Having been moved and seconded, are there any questions or comments from the commissioners? Hearing and seeing none, I will take a call of the roll. Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. The call of the roll is 5 in favor, none opposed, to grant a provisional license to Holistic Industries Retail provisional application. And now moving on to Jolly Green Incorporated.
The applicant here is Jolly Green Incorporated. The proposed location is 246 Suffolk Lane in Gardner, and they are seeking a product manufacturing license, and this applicant received general review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you. And Commissioner Roy, you have a condition?
Prior to final licensure, please inform the commission of your additional operational plans for product manufacturers as it relates to quality control samples. Licensees that opt to provide quality control samples must include written policies and procedures in accordance with 935 CMR 500-135K and 935 CMR 500-139. Thank you.
Thank you. So subject to that condition, would you please make a motion to approve the application of Jolly Green Inc., number MPN 282234?
So moved.
Commissioner Stebbins, will you second that?
Second.
Having been moved and seconded, are there any questions or comments? Hearing and seeing none, I will take a call of the roll. Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. The record reflect Jolly Green Inc. Product Manufacturing Provisional License approved, 5 in favor, none opposed. Now we're moving on to staff recommendations on final licenses.
There are 10 final licenses for review before the commission today, Chair.
Please go ahead. Anything else you want to add to this? I'm just like.
No,
looking
we
up.
don't.
I want to watch these guys take their picture, you know. So excited. Excuse me, which group are you from?
Deliver number 2.
Congratulations, congratulations. It's nice to see. Anyway, we do have one recusal. So Commissioner Stebbins, I will entertain a motion to approve numbers 1 through 9 final license applications.
So moved.
Okay, Commissioner Roy, will you second that motion?
Second.
Having been moved and seconded, any questions or comments? Hearing none, we will move to approve the final licenses of numbers 1 through 9. Commissioner Camargo.
You guys ready for your picture over there? All right, here we go.
Let's take your picture. Where's?
Can we?
All right.
Take a selfie. Take a video. We'll cheer for it. Okay. All right.
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye. Congratulations.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye. Congratulations.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Chair enthusiastically votes aye. Let the record reflect 5 in favor, none opposed, 1 through 9 final licenses. Fun to see. Thank you. Thank you. That's good. And so we will be moving to Western Front. Commissioner Camargo will be recusing herself. Commissioner Stebbins, I will entertain a motion to approve the Western Front LLC final license. Do I hear a motion?
So moved.
Do I hear a second? Commissioner Roy?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Do I hear any questions or comments? Hearing and seeing none, I will take a call of the roll. Commissioner Camargo recuses. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Let the record reflect 4 in favor, none opposed, 1 recusal. Commissioner Camargo can come back in. Okay, now we're on license renewals. Annie? Oops.
There are 54 renewal approvals before the commission today, which include 51 adult use and 3 medical marijuana treatment centers.
Thank you, and we don't have any recusals here. So, what I'm gonna do is, and this is where I always get messed up. So I will do, I'm just gonna go chronologically. I will entertain a motion to approve the renewal of licenses of numbers 1 through 11. Commissioner Roy, will you move in favor of that approval?
So moved.
Commissioner Stebbins, will you second that?
Second.
Any questions or comments? Hearing and seeing none, I'll take a call to roll. Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. The record reflect numbers 1 through 11. Approval of renewal licenses passes 5 in favor, 0 opposed. And then we go to 2 license renewals for Evergreen Strategies LLC, MRR 206353 and MRR 206352. Commissioner Stebbins has a condition.
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair. And my condition is really only for 206353.
Okay, thank you.
But the condition is as follows: within 30 business days of approval of an application for renewal, contact CCC Licensing Division for an update to include either the substantive response received or an attestation that no response was received from the City of Worcester in accordance with 935 CMR 500.103 4F. brief explanation. Again, we ask that licensees provide us an attestation if they have not heard from their host community about costs. I think with this licensee, there was a request made on one day and at the same day, an attestation that they had not gotten response. So just building in a little bit of time if the city of Worcester chooses to respond and have the licensee report back to us.
Thank you. Mr. Director, can I take those two together, but there's only a condition on one. All right, so I will entertain a motion for numbers 12 through 13 renewal license application, subject to the conditions on number 12 as enunciated by Commissioner Stebbins. Commissioner Camargo, would you move in favor of approving these two renewal of licenses?
So moved.
Do I hear a second? Commissioner Roy?
Second.
Having been moved and seconded, I will take a call of the roll. Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion?
Aye.
Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Numbers 12 and 13 renewal licenses are approved. And now I will go through 14 through 41. I will entertain a motion. Commissioner Concepcion, will you move that we approve the renewal licenses of numbers 14 through 41?
So moved.
Do I hear a second, Commissioner Roy?
Second.
Having been moved and seconded, I will take a call of the roll. Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion?
Aye.
Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
Chair votes aye, and numbers 14 through 41 approved unanimously. And 42, Commissioner Stebbins has a condition for Platinum Hydrolab number MPR 243973.
Okay. Similar condition to the one I just was talking about. Within 30 days of approval of application for renewal, contact CCC Licensing Division for an update to include either the substantive response received or an attestation that no response was received from the city of Lowell in accordance with 935 CMR 500.1034F.
Thank you. So subject to that condition, would you care to move that we approve that renewal?
So moved.
Okay, do I hear a second, Commissioner Camargo?
Second.
Having been moved and seconded, I'll take a call of the roll. If there are no questions or comments, Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion?
Aye.
Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Number 42, Platinum Hydrolab is approved, 5 in favor, none opposed. And then moving to numbers 43 and 54, I will entertain a motion, Commissioner Roy, to approve that recommendation.
So moved.
Commissioner Stebbins, will you second that?
Second.
Having been moved and seconded, any questions or comments? Hearing and seeing none, I'll take a call of the roll. Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion?
Aye.
Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
Chair votes aye, 5 in favor, none opposed to the renewal of licenses 43 through 54. And now we are moving on staff recommendations on denial of renewal licenses, Major Bloom. And I believe Kyle Potvin will be taking over. Thank you, Annie. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Annie.
Annie.
Kyle.
Thank you, Annie, and good afternoon, Madam Chair, Commissioners, Executive Director. I will be presenting on the recommendation of the denial of the renewal for Major Bloom. There has been some new information that Commission staff have received, so I'm going to go through kind of a little bit of the history and also provide a recommended modified staff recommendation for your consideration. So the licensee here is Major Bloom. They are seeking the renewal of their product manufacturing license. At the time of the internal deadline for staff recommendations, which I believe the executive director went into a little detail about that earlier, the licensee had not yet provided a certificate of good standing from the Massachusetts Department of Revenue. Therefore, based on applicable law and commission regulations, staff made the recommendation to deny the renewal of the license to the commission. Additionally, the licensee still had not yet provided the certificate of good standing from Mass DOR at the time the public meeting agenda was posted this past Tuesday. However, following the posting of the agenda, approximately 1 hour later from the posting of the agenda, the licensee had provided staff and me specifically with a certificate of good standing. Therefore, based on new information, commission staff have a modified recommendation for commission consideration. Staff now recommend approval of the licensee's renewal application based on that new information and the licensee's compliance with applicable laws and regulations.
Thank you. And just sort of explaining that this is part of the sort of, open meeting, the way we have to sort of publish. And so I think we're pleased to see that Major Bloom was able to come into compliance. But it does remind us the ongoing issues for licensees about those certificates of good standing. And we do hope to come up with some additional ways to provide relief for licensees. So we do not have any denial of renewal of licenses. So that being said, the modified motion will be to renew the license of Major Bloom, number MPR 243897. I will entertain a motion, Commissioner Roy, to approve the renewal of that license.
So moved.
Commissioner Stebbins, will you second that motion?
Second.
Having been moved and seconded, any questions or comments?
I just have a
Here.
couple comments.
Please, Commissioner Concepcion.
I'll be really quick. Kyle, thank you so much. We never want to see someone being denied for, a technicality like this when they're overall in compliance with our regs and have been, good thus far. So thank you, Kyle. And congratulations to Major Bloom for getting this sort of fixed and going through the process.
Thanks for enunciating. I thinking,
I just want to add.
oh, go ahead.
And there can be multiple reasons why you don't get your certificate of good standing from DOR. It doesn't automatically mean failure of payment or non-payment. It could be filing issues. So I don't want folks to automatically assume Major Bloom didn't pay, because there's other instances why you would not get that certificate from DOR.
Yeah, that's good clarification. Thank you. So I asked for a motion.
Yes.
Yes, I have. Okay. So having been moved and seconded and commented, I will take a call of the roll. Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Major Bloom, renewal of license approved unanimously. So trying to sort of,
Move to take a lunch break.
yeah, that's what I was gonna say, is that this is probably appropriate to take maybe an abbreviated lunch break so we can,
Sure.
it's half an hour, 20 minutes.
It's 1:30 now.
Huh?
It's 1:30 now.
Yeah, so,
Back to-
yeah, we'll come back at 2. It's actually almost 25 up. So, all right, I will entertain a motion, Commissioner Stebbins, to break for lunch and come back at 2:00.
So moved.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any questions or comments? Hearing and seeing none, take a call of the roll. Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy. Aye. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. So unanimously, we will take a lunch break, be back at 2:00, and that's good. Thank you. Thank you. All right, we are back, only a few minutes late here. So at the point in time, we're at session 10, commission discussion and votes, and we will be turning to the regulatory review discussion on the social consumption pilot program, and Commissioners Stebbins and Camargo have been leading that effort, looking at that regulatory framework. So I'll turn that over to you.
Sure. Thank you, Chair. On behalf of the entire social consumption regulatory working group and my colleague Commissioner Camargo, I want to help kick off the discussion today on a very limited piece of the regulations that our working group has been reviewing. I know that Commissioner Camargo will probably want to make some comments, and we're joined as well by Andrew Carter, and Matt Giancola, our Director of Government Affairs and Policy, is with us virtually to help answer any additional questions you might have. First of all, I want to take the opportunity to remind the general public, all of our stakeholders across Massachusetts, that our working group is not working on the same time frame that our fellow working groups who are drafting the regulations around host community agreements and municipal equity are. Our group is not working under those same deadlines as our colleagues who are working hard to promulgate regulations by that November 9th, 2023 deadline. For our working group, a focus of our work has been to review the existing promulgated regulations with respect to social consumption and consider whether those regulations should be maintained, revised, or updated. Those existing social consumption regulations were created and would provide an exclusivity period for commission-approved economic empowerment, social equity program participants, as well as Massachusetts resident-owned and operated micro-business and craft marijuana cooperative license holders. I want to thank our inaugural set of commissioners for their diligence and thoughtfulness with respect to the promulgations of these original regulations. This commission will certainly be hearing more on the working group's additional work at future meetings. Today, however, I want to raise a very limited, very singular topic, and one that the working group felt required the input and clear direction from the commission before proceeding. The singular topic is the existing regulations established a social consumption pilot program. The pilot program currently allows up to 12 municipalities that may serve as host community for social consumption establishments. That's under 935 CMR 500.0506. Included in your board book was a memo from Matt and Andrew outlining kind of the history and the purpose of the pilot program. If you'll recall, back at our April meeting, raised the possibility that we would be discussing this here at our May meeting, and certainly hope that the background memo was helpful to all of you to participate in the discussion. Commissioner Camargo, myself, and the working group believe that instituting the pilot program could slow the rollout of social consumption in Massachusetts and this license type, and unfairly inhibit equity and program participants, micro-business and craft marijuana cooperative license holders access to this important license type. Also limiting the opportunity to create new jobs, generate revenue for the Commonwealth, and also feel that it could fail to align with the goals envisioned by the legislature's action with respect to changes required in Chapter 180. Limited options for locating a facility combined with continued challenges for licensees to access capital could further delay the safe and effective rollout of this license type. As we all know, Chapter 180 not only provided the technical fix that this commission has advocated for quite some time with respect to a city or town conducting a referendum among resident voters to accept social consumption, but the legislature went further when it offered additional language that would allow a city or town to adopt social consumption by a governing body's passage of a bylaw or ordinance. That language suggests that there was a strong interest in allowing municipalities to make this decision about allowing social consumption for themselves. Chapter 180 also required this commission to promulgate regulations to establish minimum acceptable standards for host communities to promote and encourage full participation in the regulated marijuana industry by people from communities that had previously been disproportionately harmed by marijuana prohibition and enforcement, and to positively impact those communities. Communities that do not effectuate such plans would be subject to a monetary penalty or sacrifice funds. Utilizing the current pilot program could eliminate suitable standards and strategies for municipalities to and hinder their ability to meet these obligations under Chapter 180. Finally, in addition to the concerns about alignment with Chapter 180, the commission and our working group would have to undertake an extensive process to create an applications for communities to enter the pilot program, accept and review those applications, and then make final determinations and selections. There would be cases in which a city or town wants to host social consumption licensees and could be effectively prevented due to the pilot program's cap. Effectively, again, harming equity applicants, farmers, and micro businesses. According to presentation by our executive director and some of the numbers he shared with us today, that could affect potentially upwards of 400 micro businesses, craft co-ops, social equity, and EE license applicants. However, with all that in mind, we thought it was critically important to seek the input of the full commission and discuss our recommendation that the commission direct the working group to proceed with our work to review existing regs and possibly draft new regulations without consideration of the pilot program, and at a point in the future, take the necessary steps to remove the pilot program from the regulations at an appropriate time. As we all know, it's not so easy just to strike your pen through a regulation. You almost have to go through the same process as promulgating regs. There needs to be a hearing on regs to be withdrawn, and again, statutory deadlines that go along with that. So again, this is the first chance we've had as a body to talk about this. We wanted to bring it to your attention. Again, Andrew's here. He worked in formulating the memo. Matt has been here, and both of them, if I'm not mistaken, were members of the commission team at the time of the promulgation of these original regs. But again, we wanted to circle back, get a feel from the commission, and hopefully some direction that we can move ahead with the regulatory review without consideration of the pilot program. But those are just my opening thoughts and comments. I don't know, Commissioner Camargo, if there's something you want to add.
Yeah, no, thank you. I mean, that was very thorough, so I really appreciate it. I think that, there's a lot going on in the social consumption working group where we have some experts at the table, and but we took a pause a few weeks ago to just think and say, we need to bring this to our fellow commissioners to have the conversation. So I think we appreciate the time today and really making sure that that you all understand this portion of it, and that it'll allow us to move on and sort of move quickly as well. And yeah, I mean, so just thank you for that. And Andrew, thank you, and Matt, for putting this stuff together for our fellow commissioners. And I know you all have a lot of background. You guys were here before when we worked on this stuff. So those are my comments.
Just for those, none of us were here when Mr. Executive Director, thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you for
Stebbins
your
and
work, yeah.
Margot and Andrew. Yeah. So can you just provide historical context as to why the original cohort of commissioners felt it necessary to create a pilot program in said regulation? And before I yield my time, we had the opportunity to be at a roundtable with former Commissioner Kay Doyle. And one thing she shared with us is not only with social consumption, but the regs as a whole, as general, is that the commissioners wanted a narrower interpretation or stricter, because if you jump both feet into the deep end of the pool and you're trying to balance public health and public safety and public welfare, how do you do that? So she said the mindset was, I guess, the crawl before you walk mentality, or let's start. And so we have room to loosen or broaden and not start broad, but start. So that was interesting for former Commissioner Doyle to share with us. And that pilot was put in there for a reason. And I would think it was to strike a balance with public health, public safety, and public welfare and equity. So I just want your thoughts on, or share your insights on the why it was there, why they felt it was important to be there.
Sure, I can try. And I'm glad you were able to gather that insight from now former Commissioner Doyle, then Commissioner Doyle. I would agree with her sentiment and her assessment. So there were two license types in particular that the commission included as part of our very, very first draft of regulations, and then ultimately elected to withdraw and then sort of revisit. And that's delivery and social consumption combined, or delivery and social consumption is two different license types. We did, as you can imagine, get a lot of feedback early on, and it primarily came from the structure, the bureaucracy of state government, with a bit of anxiety about not so fast or not too fast. And a lot of it was put the market in place, including the traditional supply chain, so cultivation, product manufacturing, retail, get your labs situated, and understand too that both activities, delivery and social consumption, were not predominantly available in markets across the country. Most specifically in the adult use world, delivery, in fact, has been available in the medical context in Massachusetts since inception. But obviously expanding that to adult use created, I think, some additional anxiety more than anything else. Social consumption is still not predominantly available across the country. It's in a really infancy stage. So I think that really was the mindset. Also, too, keep in mind, and Commissioner Stebbins alluded to it in his commentary, that even with our existing regulations, the lack of a municipal opt-in provision really precluded any social consumption from happening in the Commonwealth, because based on the statute, as opposed to being inferred as being invited or included, where then municipalities have to affirmatively opt out, social consumption is the opposite. Folks must affirmatively opt in. And so that mechanism did not exist up until August of last year. So what the commission elected to do was convene a bit of a working group, including local officials, volunteer local officials, not representative of their communities per se, but there were folks like the public health official from, I think, the city of Worcester, the city of Somerville, as well as individual, again, not on behalf of their communities, but individual town officials, say from Amherst, et cetera, that participated. And that was the scheme that they arrived at, was a pilot program.
Oh, why?
It'd be hard. I don't want to misrepresent any of work. I did not participate in that group, so I just don't want to misrepresent anything that they.
Do you have benefit of that report, and can we get that?
Yeah, it's on the website.
Yeah, it is, okay.
We can circulate that for sure. I think it dates back to 2019. I think it actually may have been a report to me, to be honest.
It was a memo, May 10th.
Yeah, and I think, and also the reason it was a report to me was that it was therefore not a subcommittee of the commission. Obviously, any subcommittee that you were to appoint would in fact be a public body, therefore subject to open meeting law and all the constraints, as you know, that come along with that. So where this was a group convened to advise me, to then advise the commission, it was sort of insulated from that environment and that structure and that the rigidness of the open meeting law. But I guess, again, the open meeting law, I'm not sorry, the pilot program, I wouldn't want to speak to necessarily the rationales. I wasn't an intimate part of that group, so I can't speak to the individual members. At the same time, I think, like most pilot programs, if you're experimenting with something, you do that sort of walk before you run. And I think that may have been the mentality. I don't know, Andrew, if you have additional insights, but that would be my recollection, at least.
Yeah, no, that's my understanding. Oh.
Yeah, that's my understanding as well, Sean. Some of the feedback that we got during the early days of the commission and some of the other license types that we still were focusing on in developing retail, product manufacturing, labs, and cultivation.
So exactly what do you want us to do here?
Great question. So, and again, I really want to thank our team and to thank Andrew and Matt. It's kind of giving our working group a little bit of direction.
Yeah.
If there's a decision or sentiment to keep the pilot program in place, then that puts us on one course of work.
Yeah.
If there's a decision to say, based on changes in 180, some of the additional legislative language that was put into that, what we'd like to do is to come back and create a regulatory structure that wouldn't be guided by complying with the pilot program. So it's having a little bit of the freedom and ability to do that. And again.
But does this mean that like we just aren't going to do a pilot, or that you don't have to, you know what I mean? This is what I mean is.
It'll eliminate the pilot program. So when you think about it right now, it's Andrew, I know you guys sort of have the legal background on this, but it's 12 cities and towns right now that can participate in the pilot, right? So this would give us guidance to sort of keep moving forward, eliminating the pilot project and allowing cities and towns to opt in. I think in the beginning, from what I've heard from our sort of conversations with folks and our folks that have been here before, was that, we didn't have the licensing process wasn't where, it was in the beginning. We didn't have the rigorous licensing process that we have now. We also didn't have the technical fix. So allowing us to eliminate the pilot project, we're going to continue, obviously, we're going to have rigorous, our licensing process and everything that goes into play. We heard the MMA talk a little bit about cities and towns needing to have some predictability,
Right.
having a little bit of a landing runway. Yeah.
But so we have 12, right? And
In the pilot.
but they're not identified yet, right?
No.
It's just
There's no pilot program.
So in terms of not having a pilot,
Mhm.
then do we limit it at all? Do we have a certain number?
Cities and town, no, they won't, this is our conversation internally. We would eliminate the pilot and really allow cities and towns to opt in.
Similar to
5 cities.
delivery.
Right, 5.
Commissioner Concepcion?
No, I was saying similar to delivery. I'm thinking out loud while you're talking.
Yeah.
I apologize.
So
Okay.
it would give cities and towns the opportunity to opt in. I mean, there could be 6 towns, 7 towns, 10 towns that may want to opt in, right? There may be 15 towns. But this really allows us to start creating and allowing cities and towns to start working on their own sort of adoption process.
But what is the sort of crux of the problem? Is that 12 is too few? Well, what's the, that's what I'm saying. I'm trying to, what's the heart of the?
No, it's.
Because I was writing down, it's going to impact upwards of 400 businesses. But I'm just saying, I've heard you read that,
Mhm.
but I'm having a hard time absorbing what the negative is. How is this?
I would say in context to looking at the fact of, again, there's an exclusivity for social consumption license type.
Right.
A lot of good discussion actually earlier today about how do we continue to find opportunities to support those potential license applicants. I think limiting it, first of all, again, I think it creates some tension with what the legislature told us in Chapter 180. I also think if I'm a social equity applicant in Boston and through a process guided by this commission, let's say we only get one applicant for social consumption and they're out in league, you're effectively limiting their ability to pursue a license, I think, in another part of the state. So, I mean, that's a scenario. But
So
And I'm gonna call Andrew. Because I feel like,
About to, but he.
yeah, and just because we've been talking a lot about this, and the questions are great, Chair, but I think you can kind of provide a little bit of light.
Yeah, absolutely, Chair. So the suggestion, right, is to fold the social consumption license type into our ordinary licensing structure. So the pilot program, in order to make it operational, the commission would need to license 12 municipalities, which means we would have to develop an application, we would have to screen them, we would have to vote. Then once that process is engaged, then the business development from applicants can begin. That is a different process than we treat retailers, product manufacturers, cultivators, etc., delivery operators. Those decisions to participate as it relates to siting are done on the municipal level, and we do not restrict at the state level the number of towns that can participate. So in the sense is reducing a barrier to entry.
But I heard you talk about Lee versus Boston. Are we, and again, just make sure I understand the original. Would the pilot limit 1 per town?
No, just 12 cities.
No. But when I heard you say if there's something in Lee, you can't do it in,
No, and let me clarify that. So as I was reading through this, I look at chapter 180, and again, really encouraging every municipality across Massachusetts to balance, create those opportunities, right? Municipal equity plan. That to me seemed to be a tension with a program which would actually restrict and limit for a foreseeable period of where social equity applicants, EE applicants, micro business, and the co-op licensees would have the opportunity to get into this license type, pervade this license type, pursue this license type. So just, if we only had 1 applicant, and again, there's a process that we would
but
need
when
to
you say
establish.
applicant, you mean this is where.
If we had 1 applicant, 1 community,
One community, that's what I'm saying.
It says-
I'm getting.
I'm the only applicant. Now, all of a sudden, we've diminished that marketplace for our, the license type that have the exclusivity in this period.
I'm starting to follow.
I think it puts them at a disadvantage. Now, all of a sudden, if it was 1 community, we know what happens when all of a sudden you have that sought after piece of real estate, the price is going to go through the roof. So again, I think we were all balancing it with, again, the fact that these regs were laid out at a time when I think the ED conveyed it correctly. It's like walk before you run. I think we're 5 years into it now. We're having conversations about collecting a community impact fee and whether there are actual impacts from the emergence of this industry. So creating the pilot program as envisioned in the regs, I think adds many months, potentially years to the process of conveying that license. We just, again, felt as a working group, this was too big of an issue for us to decide in the working group, but to bring it out and say, we feel it's appropriate to set the pilot program aside so that we can begin to build out a regulatory process for social consumption. Look at the other regs that were put on the books around.
So again, if I
See
can
if it works.
simplify it, because
Sure.
I wish Commissioner Concepcion were in the room, because then I would feel more comfortable, but anyway. So is this then taking the sort of, the community will still have to go through some sort of an acceptance, right? There's still going to be some vote of the community.
Absolutely.
But what you're saying is it takes this additional regulatory
Hurdle.
to a community. So if a community accepts it, they don't have to go through this extra thing.
Right.
Okay.
It means we take the pilot program out. It means anyone can participate, any city and town that is a yes town, obviously, can participate in social consumption. But they're going to decide, obviously, and we're still in conversation, they're going to decide whether they opt in or they don't, and then what their ordinances are for social consumption. And of course, on top of everything else, public health, public safety, social justice, the welfare of folks. So, there's a lot of pieces here, but we really felt strong enough. And, you know, we've been talking about this a lot. It's probably why it's kind of like
It's
easy
second
for.
nature to you.
It's second
I-
nature.
I
We
live
live-
with
Yeah, no, but it's.
minors. I am so
Yeah.
far behind everybody on.
Yeah, but it's fair, it's fair. So I think that this is really right now for us as a working group, it's a pivotal point, and we know why it was put in the regs before, but we also now have a proven licensing process that our team has built here. And we know that we're heavily regulated in Massachusetts and that we have heavy compliance. The time has changed, the political climate has changed. We have, you know, educated consumers. We want them more educated, right? But it's a different time, I think, at the commission and in Massachusetts. It doesn't mean that we're gonna, you know, it's gonna, you know, move as quick as people want it. But at least the pilot, removing the pilot is gonna allow the cities and towns themselves to start thinking about planning. I'll give you guys an example. I won't mention the towns that we spoke to. But they said, you know, we kind of spoke to actually we can, right? We can say what cities we spoke to. So we spoke to,
Whatever you want.
yeah, we spoke to Chelsea and we spoke to Holyoke. I didn't know, I wasn't sure. And, you know, they said they gave us some feedback because they were, you know, they're possibly interested in it, but they're like, but we don't know if we're going to get picked. We don't know if we're going to be able to participate because of the pilot. Therefore, we don't know whether we start working on our guidances or not, right? So I think that this is going to allow cities and towns, even though I'm not going to give folks a timeline, but even though it may take us whatever time it takes us, it's going to allow the cities and towns to start figuring out, do we put this on the city council? Do we bring it to the town managers? When do we vote on this? That's a process for cities and towns. It could take cities and towns another 9 to 10 months to a year to put it on their sort of like opt-in schedule, right? So this will really allow us to move forward a little bit quickly, take away some of the barriers, and allow cities and towns to really start thinking about what they want to do, who wants to participate. I don't know, I could place a bet here. I don't think, you know,
We're not
cities and
dealing
towns.
with that.
I don't think cities, right, it's not the gaming commission. I don't think cities and towns are gonna run, you know, we're not gonna see a huge flux of folks that are gonna say, hey, I'm here, because this is still new. But the reality also is that social consumption is happening. It's happening in the unregulated market. So I think for us, it's, you know, how do we make sure that it's happening in the regulated market and that these cities and towns have the opportunity to regulate it within their cities and towns? So
So the one thing I'm trying to sort of get my arms wrapped around is, what is it? Because you don't know what it is yet, right? So that's the sort of, I mean, again, you can talk about what you're thinking, right? And I understand the pilot, and I understand why this is an issue, and I understand, I now have my, sort of have my head wrapped around that. But, you know, and I don't know who's gonna be opposed to who in that working group is, you know what I mean? So I still think that there are some questions to answer fairly quickly about what does this look, what is social consumption?
So what? Question for Andrew. I guess I'm having a hard time wrapping my head around why does it take the lift from here to there when either way there's an application process? So either hundreds are going to apply or we're going to have 12 apply. And to me, 12 versus whatever the number we don't know out there. And there's either way, there's an application process, no matter what. So I guess what I need is that memo. I don't have enough information. I don't have that memo. I don't have enough historical context. I don't have the why the recommendation was made by cities and towns. And I have better understanding of what was their concerns? Why did they make that recommendation? I just don't have enough information right now. So I guess, and I don't understand the difference as far as they're both application process. And yes, we're going to go through both of them. And if we select 12, I mean, can you just explain why it makes the hurdle that much higher internally?
And then just to let Commissioner Concepcion, I see your hand raised, so she's gonna go next, so.
Thank you, Jerome.
Sure. I would just note that for our licenses, our applications, we do not require a municipal application, right? A municipality does not have to apply to us in order to allow a retail establishment. For social consumption, they would. So it would be an application from a municipality we would have to review it, we would have to approve it. And then a applicant would then be the one who would then apply in sort of the normal course. So that's the additional hurdle, to use a word that was used, is there is an municipal application piece that we do not see for other license types.
So what you're saying is that we're going to have to pick and choose communities. And if there is a rush to this, if there are 15 or 20, then it destabilizes the planning process for all 15 to 20 communities that may be open to this.
Sure, and and what I would also say, right, is, you know, as a lawyer, we always think about our statute, and sort of the direction we've gotten from the legislature. And the legislature, to Commissioner Stebbins' point, put out a process for municipalities to opt in. They can do it through their city council, select board, et cetera, or they may have a vote. So I think that, yes, exactly. So I think that us as the regulatory body, I think that we can understand sort of the intent by the legislature.
That's helpful.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
Thank you. Andrew, it's good to hear you. I can't see you, but I can hear you, and I appreciate
He's
you for
looking
giving
awesome
some-
today, really looking
I
good.
believe
just
it.
want
I
to
believe it.
telegraph that to you. Yeah.
I think that piece you just said, that was helpful. It sounds like we're saying that there's a rub between the new law, that opt-in, you know, adjustment under Chapter 180, and the original construction of our regulations that calls for a pilot program. I guess first, that's my question. I just want to clarify if that's what you were saying, Andrew.
I'm saying that the statute, I think, does present a path forward for us to contemplate. Of course, the commission enjoys very broad legal authority with all the powers necessary and convenient. So there is, of course, a role for rulemaking, but that would be a policy decision by the body.
Similar to this carve out for smoking, possible indoor smoking, it's up to the commission to determine whether or not.
Little, I don't want to.
Well, hold on. Let me finish before we go
off
off.
Okay,
I got to get through my thoughts before I lose them. You know how I get. All right. So that was one thing. I also I wanted to also clarify, Andrew, it sounded like you were saying that there's sort of like a dual application process for this. It's different from other license types. One is the application that would be for the municipalities. So that's one application, they have to be approved or not. And the second one being from the prospective licensee themselves, would then have to be within one of those communities and apply.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
So the regs do speak a little bit about criteria for selecting municipalities, although I think that it would require further development from the commission. And then once they're voted upon, then and we would select them, then the commission would review sort of the normal course of licensing, which would be application, provisional license, final license, commence operations.
And only for licensees located within those municipalities.
Within the 12, yeah. You know,
Okay.
the other,
And then
Yeah.
the last thing that I had is, I don't know if it was you, Commissioner Camargo, or you, Commissioner Stebbins, that raised the fact that this does minimize the number of opportunities for people. And I think at our last meeting, I talked about, the Boston Wild Black Summit. I mentioned this because there are a number of entrepreneurs who are watching and extremely interested in this license type in particular. But the thing that really sort of, made me listen a little bit harder, a little bit slower, was the fact that they were already trying to develop and put down the resources in place to be ready for when it comes.
Mhm.
So that's also concerning, because I'm sure there's many people who are in that same sort of universe that have already positioned themselves in anticipation for this, without having to rely on being selected or chosen in that one municipality or city. So that was it. Those were my 3 comments so far, but this was a lot
Yeah.
of thinking. But I thank you guys, the social consumption group in general, just for bringing us and including us in this conversation.
Yeah, and I'll just say, Commissioner Roy, I see your hand. I'll just kind of comment back if that's okay. I have to say, I know folks are nervous about social consumption. I know we all sit in particular seats at the commission. I know we're looking at what former commissioners either did or sort of in real time continue to say to us. But I think that this is going to be a mind shift, not just for us, but also for cities and towns. It's going to be a mind shift even for our compliance team. It's going to be a mind shift for our operators. And when we think about the pilot and only 12 cities with the exclusivity period, and we're talking about equity, it won't allow us in time to allow social consumption to really, I would say, grow in Massachusetts at the pace that it needs to grow with all the compliances and all the licensing stuff and regs that we, have in place and will put in place. So I think that this is a really difficult conversation because it's the first that we're having with social consumption. Commissioner Roy, we think about public health. We talk about public health. It's part of the first one. We say public health, public safety, and social justice, right? So, I won't say too much, but know that there's a lot in place and we're always bringing it up. I know Bruce talked about having the meeting with the public health officials. But we're going to have to shift a little bit when it comes to this, but we're going to have to think about how to be safe, how to educate consumers, how to work with law enforcement, and everything that sort of plays into a new license. We've seen throughout the country different types of licenses in San Francisco and in LA and Nevada and in Cali. There's all kinds of different licenses, but it's a difficult conversation. And for us who have been tasked with sort of the regulatory group and creating this sort of social consumption for Massachusetts, I kid you not, we have amazing folks from our staff on our team pushing back, asking the hard questions. And one of the hard questions was like, how do we move forward with only 12 towns? How do we talk about equity and social consumption and all the work that we've done here for the last 5 years, which has been great work? How do we move forward in this social consumption group and not allow more cities and towns to participate, especially that the state of Massachusetts has been waiting 5 years for this fix? When we talk about the 122, economic empowerment folks that are at play, when we talk about the maybe 900 to 1,000 people in the social equity program, when we talk about the micro businesses, people are waiting for this license. We don't know yet what it's going to look like. But this pilot and removing the pilot is going to allow cities and towns to really start working on their stuff. It's going to allow for more equity. It's going to allow us to sort of plan statewide and really the municipalities, because if we think that our process may take a while, sorry to say, municipalities, it's going to take longer for them to figure out their internal process again of how to put this on their voting agenda. So
Pose a question, because I
Yeah.
still think that the problem is, what is it?
Yeah.
We don't know what it is yet. And
Sure.
this is where I think that I would like some clarity on what it is.
Sure.
Because I think that has to be done first. Not that I don't disagree about this, but until we know what it is, I think that the planning can't go on, because I don't know the different permutations, but it will have a huge impact on, it's going to have a bigger impact on what it is in that decision-making process. Is it going to require, is it going to be smoking? Are we going to have to worry about anti-smoking laws? And, I don't know that. Is it edibles? Is it infused drinks? Is it a bar with a patio? Is it like they do in Holyoke, like they've had there? I think that it's really important for us to sort of understand what those potential options are. Because I get a little bit worried about communities planning, but not knowing what it is.
Sure. And when I say planning, I don't mean they're planning already tomorrow for social consumption licenses where they're licensed A, B, or C, but at least knowing that they are no longer tied to a pilot project.
But I almost feel like that's a separate bucket. I understand why you're concerned about it, but how close are you guys to getting it? What it's going to look like? And do you have a sense of where you are in that process and what that means?
I think that's the big challenge, and that's the big question we're trying to add. We're asking. We've had conversations. We've talked with other jurisdictions about their social consumption license models. Still more work to do. There are existing regs on the books about what social consumption can look like now in one of these 12 communities. But keeping in mind, you know, we didn't really want to go down that track and come up with the it. If overhanging this was, well, we're still going to do the pilot program. So that's the rub. I mean, if there's.
What's the difference in the debate? See, I see the pilot program as a speed to market, as a speed to access, as opposed to what this is going to look like, because you may have different responses from different communities depending. I mean, you know, there are probably communities. I mean, I used to, when I was growing up, we used to make a joke about Amherst being a nuclear free zone. Okay, so, you know what I mean? And there are communities that have, you know, you can't have plastic bags, you can't have plastic cups or whatever. Those communities and that ability to plan has less to do with the pilot than it does with the it.
Right.
So I'm just asking the question, when do we know what it is?
I can't put a timeline.
So I'm just saying, I see these
Yeah.
two separate
Yep.
things. We
No,
have to
it's
determine.
it's a fair question. You know, it's tough to figure out what that it is because of one, the bandwidth of, you know, our regulatory working group. It's like, how much time are we spending trying to put the concrete ideas about the it together? But doing all that work and then suddenly bumping up against the pilot project wall. But we need, I mean, you look through the regs, you know, it is putting together an application. It is trying to figure out what the characteristics of the applicant community must be. I see it as, again, you go down the pilot program route. I think that extends a considerable amount of time to allowing equity participants to get into this license type. And again, then we have to backtrack and actually create what those license types are going to be.
Okay, I have a question.
Commissioner Roy, then Commissioner Concepcion. I think you had your hand up.
And I agree. There's not enough information, like, we need the it. A few hours ago, we were talking about putting caps on capping cultivation. I'm looking at $6.05 a gram on open data. And 3.5 million in canopy and over 4 million in canopy waiting. So more isn't always better. I guess what I'm trying to say, we talked about capping cultivation a few hours ago.
Sure.
So maybe the devil's in the details, like we have to balance equity with public health, public safety, and public welfare. And I appreciate you saying that because it's vitally important. But maybe the pilot program, who came up with 12? Maybe there's room in there. I'm just throwing it out there. Does it have to be 12? You know, but I don't have enough information.
But see, I'm thinking about you. Is it not a pilot, but should there be a cap?
We just talked about caps. There's problems, right? This is an industry, people are going out of business. More isn't always better because we have problems here. $6.05 a gram.
But I think it's up to the cities and towns to really decide whether they want to opt in or opt out, which is why this legislative fix, the state waited for 5.5 years for this to happen, right? So that's really, the fix is really for cities and towns to opt in. The pilot project will create another barrier. And Commissioner Roy, I understand what you're saying. More is not better at times, right? But when it comes to this,
Yeah, maybe it is in this instance. I don't have the answer.
No, I get it. But really, we would be creating more barriers to social consumption. We would be creating more barriers for cities and towns. And I hear what you're saying in terms of what's the it. We could sit here and tell you a little bit about the it's. Social consumption, like you said, there's edibles, there's you know, what everybody knows to be a cafe, what folks think know to be catering, or I don't know, whatever you can think about under the umbrella of social consumption. We're having those conversations, right? But the biggest hurdle right now is really this pilot, and how the law has now been fixed. And when we think about equity, we think about cities and towns sort of having some predictability, some of these operators having predictability. Us eliminating the pilot project will allow for a lot of that, but we still have to put a lot of those guardrails in place. Even though there won't be no pilot, we still have to move with a public health and public safety and social justice focus. It doesn't mean that because we eliminate the program that it's going to be a free for all and just everybody and anybody can get into it. Cities and towns are really going to have to think about whether they want to participate or not. Really,
Commissioner Concepcion?
Yeah, I have sort of a two different questions. The first one is, are we talking about eliminating the pilot program in its current iteration and potentially creating something else, or taking some elements of that program and applying it to the new regs, creating something else? That's the first thing. The second one is, I wanted to ask you if we have an idea of how many municipalities are actually interested. Do you have a number in terms of what this might look like and who these opt-in cities are and the number?
Do you know that?
Do you want to answer?
Yeah, I mean, I think what we've been able to, again, the conversation has mostly been limited to our working policy group. We obviously had a good session with the MMA where is what I recall is that there was not much conversation around the pilot program itself. But again, I think to Commissioner Camargo's point, like, what's the landing zone for communities? So they want to know kind of process moving forward.
And that's all members
Yep.
of the MMA. You're just saying, like, generally speaking.
Can we ask the
That's
MMA to
generous.
take a quick survey
We
to
can,
find out what that
Yeah,
universe might
great
be?
idea.
Yeah.
Because I think that might be helpful, because they're gonna be, I can tell you my hometown, hell no, okay? They just, roll out
they had
licenses.
no community already.
What?
They're not.
They were a no, and they just voted
Okay.
in town meetings. So,
Okay.
but my point is that, I think that would be a bridge too far in my community.
Sure.
Right?
But that's the fix. That they get to opt in or opt out.
But they all get to opt in and opt
Yeah,
out. I mean,
yeah.
the opting in and opting out doesn't change
Yeah.
with this, right? It's the, us picking and choosing which communities we think might be the best places.
Mhm.
And
That's a good point.
so this is also, I'm also thinking gaming commission, they were regional, you know what I mean, in the legislature, we have so many in this region, so many in that region, and, again, we probably put too many into the legislation, but, does that take away our ability to look at making sure that there is, sort of equity across the state? Because my sense is this is going to be a free for all in Boston. You're going to have everybody, wanting to do that. We already know a number of the people who want to participate there. But, what happens if it's in Somerville, and what happens, I mean?
But then
I'm
the
just
other
sort of-
element, Chairwoman, the other element is an over concentration in certain neighborhoods too. So that's something we also need to recognize as well. But go ahead. That might
Yeah,
be
no,
on a
no,
more
but
municipal-
but that's what I'm thinking is, and again, I'm not saying I don't agree with this. I'm just
Yeah, yeah,
saying
yeah.
I'm still
We're having a
trying to
conversation.
absorb a lot of this,
Yeah,
and I'm
we're having a
trying to really
conversation.
understand what
Yep.
the problem is.
Yep.
But I will tell you, the hurdle for me is what is it?
Mhm.
Because I think because, I'm thinking about the social equity fund, and I'm thinking that something like this, will cost a significant amount of money if it requires a $1 million HVAC system.
That's right.
My thought is, maybe, and again, I've seen some models, and we've seen some sort of kind of gray area where, you have a bar that has a patio, and they say it's okay if you have a vape on our patio.
Mhm.
So there's lots of different models that I think sort of, it'll also self-select who's stepping up to the plate.
That's right.
So I think that if we don't see what it is, it prevents equity applicants from determining whether or not they can actually step up.
I don't know. I disagree, Chair. I think And I hear you. I hear exactly.
I'm a business person and I know what it takes to put together a business plan.
I hear you. I hear you. I disagree in the sense of the it. Because we're not talking, I understand where you're coming from in terms of the it, and I hear your perspective, but we're really talking about the pilot project itself. And I know what you're saying in terms of the it, but we're talking about eliminating this barrier for cities and towns, for licensees, for compliance in terms of creating a pilot within a pilot. And I think we know here, and I think everybody that has been following cannabis, we all know how difficult it is to come into this agency and create something, leave it on the regs and come back. This pilot was put in place, I think, for all the reasons that anybody can imagine. It was early on. The commission was new. The licensing process was new. The consumer pool in Massachusetts might have been somewhat new. But we're not there, and I know that this is really difficult. We're not there, and I understand the it as well. But the it for us right now in terms of the working group is the legislative fix happened. Everybody advocated for it. Cities and towns have now their own responsibilities of opting in or opting out. We, the commission, has a responsibility of creating the regs and those licenses, right? Whatever those it licenses are. But that's, it's two things. It's two steps.
No, I get that.
So I think for us, our goal today is to really get some guidance or sort of take a vote or move forward in our working group to eliminate this pilot at some point down the line off of our regs, because we just can't take it off just like that, but to start creating the it without sort of thinking about a pilot that's going to create tons of barriers, I think, for the industry. And we will see it, years to come.
I guess Commissioner Roy, go ahead.
I guess
Commissioner Concepcion, were you, I'm going to let Commissioner Roy go first, but were you?
I think I asked a second question and I didn't really get a
Please.
direct.
Please state it again. Thanks.
So the question was around, sorry guys, getting my throat together. My question was around if there were components of the existing language that you guys are contemplating sort of still incorporating in your regulatory process.
Just so I can be clear, so existing components of the pilot program that we would
Yes.
incorporate into our regs?
Mm-hmm.
If you look at the regs, there's really,
I know it's short, but I'm trying to figure out
Sure.
if this is a conversation about any pilot program. Are we talking about the way that it's written now, or are we just saying this whole notion is something that you
It
guys
says
are
we-
advising against?
it says municipality participation for social consumption pilot program. The commission may select no more than 12 municipalities for participation. No commission shall establish criteria for selecting participating, the commission shall establish criteria for selecting participating municipalities. An interest municipality shall submit an application for participation in a form or manner. The application for the participation shall be signed by the municipality contracting authority. The commission shall make a pre-certification application. So I could tell you this, one of the things we have been talking about is having a pre-certification application for this process, right? So
For the individuals?
for, not the cities and towns, I'm sorry, for the operators.
Okay.
Right? So the same way we do it for delivery.
Yeah.
So we've been talking about having a pre-certification, because that'll allow us to get a lot of information ahead to figure out if folks are qualified to even participate in what it is in terms of this license. And see, so that's really it, Commissioner Concepcion, in terms of the pilot. So when you look at those, I think what we would probably, and I don't know if I'm speaking, out of line here, Commissioner Stebbins and Andrew and Megan, who's in the audience, and Matt, who's part of our social consumption team. But I think what we would probably keep in here is a sort of the pre-certification application for operators. We think that's going to be helpful to the process. It's going to really allow us to know who's applying. Are they ready? Do they, can they do this? Do they have what they need? But besides that, it would be eliminating the pilot and the 12 municipalities and the process licensing wise that has to be created for a pilot, and then sort of the criteria to select. We, the commission, would then have to select whether it's 12 or 20 cities and towns. Sean, I see your hand.
Good. Commissioner, you've been patient.
Commissioner Wright, yeah.
I guess I'm just confused why the pilot has to predicate the policy. Because the policy should be around equity, public health, and public safety, regardless if there's 12 or regardless if there's 200. So I just don't understand why your group can't move forward. I don't understand why the chicken and the egg thing, well, I'm not quite sure. You're saying it's a barrier to entry, but for it's a municipality application process. I don't think it would affect bud tender training. I don't think it would affect workplace safety, secondhand smoke, limits on dosing. It's not going to affect any of these.
No,
things.
you're right.
So I don't understand. And plus, all of our three groups are going to have a draft that we're going to have to, submit for public comment and public hearing. So I guess I'm confused why pilot predicates policy.
Can I make a suggestion?
I'm sorry, Chair.
Oh, sorry.
Andrew had a comment.
Oh, sorry.
So does Sean.
Commissioner, to your point, I guess what the working group is trying to say is we believe that the best licensing process for this application type is through the normal course. That we do not believe that an additional licensing process with municipalities is the best course of action in order to go forward licensing. We think that it should be folded in and evaluated and reviewed just like all of our other license types.
I guess I'm confused because no matter what, the municipalities have to apply, no matter what.
Not applying, no.
They just opt in.
Yes.
Yes.
So
By referendum or.
the fact that they
It
would
takes our oversight
yeah, but
out.
so they opt in and so repeat that, please.
Sure. So under the process, right, a municipality could opt in. And then there would be the pilot program and we may deny their ability to participate, right? If we get 20 towns and we have 20 towns vote to opt in and we're going to limit it to 12, there will be some towns that will not be able to participate. Generally, citing is done on the municipal level. That is how it is done for retail, for cultivation, et cetera. So we are saying that is the process that we use for the other license types. So we recommend the same process for this license type.
I'm sorry, Sean.
And thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to chime in. Just a few thoughts, and I try not to layer on too much history outside of, one of the things I think about is sort of the permanence of regulations versus sort of the temporary nature of what a pilot is or could be. Pilots to me, in any sort of setting, whether it be cannabis or otherwise, or licensing, et cetera, is sort of an experiment of some way, right? Like what can we learn to then develop something permanent? And one of the things that obviously as an agency, I know that we're really proud of is it's day one of any business being conducted. There's permanence to our rules and regulations, as well as an element of complete regulatory scheme and structure. We've never had to say, we'll get back to that. Day one, we had full-fledged tracking. We introduced permanent license structures. If you look at jurisdictions like New York, for instance, all of their licenses in their marketplace today are conditional licenses. They only just yesterday, I believe, rolled out draft regulations for their permanent structure. And I think in thinking about the value and merits of a pilot program in the social consumption context, historically would have been, we don't know a hell of a lot about social consumption. Obviously, the needle's moved a little bit, but not dramatically as far as jurisdictions sort of wading into it. But as we all know, the predictability of businesses as people are making investments, one of the things that you may end up within a pilot program, you're keeping the universe of operators artificially small. You may still, even without a pilot program, organically end up with a small program because of that opt-in element, where you may have communities sitting on the sidelines saying, not so fast for us, let that gung-ho community go ahead of us and let them experiment with it. The other thing that I'm observing, at least with the appetite of the current cohort of this commission, is an appetite to listen to operators and react in I think a very, not necessarily aggressive way, but an earnest way, as opposed to saying, we're going to sit and wait for a couple of years and sort of gather information. and then regulate, you're diving, I would say, not head first. You're diving into a regulatory scheme right now that is very responsive and reactionary in a positive way, to be clear. But I just think about the pilot program itself as potentially artificially keeping the industry small, when I think you have an opportunity organically to see it stay small. But also the permanence of regulations, where if you came out with a pilot program and folks applied for those licenses, how are you going to ensure that they can migrate into any future scheme where they're going to be investing?
Could you repeat that?
So if I was an operator eligible for the pilot program and participating in the pilot program, you're essentially experimenting with me, alongside me.
Yeah.
And as you then develop your permanent rules and regulations, but to your point, Madam Chair, these HVAC systems in a combustion context are incredibly expensive. And if the commission then chooses, say, 2 years into the pilot to say, we're going to revamp all of our rules and regulations because we're in a pilot, how am I going to be protected and insulated from that versus having rules that are permanent today? Granted, you can change rules at any time, just to be honest, but those are things that I've run through. And again, that conditional license is something we've never done. And I think it's a source of pride for us as well.
But it's not analogous to those other states. It's not a limited license. We're not saying you can only run a social consumption for a year. We're just saying certain towns, the license itself, so the license, it's not a limited license,
It's still a pilot program.
but it's not a limited license. That's what the other states you said. So in other words, if you open one in Somerville, we're not saying you're going to open for 5 years. Somerville has it, like they have it, like in perpetuity. As long as that community wants it, they have it. And like
Maybe.
Well, we had permanency with micro businesses, and look, we're going to have to fix it. So that's not always the best solution
Sure.
either.
No, maybe it could be that pilot is being used in a semantics way.
Or a pejorative way, actually.
But yeah, because I guess I would never view our micro businesses as being, they're not temporary licenses, they're not conditional licenses. It's not, the micro business is not operating in a pilot scheme, it's operating in a permanent license structure, whereas social consumption would be in the context of a pilot program. Theoretically.
The towns are being selected in a pilot. It doesn't mean the program's limited.
There is no sunset in the existing regulations, to your point, so it wouldn't evaporate
That's what I'm
overnight.
trying to get to.
Yeah, but there would be, it does imply at least the risk of evolution, which again, as I noted, regulations as drafted are always eligible or subject to change.
Well, look at the delivery, 2 to 1. We started with 2 drivers. It's permanency. Now we get, maybe we need to go to 1. Micro businesses, we started, you can only have 1 license. Well, you know what? That's permanency. We're going to have to fix that. Permanency isn't always the best option either. We have problems with existing license types that are permanency. So.
Right, I guess what I'm not arguing the point, it's primarily the label of a pilot implies as part of it, as an element of it, an evolution in an experimental nature versus regulations today are in full force and effect. So again, and it's really just the sort of semantics of it potentially.
So one of the things I was gonna just suggest,
Mhm.
okay, one, I would actually like to get from the MMA.
Sure.
Where's the appetite? I mean, I remember I got a call from the, I don't know, CFO, I think it was at Lowell, that they were thinking about. I mean, I know that there are, Holyoke is looking. It would be really nice to know what that universe is, because I guess from my perspective, and it's sort of harking back to what Commissioner Camargo said earlier about putting some caps or limits or something like that. This is sort of how I see pilot is, let's just focus on a limited number of communities to see how this rolls out, whatever it is, and see how it functions. I don't think that there needs to be a permanence to that. And so I'd like to see, and I'm not saying I'm not with you on this, because I may well be, but I'd just like a little more time to, and again, we're having our second meeting this month.
Right. No.
So, I'd like to get a little time to absorb some of this, to maybe read the memo that you've written. I'd love to hear from the MMA, and maybe we can, in the next, 2 weeks-ish, see if we can get some sense from them, because as the executive director said, there may be a sort of self-limitation to this that then allows us to sort of look and more nimbly respond to micro business, more nimbly respond to the 1 or 2 drive. You know what I mean? This is where I get concerned, is that we do have 20 communities, and we don't know what it is, but maybe it is smoking, and maybe it becomes the barrier in my mind is what it is.
Mhm.
Because if you allow smoking, you're going to take that cost, out of the realm of a lot of smaller entrepreneurs.
Sure.
Right? So that's where I see the barrier, is when we know what it is, then we're gonna know. And then, and let me also tell you, the other thing about limiting the number is that it also makes the job of our friends at the Social Equity Fund, I won't say easier, but this is also, in having a number of discussions with them. There's not enough money in that fund to set up 15, social consumption sites, right? And so I just want to make sure, and this is one of the conversations I've had sort of on and off with different groups, is to have impact, I think it needs to be very targeted right now. And that's what I'm hoping to understand is, how do we sort of target this in a way so that it is truly accessible for the people that we're hoping to support? But if we do have 20 communities, right? And I listened in on that Social Equity Fund hearing. I want my money next week. And it's like, they have to set that up, they have to do that. So that's where I sort of come from this, that I understand when I hear you say barrier, I get it. But I see other barriers that I'm trying to figure out how we mesh that.
Yeah,
So
but
my suggestion is, I think that maybe we take some time to absorb, to bother this guy over here with no socks. He's in the summer mode. We like it. No, but if we could actually spend some time looking at what you've written, absorbing this, maybe getting a little feedback from the MMA. We actually have a couple of weeks and we can actually take a vote on this. I'm not saying, I just want to get my head wrapped around it a little bit more. And maybe, do you have any other questions that you or Commissioner Concepcion do? And if people want to do it today, I'm just telling you sort of where I'm feeling right now.
Maybe I can help this out. And again, our intention and purpose, again, was not to our working group to continue down one road without bringing this back.
Yeah.
Obviously, it's generated a lot of discussion. We're definitely taking a temperature check.
You have the hardest job.
We have a
I
temperature.
will acknowledge your group has the hardest job.
We have a temperature. And again, I would be remiss if I overlay our concern about pursuing the pilot and the bandwidth in work that would have to go to setting that up. And again, how it might create some tension with the other pieces of 180 that the legislature thoughtfully passed. I would like to suggest this, and again, our intention wasn't to talk about everything that the working group has been doing, but this narrow piece, because I think, we can talk about it at another meeting, the types of outreach that we're doing, asking actual potential applicants, what kind of license model do they see? Maybe it isn't a place where you just go and vape and you need, the system that's required. So
Are you to it?
I wish I could put a timeline on that. And it's going to be an extensive timeline. I think that we would bring back to you is, I think all of us would agree, is going to be thoughtful. It's going to be well thought out. It's going to run the traps. It's going to invite feedback from the constituencies, one that we need to hear of, whether that's chiefs of police, public health officials, MMA, or the potential licensees themselves. So let me make a suggestion. I know we want to move along to another topic. Good to get the temperature. I would encourage you to allow us to, again, not vote the pilot program out, but for us to set it aside and pursue down the track of figuring out what the it is with the feedback from all the people that we just talked about. And then have the opportunity in the future to come back and say, here's what we think the it is. Do you want to still go with the pilot program? But I put a caveat on that, is that lengthens the schedule.
A lot.
So.
But until you get it.
But here's the thing, and Commissioner Stebbins is being very diplomatic and very nice.
You're doing it very well, yeah.
But I hear you. I'm taking the temperature. It sounds like there's a lot of questions today. You said I want to read the memo. I wish folks would have maybe read it since we sent it early on.
No, not that memo.
the first of the first commissioners?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, okay. It's on the website. It's on the website. Okay, okay. But also we can't assume, Madam Chair, that the Social Equity Trust Fund is going to fund everybody.
They're not.
They're not. And we don't know what their it is yet.
So
I
I
think
think their it is going to be defined by this it.
no, it's not. No, it's not. Because why would it? I mean, think about it.
Because you have to look at a business plan and determine whether or not it's a good investment.
Sure,
and
but they're,
understanding what
but
the
they're,
business is.
yeah, but they're independently doing their regulations and who they're gonna fund and what the process is and how they're gonna do it. So I think we gotta be careful that we're not tying ourselves to the Social Equity Trust Fund. There's, who knows what they're gonna come up with, what regs are gonna come up with. So we cannot assume that folks that are gonna apply to social consumption are gonna get Social Equity Trust Fund funds, right? Because by the time we're done and everything else, the first round of social equity money might have already gone out, right? So that's the reality. We got to be careful. We don't tie ourselves to that. The other piece of it is the MMA, and I guess this is a question for Sean or Matt Gincola. We heard them. They had a session on social consumption. They had feedback up, from us, for us on social consumption. Commissioner Cofisto has a question. I'll just finish my comment really quick. Is, do they represent 351 cities and towns in Massachusetts? So, because we're now delaying this process a little bit. Yeah, we're going to talk about it again at the next meeting, but now we're saying, hey, MMA, go survey 351 cities and towns to see if they'll opt in or opt out. We're the regulators, we're the policymakers. We have the authority and the power to sort of create the policy.
So in your meetings, have you?
Wait,
hold- Yeah.
just give me a second.
Yeah.
So Sean, can you answer that for me in terms of the MMA? Because I know you put that out there, Chair.
About the MMA, maybe I'm just saying, I thought you might have sort of sussed this out at this point in time.
Well, not with 351 cities and towns.
It's
That's
not
why.
going to be.
Yeah, I don't think we need to.
Yeah, so I do believe that the Mass Municipal Association does represent the entirety of the cities and towns. But I also don't know the active participation of all of those communities in that. But from a representative standpoint, they do serve as that municipal voice at least, including the likes of major cities like Boston, Worcester, et cetera.
No, this is a huge policy.
But I think the question was posed to determine whether or not there was almost like a self-selecting limit.
Sure. I mean, we've talked, Commissioner Stubbins and I started talking to towns months ago, right? And I think Somerville, Holyoke, Chelsea, Lowell, right? I think the ones in the beginning of Boston, of course. So I think you'll see your 6 or 7 towns that are interested. I just don't, we're not gonna, I don't know if we need to
Can I offer a
go
comment?
and survey every single
Mr.
town.
Concepcion, you had your hand up, sorry.
Sorry.
Thank you. No worries. I think this has been a really helpful conversation. What I will say is I know that I don't have the luxury of being in that room, in that working group for social consumption, but I know that you guys are being mindful, and there's probably a really valid reason why we're having this conversation about this component today. I think I will speak and be really frank for myself and where I am right now. I am okay, if we move forward with a vote today, but I will say that with the one caveat being that you guys have to be really tight when it comes to security provisions, when it comes to safety and health provisions. I think this is one of those things that's really unique about this license type. And you probably already know that. I think the fear here is because it's the unknown, it's new, and it has the potential to impact non-consumers in a way that the other license types do not. So that's just the one thing I will say that. But I know, Commissioner Stebbins, Commissioner Camargo, we worked together what feels like years now. Well, it has been years, but I know you're thinking. I know you've been doing a lot for this in this working group. So I just would say that with that caveat.
I just have a question. Have you spoken to the former commissioners about why they put it in?
I think it was putting something in the regs.
Yeah, no, I just didn't know if you.
I have not.
I have not. I don't need to. Their memo was here. I think one commissioner in particular sort of after putting this together, not denied, but sort of disapproved of the social consumption regs. I do respect the former commissioners, however, they're not commissioners currently. And I think we have enough expertise on our team. Matt Jancola, Andrew, who was here before, they painted a great picture for us of what it was, why, and how this sort of got to play. And, the reality of it is that because, the industry was at a different place. The licensing process was at a different place. We've had 5 years to really work hard on making sure that the folks are in compliance, that we have the regulations, that we're safe, that we take care of public health, that we're educating our consumers. It is a different time. So Commissioner Roy, to your question, I do not feel the need to at this point.
I'm personally not comfortable voting on it, but if it's got 3 votes and you want to make a motion, but I probably will abstain.
Listen, we wanted to come in, we wanted to take, I'm speaking for myself,
Yeah.
we wanted to take a temperature check. It is a question of division of labor that we were looking for some guidance on. Again, if I can suggest to you, and there's tacit approval, that you will allow our working group to not eliminate the pilot project regs, but allow us to continue building what I think of it in the red balloon and the clown in the sewer. So I'm trying to get that in my mind. But to again, continue to do the work that we're doing, but to do it in a way that we don't have the backdrop of the pilot program hanging over our head, and allow us to bring something back to you. And then at that point, we can make a decision about whether it's worthwhile to revisit the pilot program, but understanding that it's going to set us back months.
So my understanding, Mr. Executive Director, with the regulatory process is we will vote on a draft, and you can bring us your policy recommendations, and you can bring us alternative scenarios. So you can bring the it and say the it with a pilot program or the it without a pilot program, but we'll know the ingredients in the recipe. That's part of the process, right? You can bring alternative. So when we vote, so there is going to be a time where this.
Pose another question.
I'm sorry, I'm not done.
I just want to pose another question. I feel like
She may not be able to hear you. Commissioner Concepcion, Commissioner Roy is not done. You might not have heard her.
Sorry, I'm waving at you. I see you.
So for HCA's, for instance, we may bring to you the it and say the it with scenario 1 and scenario 2. So the it could be all the public
Say the
safety,
word.
public health, equity, social justice, it, and sit with it and without it, because we're going to vote on it. I don't understand. I never got an answer how this a pilot predicates policy and why the policy can't come with the 2 scenarios of with a pilot or without a pilot. When we know what you have in place for education, when I know what you have in place for workplace safety and inhalation and secondhand smoke and training, I don't know any of that right now.
No. It's a fair question. If you allow me to respond, it's really giving our working group some direction.
Yeah.
And again, we're mindful of where we are versus 5 years ago. We're mindful of the changes in Chapter 180 and how this can be in conflict or be in agreement with the changes in Chapter 180. Our thinking was this working group can go down the path of it, can also go down the path of the pilot program. We're mindful of that. We were just coming with a question or some permission to set the pilot program aside so that we can focus the work in the 4 hours that we do have time in our working group to spend working on creating the it. And again, being able to come back, and I would not see us coming back just, here's our final set of regs. I like the opportunity in our meetings to kind of have these check-ins, these temperature checks, because as Commissioner Camargo said, and I think we all agree, social consumption is a huge topic.
Yeah.
And there's still additional outreach that we're doing. and again, wanting to take the temperature check around the pilot program and at least allowing or giving you a sense of where the working group wanted to focus their attention.
Chair, I know that Commissioner Concepcion has a question and I have a comment.
Okay, Commissioner Concepcion?
I might, so it's up to you, Commissioner Camargo, if you want me to ask the question or.
Yeah,
if you
no,
want
go
me
ahead.
to-
I'll comment afterwards. Go ahead.
I had a few different thoughts. I'll try to just be short. You guys, the social consumption group, this is a little different because, you know, technically speaking, we've been through in our working group since January, 5 months now, but social consumption, I believe you and Commissioner Stebbins started exploring and doing some work here well before that time. So I'm just going to say it's been months. And I was sort of hitting on that when I talked about you guys have had the ability to really dive into this and have the time to go through it. I think I'm a little curious because because of that, that's why I stayed in the position that I was in, because I understand the way that you both think. I know this is mindful. I know that there's a lot of work that is being done by that group. I guess I have a question for Commissioner Roy. What is the detriment? So why are you, I can sense that you're supportive of the pilot program. Do you mind kind of explaining?
No,
or
no,
expanding on
I
that?
want more information. I don't, so for me, I would have wanted to consult with the framers, right? To get their intent and to, you know, or the pilot group. And so I think there's more due diligence maybe that could be done, because I mean, I will personally want to I will reach out to the former commissioners so I can have an understanding, so I can make a historical context, have that in part of my vote. So I don't have enough, what I'm saying, I'm not weighing in, I'm not putting my finger on the scale either way. I'm saying I need more information.
And if I can just sort of tell you why I'm hesitant, when I hear, you know, 20, 30 potential communities, when I don't know what it is, I just get concerned about how we sort of manage that rolling out. And when we do know that there are, you know, we're talking about potentially capping, you know, cultivation, or, you know what I mean? We're not talking about that, but, you know, it got talked about today. I'm just trying to figure out, what does this mean if we say, okay, 20 communities start going at it, but we're not telling them what they're going at.
But so I think.
That, and to me, it's not a pilot.
Right.
It's
Phase one.
It's phase one. Right. It's a limited number of communities that we figure out how we regulate them. The communities figure out how they establish those regulations. So I hear you about barriers, but that's why I asked the question about how many communities are actually doing it, because as Sean, as the executive director, it may be a self-selecting group. Sure. And then I feel a little more comfortable saying, yeah, we can get rid of that and let's figure out how we do this. And that's where I come from. It's not that I'm opposed to eliminating
it's okay.
pilot. Yeah. It's that because I don't know what it's going to be, I don't know what my job as a regulator is going to be with all these licenses. So, and I just like an opportunity to get my arms around it a little bit more and to hear why you guys feel so strongly about it, because I've heard stuff. And I take, you've been thinking about this for a long time and I haven't been. So I just want a little bit more time to kind of get my arms wrapped around it.
I think the other component too is that we have over 500 licenses right now. We're not thinking, we don't have pilots for 500 licenses. We have a licensing process and we have, you know.
The difference is this is driving on the road. The public safety risk here is so much different than all of these other licenses, because de facto, you go to a place to get
to consume,
but to change how your mind works.
But we're also having
for good or bad, you know what I mean? So, you know, in a bar, I know that if I drink.
No, I get it.
I don't know that here. And so this is.
But I don't think that, but
I'm just saying, the public health risk is so different with this.
I agree.
That's what
No, I agree, but I think, and I hear you, and I'm glad that you all are thinking it through, because it's gonna help the next commission.
Yeah. But they're not
Well,
gonna listen to us. No, I'm just kidding.
Well, they shouldn't, right? The framers 5 years ago are different than the framers today, right? So I think that we have to sort of put it in two different buckets, right? This is about cities and towns having the opportunity to opt in or opt out. The it will come and it'll have, you know, public safety, public health, social justice in it, but this is removing of the pilot, moving it to the side so that we can move forward. Otherwise, Commissioner Roy, I think you might have asked it earlier, sort of like not being able to understand. If we keep moving forward in our social consumption group with a pilot project within the regs, that means that we're now then creating two different things. We're creating a full pilot, licensing, compliance, 12 applications, criterias, date of opening. Think about the economic empowerment program, how they did that in 2 weeks. We would have to create one whole thing. And Andrew, tell me here if I'm wrong, right? That would have to be one phase of it. And the other piece of it, we would have to create without the pilot. And then what does that mean? Which is our licensing, our regular licensing with incorporating the ITS. The timeline right now, Commissioner Stebbins, you know, we don't want to allude to it. We don't want to give the public, you know, false hope or manage expectations. But this is not creating the licenses is not a thing that's going to happen overnight. We do have to figure all those components out, right? Everything that we're talking about here, we have to, because we will be the framers, whether you vote for this or not, right? The commission votes for it. It would be one thing for the commission. So what I'm saying is that I understand the concern and how you're looking at it. This is really up to cities and towns to really opt in or opt out, and the legislative fix.
Can I ask, how does Colorado and California decide what it was? What is it in California? And see, I think that all of these other sort of cascading licensure regulatory, it all, to me, this is a conditioned precedent, right? The first thing is what's it? What are we going to allow?
Mm-hmm.
You know, and what are the public, you know, so to me, and I don't know what they allow in California and Colorado. I don't know what they do to promote public safety.
Sure.
I don't know. I know they in Vegas they have. I mean, again, this is not. I'm the least knowledgeable. So but that's where I think that's what you have to focus on first, because all of the other stuff is going to fall from that. Because whether or not you have smoking, that's going to trip all sorts of other things.
Yeah.
And to me, that's almost that's the first thing. I don't know what it is.
I mean,
And that's where I think you should be focused. I think that I would like to just buy myself some time to look at it. Again, you might have 3 votes to get rid of the pilot today. And I'm not, you know, I'm just telling you where I'm coming from. But, you know, we have another bite at the apple in 2 weeks. So, you know.
can I just ask my
Sure.
colleague that I'm working with on the group, Commissioner Stebbins, do you feel comfortable taking a vote?
I have one more question.
Well, I'm talking to Commissioner Stebbins really quick. Sorry.
Well, I'll recognize.
Might impact.
I'll recognize.
My question might impact is
Yeah,
that.
sorry. You know, I recognize.
No,
So I'll-
go ahead.
Okay, so I'll recognize first Stebbins and then I'll recognize Roy.
Sure, thank you.
Uh,
Oh, sorry, I just wanted to.
Yeah, I'm just saying I recognize.
Yeah, I got you.
Our intention was to have a temperature check. Appreciate the temperature check.
Yeah.
This was a question we needed to decide where as a commission, you kind of wanted to direct the working groups.
Yeah.
Work. We felt, again, taking in mind everything that has been said about disadvantaged businesses or equity applicants, we felt it was important to have a lot of conversations internally on what the it is. And I think, and we're still doing that. I mean, we're doing that in terms of the outreach we have planned, the surveys that we have planned, you know, conversations with public health and safety officials, again, to build that it. I would prefer that we're all on the same page, that if there's a decision to set the pilot program aside, that we can come to that kind of agreement unanimously, or maybe not unanimously, and maybe it is too early to take a vote, knowing that you have more information to think through. But I just want to be able to go back to our regulatory working group and say, okay, let's continue to try to build it and not have the cloud of this pilot program kind of hanging over our head and directing our work for the time being.
Okay.
Again, until we bring a proposal back. But again, I safeguard that with that's potentially delaying time and extending out
Yeah.
the period.
And we don't want to delay you anymore. I mean, I think that getting to it is, I'd like to,
So
but so
I guess I just
appreciate
want to
that.
throw out there, so we're voting on anecdotal evidence where you just proposed you're going to get empirical data. So you're going to do surveys, you propose surveying the MMA.
On licensing stuff.
And so, so having more empirical data would be like, what is the appetite? Sean's right, it could be self-limiting. We don't know that. So everything here is anecdotal, and surveys and everything could be helpful to determine whether or not that could, your answer could be lying in the empirical information and not the anecdotal hypothetical that we're talking about right now.
The surveys, just so you know, too, if I may, please, the surveys, just so you know, Commissioner Roy, are to the applicants, to the universe of applicants, so not to the cities and towns.
Oh, he said police chiefs, and he said.
Well, we're gonna be having conversations.
That's
with
part of our additional.
Yeah, part of the additional. Folks that are not, I'm sorry, not applicants, folks in the universe of,
The SAP,
Yeah.
microbusiness.
okay, yeah.
well, this is not, we don't have a survey right now to cities and towns to say, hey, do you want to be a part of this, right? Again, this is eliminating the pilot and allowing these cities and towns to opt in or opt out. But I'm sorry, I had interrupted you.
Go ahead, Bruce.
Yeah, no. And I wouldn't call all the data anecdotal again.
Yeah.
It's how we're reading some of those provisions of chapter 160, which make us feel that the pilot kind of contradicts that or is in tension with that.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Commissioner Stebbins, I didn't hear your response. Are we voting or are we not voting? I just want to figure out where we are right now.
I'm not planning to make a motion at this point. I'm reading the temperature of the room, and I would rather have us be able to come back, have a more a fuller discussion. And again, this was a temperature check. If there was attitude, the appetite to say, nope, set it aside, we take a vote, because again, that begins to trigger a formal process that you need to actually strip regulations out of our regulations.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
I just wanted that clarity. Thank you, Madam Chairwoman.
So,
Thank you, Commissioner.
so can we close the conversation?
Mhm.
We will put this on the agenda for we don't know what it is, the May 22nd.
I mean, let's see if we have something to,
Yeah.
new information or
I just
something else. to
still
keep
want,
the
I want to
conversation.
absorb everything that
Sure.
you've said here today, and you've written another memo, and so it'll help me sort of absorb, and I will bug him for. Okay, all right, thank you. So-
Thank you
so
for the
Thank you very
conversation.
much. And again, I end this conversation by saying you have the hardest job, and I totally understand that. So, but this is such a brave new world that I just want to make sure we.
Oh, no.
Yeah, we're gonna sing that, and then we're gonna sing 5,000, 2,400 for Sabio. We got it all going today. Now for even, talk about squishy, here we go. So we're moving on to, thank you, Andrew. We're moving on to the regulatory review discussion and the municipal equity memo. And where is the memo? Do I have it here? No, we send it out. Oh, here it is. That's it. Yes, there's it. So you have not all had an opportunity to review this. Now, just to explain sort of to the audience and then to restate for other members of the commission, we're working on social equity. We're determining how to incorporate equity policies and procedures at the municipal level. We have a unique challenge in that by July 1st, under Chapter 180, municipalities must start incorporating equity into their host community review process. So suggested to us by the executive director, what we have drafted while we are drafting regulations, while we are drafting guidance on those regulations, we have drafted a memo. And what the memo does is it sets up best practices that communities should start incorporating as of July 1st, so that they can be in compliance of Chapter 180. The fact is, we are the body that would enforce this. And so, we will be able to determine, what those communities will do. And again, not to read the entire memo. And again, this may also be something that you'd like to take more time to absorb. And we can vote on this in the meeting, the second meeting in May. My only caveat is, we want to get this to the communities as soon as possible because they have a tight deadline. But the bottom line, in looking at this memo, it states, it defines who the applicants are, who the potential licensees are, who would be eligible for this heightened treatment and attention from municipalities. It's social equity program participants or persons who would be eligible under the social equity program. We have some language in there saying if you need to verify whether someone participated in or would qualify for the social equity program, you can request guidance from our social equity team and they can provide that for you. Again, this is one of the things that we're working on to determine what the burden will be on our staff to be able to do that. But, but we think that this is, I won't say easily, but relatively manageable within our, within our current team. We also have allowed persons who are either certified economic empowerment applicants or persons who would have during that time period fall into these categories that we have described here. We then go into a list of policies that a municipality might consider, and this includes waiving or reducing fees associated with both the HCA approval process, maybe zoning, special permit review process, rebate or reduction of community impact fees. We also call for heightened transparency. And what that means is requiring those communities to, provide a clear picture and roadmap of what the process is to get an HCA. Creating a space either on a website or a packet of information that could be provided to applicants that state, how do you apply for a host community agreement? Who are the contact people that you need to speak to? Who are the people that you need to contact when it comes to applying to the zoning board of appeals for a special permit? It also talks about creating an outline of the time frame of relevant meetings. Maybe one community only has a zoning board of appeals meeting once a month, maybe some are twice a month, maybe some are weekly. Letting applicants know what that is provides them with greater transparency. Another thing is making sure that you publicize the most up-to-date local cannabis ordinance, a zoning map that outlines areas where cannabis activity is allowed. Again, it's a series of suggested options for communities that increases transparency, allows applicants who may be looking to gain a host community agreement and a special permit approval. It allows them to find some of these things, because one of the conversations that we had, we had a conversation with a licensee in Springfield who said, I didn't know who I was going to talk to. Every time I had to do something, I thought I had to, pay a lawyer to do it, or, pay some sort of a, local lobbyist to do it. That is a hurdle to being able to being objectively considered for an application. We also, are suggesting to communities that they publicize the sort of rubric. How do you score the different applicants in the host community application process? And we strongly encourage that equity is one of the factors that a community does require in its assessment of any applicant. We also give links to 2 municipalities that provide good examples for communities to consider. Newton and Somerville have excellent websites, and then we sort of list what we like about Newton, what we like about Somerville, and then we've added some additional helpful resources. Again, because you haven't had the benefit of reading this entire memo, I would ask you to look at it and maybe ask Commissioner Concepcion, I've sort of gone through that, fairly quickly. I won't ask for a vote today, but, this was just to sort of tee this up, tell you what we're doing. We would like to get this done by that final meeting in May. And Commissioner Concepcion, do you want to talk at all quickly about what you're doing with the regulations and, any additional context to why we're doing a memo right now?
I think sure, absolutely, Madam Chairwoman. So our timeline is a little bit different with the municipal equity group because municipalities do have to have something in place by that July deadline. But thank you for mentioning that this is just, we're giving you this information now, look it over, have the time to read it. We want to be considerate of the time and then have the ability to discuss it at more length at the next meeting. But the memo aligns with the direction that we are going towards in our regulations. So it's giving and providing municipalities with some insight as to what those regs will or potentially look like. Of course, Chairwoman O'Brien and I are only 2 of the 5 votes or 3 votes, however you want to say it, that are needed to, implement and create regs. But this is something that would also give everyone here, my fellow commissioners, an understanding of the direction we're going towards.
Yeah, so this is good to get started. And we're going to tell you what you have to do a little bit later, but it's likely we're not going to meet that July 1st deadline. So I don't know if anybody has any questions, comments, but we're not asking for a vote today. And if there are no, you want to chime in?
Just a quick comment too, the only thing that triggered it was the reference to the July 1st deadline. Well, an emphasis I just want to remind cities and towns of especially is that the July 1st deadline is that there be those sort of initial plans in place, which I think again alludes to the legislative intent relative to grow, mature, evolve, and improve over time, tighten. So this is really obviously grateful to Madam Chair, to you, Commissioner Concepcion, and the working group for compiling this. And that July 1st deadline is on municipalities, not the commission necessarily, but at the same time, the other element that I just want to acknowledge too is that since our inception, we've had a mandate and a charge relative to full participation. This is a newfound mandate for cities and towns. So for some, they've been doing it. For others, this is going to be a first impression. And that's why I think it's described as their initial plans. So just an emphasis on that initial phrase, excuse me.
So I don't know if there are any additional questions.
I mean, just thank you for putting it into the board book. I will be honest, we just got it while we were sitting here, so
Yep.
I have not looked at it at all, but through here, so I have no comments, no questions, but I'm glad that at least it made it today, so it'll give us time to look at it for the next meeting.
Yeah, we didn't think you'd have enough time to review it because we were
Just got it.
we were still putting the finishing touches on and just getting buy-in and, dotting the i's and crossing the t's. So, but it's our initial opus.
Yeah,
There,
no,
so.
I think that July 1st date, as the ED alluded to, was kind of hiding in the weeds. It wasn't a big piece of the language in terms of putting this together and giving some guidance for communities. So I'm glad to see you and Commissioner Concepcion and the working group jumped on it.
Yeah, you have the toughest job. We have the most time-sensitive job, so.
Which can be tough.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Anyway.
no, thank you very much, Commissioner Concepcion and Madam Chair, and thank you for giving us additional time because
Oh, no,
we need to digest this. Yeah,
Yeah.
Thank you.
So anyway, and then this will give also a heads up to the likes of the Mass Municipal Association to, determine whether or not they are horrified or think we're in the right direction and we're not going to create an unfunded mandate. So.
May I
It
ask?
also gives the opportunity for our fellow commissioners to tell us if they're horrified
Yes.
or not too. So
Yes,
so-
yeah.
Yeah, but may I ask, are we able to bring like say we have other ideas or recommendations
Sure.
that could beef up the equity, or we're able to do that at the?
We're not taking a vote today.
Okay.
So if you do have some,
Like, for instance, bonding, some communities require licensees to be bonded for security reasons.
Okay.
So,
I did not know that.
yeah, so like
Mhm.
you could waive the bonding for equity applicants perhaps.
I mean, can I tell you, it's sort of assumed in there, but if you want us to add that as an EG, you know what I mean? We basically suggested that fees be, consider for equity applicants that consider waiver or reduction of fees associated with the municipal HCA approval process zoning review.
So it's kind of implied in there.
And I just saw a typo. So anyway, Sean,
Sean did not review your.
you did not.
Madam Chairwoman, can I clarify? So our next meeting, it's for the purpose of sort of getting ideas and having a conversation about the direction we're going in. Okay, perfect. So
Yeah.
Commissioner Roy, to your point, I think we'll have that opportunity to really
Okay,
dive into it and get some ideas
Yeah.
from you too.
thank you.
No, you didn't pick up on the typo.
This does not have.
I just saw a typo, but anyway, all right, so we will move on unless anybody has any questions, and we will go to periodic review of executive session minutes. Mr. Sabiel Rodriguez, your last and final contribution to the wonderfulness of the Cannabis Control Commission. I'm getting.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. As I said before, good afternoon, Mr. Executive Director, Commissioners, and members of the public. Today, I'll be presenting legal's recommendation on the periodic review of executive session minutes. Before getting started, I want to note the work of Associate General Counsel Michael Baker, who's sitting over there in the back, as we work together to review and develop these recommendations for the Commission. So as a part of the triennial review process of executive session minutes, the legal department reviewed the universe of minutes not previously disclosed to the public. Based on our review, we recommend that the universe, or 17 sets of minutes to be exact, continue to be withheld because the purpose of executive session remains in effect. So to elaborate, we recommend that both the October 8th, 2020 and the November 19th, 2020 minutes be withheld, as the Commission entered into executive session under Purpose 7 of the Open Meeting Law to discuss matters related to the second amended protective order entered in a federal criminal case. As a protective order is still in effect, we recommend that the Commission continue to withhold the minutes as they address matters subject to it. Further, the Commission entered into executive session 15 times under Purpose 9 of the Open Meeting Law, which allows it to meet or confer with a mediator. We recommend that the 15 sets of minutes related to the governance project continue to be withheld, as the development of a governance charter is still in process and the work with a mediator remains ongoing. And therefore, there is continued basis for withholding these minutes. Lastly, if the Commission accepts our recommendation related to the universe of minutes not previously disclosed to the public, there will not be a need to vote on the executive session minutes at the June meeting, as we're recommending that the universe of minutes be withheld. So under our process, legal will come back in September with other recommendations related to the triennial review process of executive session minutes. So with that, thank you so much for your time. And I now open it up to the Commission for questions, if any, or a vote on legal's recommendation.
Commissioner.
Thank you, Sabiel, and it makes me sad. This is your last official act with us. As Secretary, I just want to thank you again, the legal team, for all the work around minutes. It is very cumbersome and it's a lot of work. At the Commission, we strive for transparency. So this is not, I don't want to be perceived any way of a lack of transparency. These are ongoing, for instance, governance is still an ongoing exercise, if you will, that we're doing in the other matter, possibly litigation maybe, so they're ongoing matters. So therefore, it is prudent to keep them still, not to approve them and release them. So I just want to convey, it's just not a lack of transparency. It's just, these are ongoing matters at the Commission and with external folks too.
Thank you. I don't have any questions. Commissioner Concepcion, do you have any question? No? Stebbins, Camargo, any?
I just heard he was going to be back in what, July?
Don't go, we have a card.
We should probably take the vote. We're gonna keep talking to you.
I would like to make a motion to officially congratulate Sabiel on his new adventure in Washington. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second.
Right?
Congrats, Sabiel.
That's in the minutes.
Celebratory second.
That is in the minutes. Mike Strike.
And congratulations, Rebecca Kwakie. I don't know if she's even listening, but
Yes.
congratulations.
Although I think we have Rebecca for.
We have one more meeting with, or the second meeting. Yes, so she'll get her Well,
Okay.
All right, thank you. All right,
Do we have to vote on it? Yes, for real.
I'll take a roll call.
no, did we have a motion?
The real motion.
Real motion.
The real motion.
Oh, that one.
Yes.
Oh, I just thought the good one. Okay. So anyway, so we take a motion to accept your recommendation. Yes? Is that what it is? To accept your recommendation? So will you make a motion?
So moved.
Will you second that motion?
Second.
Having been moved and seconded, any comments or questions? Hearing none, I'll take a call of the roll. Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Let the record reflect that the recommendation of the legal department regarding executive session minutes has been adopted, 5 in favor, 0 opposed. And now we get to what?
Sabia?
Thank you.
Thanks, Savia.
Would you mind if we just took a quick 10-minute break?
Yeah.
Is that okay? Are you good? All right, I'll entertain a motion to take a 10-minute break, coming back at actually less than 10 minutes, 4:05. I'll entertain a motion. Commissioner Stebbins, take a call of the roll. Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. We will be back at 4:05.
Looking at one more thing.
Okay. All right. Says we're live. All right. All right, and we'll move to the last portion of the meeting, commission discussion and votes. Number 4, Executive Director 2022 Performance Review and Salary Recommendation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Gee, we saved the best item for last. First of all, I do want to express my thanks, one, to all my fellow commissioners for participating in this process. Our acting Chief People Officer, Justin Schrader, has had a tremendous amount of input and involvement in putting this together. I'll be real quick. We've had this form that you see that I'm just sharing with you at this meeting is our new format, our new process. Certainly always invite thoughts, comments, criticisms on the tool as you see it in front of us. It's extensive. It's 8 pages. It includes what I think is, one, a background on the process, a summary of all of the feedback that all of you have provided. All of that feedback was shared without attribution with our ED. We sat down to review it. He had questions. The acknowledgement, you will see that he is also, in his own words, provided feedback to the performance evaluation process. What I would like to suggest, and now that we understand we will have another meeting in May in less than 2 weeks, I would invite you, similar, Chair, to the municipal equity memo. I would invite all of us, and again, tough to distribute material, as you pointed out, ahead of a meeting. So again, all of my colleagues are seeing this for the first time. I would recommend my colleagues be able to take this tool, review it, see the final recommendations, and then at our May 22nd meeting, unless the executive director has any objections, that we would come back.
Has any objections or a baby?
Or a baby. Well, that we would take up final consideration of the recommendations at that point.
I agree. Are there any questions, comments, or does that sound like a good course of action? Yes?
It's consistent for the day.
Yes, okay. Commissioner Concepcion, you got your hand up?
I do, just really quickly, because I'm looking for it on our board book package. Is this available virtually?
It was just distributed today. It is not in the board package, but we'll make sure it's in your email. There you go.
Okay. So with that,
May I ask, will this be discussed at the next meeting in 2 weeks?
Yeah.
Okay.
yeah, I mean, again, I'm hoping that it's.
The other member.
All right. Any business not anticipated at the time of posting?
Thank you, Grace. Just Grace O'Day, she made sure it was there. I got it. Thank you.
Yeah.
And hearing none, the next meeting date is, we said, the May 22nd. We've confirmed that, May 22nd? Monday, May 22nd. That will be remote to reduce the wear and tear on our staff. And then the next in-person meeting will be June 8th here again in Worcester. Also, again, remote for further accessibility. So unless there's any further questions.
I have a question, Madam
Go ahead.
How are we going to work, or you work with us on the agenda for that meeting, for the May 22nd meeting? Sort of agenda items.
I think we're pretty full right now, but I mean, you had already asked that social consumption be on that agenda. So I have already sort of indicated that to the staff. I think we had also mentioned that disproportionately, we'd have a conversation about disproportionately impacted, areas in that study. My sense is that, after having had a fairly robust conversation today around social consumption and the And the pilot, I think that we can take a vote then, and comfortably do that. I mean, frankly, we could have taken a vote today. You just might not have gotten the vote that you wanted. And then, hoping we can, take a final vote on this memo, looking for any sort of comment, feedback from people before we do that. And then we will also vote on the report. So we can get that done. But again, I think that the agenda is pretty
Okay,
set right
okay,
now.
all right.
Yeah.
I just wasn't sure. I mean, obviously we haven't.
It's the same process that we go through where, so we will, but again, the first thing that we had sort of tentatively put on was the request by you guys to put on the social consumption for that meeting.
Madam Chairwoman,
Yeah, go ahead, Commissioner.
you mentioned the disproportionately impacted report. We're having a vote on that. I just want to clarify what is happening.
No vote. That was at the request of Commissioner Roy. Can you just explain what you
I
wanted
think we
to?
had the contract till the end of June, so theoretically we could do it in the second June meeting.
We can
Okay.
do what?
We have well, why don't you explain?
I think there was well, Sean sent a memo around that there was resources available to us until the end of
I'm familiar.
June.
Mhm.
So I had requested to the chair, perhaps in the second policy meeting that we have during the month, we could talk to the lead investigators, Dr. Johnson out of John Hopkins, our Dr. Johnson, and the other, Dr. Whitehill, to pose questions to those researchers, just, and also to utilize what we have left on our resources, as opposed to just letting them dissolve into space and not capitalize it. Because I have questions I'd like to pose. to the
So
researchers.
then the next meeting is for us to ask questions? I'm confused.
In June.
Okay, okay.
June. So you want it on the June?
Sean, is that contract good till the end of June?
In the fiscal year, yeah.
So the second, we would be like June 20s, whatever.
Okay.
That would give us time to.
Yes, so I think that the point was, we're not voting on anything.
No.
It's really just to sort of get a better understanding
Of the research.
of the research. And it's my understanding that there may be yet another study going out to look at equity in this issue. So I think that it's important that we, first of all, finish this contract with the UMass folks and the team that was working on that. So it really is to have an opportunity to ask questions about the process and to understand sort of where that stands right now and how that impacts us. So it's not necessarily a vote. I don't think that that's anything, you're not asking.
Just bringing them back again.
Yeah, it's to have a conversation in open meeting so we can understand a little bit more about the work that they did do, because we kind of shut down that conversation kind of fairly quickly in our, I forget if it was November, December meeting. So I just want to make sure we have an opportunity to hear from them. So if you want to, if we want to do that in a June meeting, we can look at that. Yeah, okay.
This was no, I feel like it was presented that all, like, in a way that all commissioners were aware of. That's my first time hearing it, but that's fine. We'll have the conversation then.
Oh, was that maybe the meeting? I'm sorry, then maybe the meeting, the absent,
Yeah.
remember you were absent a meeting that could have been discussed verbally there.
I think you mentioned
January?
it, Commissioner Roy, really quickly. I think you kind
At a
of,
meeting.
I think the miscommunication right now is that we know we're having a meeting, but we don't know what's on the agenda for the 22nd. And I think you kind of
Right.
mentioned it in passing, kind of like, oh, maybe we'll bring back the UMass team to talk about diversity or whatever, but
Yeah.
I don't think haven't seen anything yet or
Yeah.
know what's on the agenda for the
No,
22nd.
that was more logistically
I think that's the,
involved.
Thank
We
you,
have-
Commissioner Camargo.
yeah, I think that's the miscommunication. We don't know
Yeah,
what's happening on the
yeah,
22nd.
And I didn't know, so that's more logistically involved. We have to reach out to these lead investigators. So it's to get them to a meeting.
And again, only because of open meeting, I had gotten a request from you guys to
Yeah.
put social consumption,
I
and she
know.
had made a separate request to put this
Yeah,
on
that's
an
why I don't
agenda,
know.
so.
So when
again,
do we get the actual agenda for the next meeting?
Same time frame for, as we would with any meeting,
Yeah,
probably.
I'd say an early draft can be circulated as early as like Monday, Tuesday of next week.
Yeah.
Okay.
Based on the
We'll get
normal
that.
course.
And we can clarify that. yeah.
Just to be clear, Commissioner Stubbins, we're bringing in this conversation back to the 22nd. It's not a new conversation.
Yeah, and actually, I think we should allow ourselves the time to go back and talk to our working
Yeah,
group
yeah,
on
absolutely.
Tuesday.
Yeah, absolutely.
And you're doing a full day, you're doing a full day Tuesday, we're gonna be full day, no, you're doing a full day Monday, oh no, you're not, the other group is,
So
sorry.
we have Tuesday and Thursday.
Yep, sorry. Okay, so any other comments or questions before? So I will entertain a motion to adjourn. Commissioner Stebbins,
So moved.
Commissioner Camargo,
Second?
moved and seconded. All right,
Think about that.
take a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Chair votes aye, unanimously vote to adjourn.
Thank you all.
Thank
Thank
you all.
you. Thank you. Yes, yes, yes. Give us a round of applause.